tend to spawn in warmer areas. So, if you're looking for a mangrove biome, one thing you can do, of course, is just go out searching randomly, or stick towards warm areas. So, deserts and jungles are typically your best friends when it comes to looking for mangrove biomes. So if you see those biomes, look around the edges. Looks like there's part of a village. But then you can find a mangrove biome, which there actually happens to be one right here, and it's close to a desert. Oh, I didn't really pay much attention to this one. Okay, this is an absolutely pitiful mangrove biome. Usually they're much bigger than this, but every now and then you find a pitiful one that's this small. But anyways, that's how you find them. But of course, if you want one last thing, if you happen to have the ability to cheat, type that in. Oh, because you guess you have to do this, don't you? Mangrove swamp. This is kind of funny, huh? Okay, is it because I'm too close to it? Look at this. Okay, just being funny. But anyways, there you go. There's the coordinates for mangrove biome. You can teleport yourself there if you really want to. Right. There's just a little tutorial how to find the mangrove swamp. Mangrove swamp is a biome that tends to spawn in warmer areas. So, if you're looking for a mangrove biome, one thing you can do, of course, is just go out searching randomly, or stick towards warm areas. So, deserts and jungles are typically your best friends when it comes to looking for mangrove biomes. So if you see those biomes, look around the edges. Looks like there's part of a village. But then you can find a mangrove biome, which there actually happens to be one right here, and it's close to a desert. Oh, I didn't really pay much attention to this one. Okay, this is an absolutely pitiful mangrove biome. Usually they're much bigger than this, but every now and then you find a pitiful one that's this small. But anyways, that's how you find them. But of course, if you want one last thing, if you happen to have the ability to cheat, type that in. Oh, because you guess so you have to do this, don't you? Mangrove swamp. This is kind of funny, huh? Okay, is it because I'm too close to it? Look at this. Okay, just being funny. But anyways, there you go. There's the coordinates for mangrove biome. You can even teleport yourself there if you really want to. Right. There's just a little tutorial how to find the mangrove swamp. Mangrove swamp is a biome that tends to spawn in warmer areas. So, if you're looking for a mangrove biome, one thing you can do, of course, is just go out searching randomly, or stick towards warm areas. So, deserts and jungles are typically your best friends when it comes to looking for mangrove biomes. So if you see those biomes, look around the edges. Looks like there's part of a village. But then you can find a mangrove biome, which there actually happens to be one right here, and it's close to a desert. Oh, I didn't really pay much attention to this one. Okay, this is an absolutely pitiful mangrove biome. Usually they're much bigger than this, but every now and then you find a pitiful one that's this small. But anyways, that's how you find them. But of course, if you want one last thing, if you happen to have the ability to cheat, type that in. Oh, because you guess so you have to do this, don't you? Mangrove swamp. This is kind of funny, huh? Well, okay, is it because I'm too close to it? Look at this. Okay, just being funny. But anyways, there you go. There's the coordinates for mangrove biome. You can even teleport yourself there if you really want to. Right. There's just a little tutorial how to find the mangrove swamp. Mangrove swamp is a biome that tends to spawn in warmer areas. So, if you're looking for a mangrove biome, one thing you can do, of course, is just go out searching randomly, or stick towards warm areas.
I also tend to spawn in warmer areas. Hello, computer. Greetings, computer. We are, as they have been known to say, back. Oh my. Oh, okay, we're here. Hello, computer. Hi. It's this thing once again. More thing. It's no. It's hi, computer. Welcome. Yeah. Hello. It's been a minute. It's always, the cycle continues. The great wheel turns. The intro bit is already over. I mean, what if we do a stream where the whole thing is an intro bit? This is perhaps interesting. Who is up manning the groves? Yeah, damn. That kind of goes a little bit. You'd break by minute 2. Like, what if we do one where we just stay on the starting soon the entire time and the stream is a transparent, like, you know how we do this thing where the recent starting soon metagame, right? There have been various metas as far as starting soon goes, right? There was the era of like covering it with like all kinds of gifs from GIF cities. There have been various eras, right? And the recent era has been multiple stacked semi-transparent videos, right? This has kind of been the metagame. And I think what if we just did a stream where like the whole stream was over the starting soon screen at 50% opacity? That's kind of fucking crazy. Anyway, let's see let's say hi everybody. Hello. The theme today is, okay, I've been kind of on a weather-related themes tear recently. I don't know. I've been going outside a little bit more. I've been touching grass a little bit. I've been feeling, this is what they say, or this is the cool thing you say, oh, I'm touching grass. I've been touching grass a lot, and my mood has been influenced strongly by the weather, and just the other, everything is melted now. It's all melting. The snow is gone. It's gone forever. Okay, who's here? Who had arrived before the stream? Hello. Let's see who's here. It's scrolled off past a certain point, but I know already that Taimisi was here. Welcome in, Taimisi. I also know that Gendude was here and Niche Penguin was here. Welcome in. And Prodzipod Robotic Form. Welcome. And Pasta not here. In fact, Pasta is here. Welcome in. U_Daniel Pancake. Welcome in Kieram __. Welcome in Bad Cop. Welcome in Salad Forest. Welcome in Crespian _C. Welcome in Venerock Robotic Style. Welcome in Doohoo_. 18 months, a bug with time. It needs to be. It's hard to believe, Doohoo. That's like a year and a half. This is unreasonable. Welcome in Faye is Sleepy. Welcome back. In fact, if you don't know the lore, Faye is Sleepy. I believe. I think departed a while ago from the Discord IRC, because the Discord is 18 plus zone, just in terms of, it's best to avoid this sort of thing, and has since returned, and is an adult and is a clonk, a full-fledged clonker. This is of cause for celebration, perhaps. It was sick that you actually returned. This is cool. Hello Octo Rinsky, welcome in Diablo Project and a Bridgewater. Hello Nicola R. Ristov, welcome in Ag Pen, welcome in who else Caramel Nuke, welcome in. We have been summoned. Yes, it's true. What do they say in the game? Denizens of the Abyss, or so, I don't know. Hello Wind Up Boy Fade, who is voice. The voice is someone I found on YouTube making Minecraft tutorials. Hello Sampy159. Hello A2 31415. I do love Ostensible. Hello Plyra _. Hello Brizdingle. Welcome. Hello Steeled Shield. Welcome in. Hello Control _O. Thank you for the resub, my friend. Welcome in Mold _Entity. Welcome in Must _Broke _. Welcome in who else? Ghost Phantom _6. Welcome Ashing 87. Welcome who Emails Shodden, welcome in, it's great to have you. Thank you for the resub as well. Zed is like said, but not if you don't think about it. hello Ron Moo, welcome in the 0x539, welcome in a squared 31415, welcome in Binya _min, welcome in Violet Marmalade, hello Violet Marmalade, welcome in Sladoid, hello, thank you for the streak also, Violet Marmalade. This is hard to believe. This is 15 weeks. What the fuck is that? That's kind of insane, right? Like I don't know. The this is remarkable. Welcome in Raiders as well. Holy guacamole. I gotta scroll through the thing. I gotta scroll down fast now. Fuck. Hello Sladoid, hello Fizzbuzz, thank you for the resub, Fizzbuzz. Hello Slendy the developer, hello Masica, hello X Hyped, yo, welcome in. Hello Nervous Hair, welcome. Are we getting there? Weasley 13, hello, welcome in. Congratulations on exams. I hope they are continuing to proceed smoothly. Hello Crazy Kitty Numbers Form, thank you. Hello Lemon Tomato, hello Cash Money Delaz, also I see Proc FS like strip. hello thank you for the raid Sorcery Story, welcome in. Hello, welcome in Damn Scout and Sorcery Story. Hello everybody. What were you up to today, Sorcery Story? And Toak Fodai, welcome both. Can we shout out Sorcery Story as well? Shout out Sorcery Story. Does it go? I hope it was a good stream today, Sorcery Story. We're just getting started around here. It's been quite good though. I'm thinking it's pretty solid so far, and I think it's only going to get better. Hello Dieter, now that Dieter from Spronkets is here, we can really get started. Things can really start to get, I think a little bit amped up. Hello X Yemen 2, welcome back as well. Hello. And Watch Makering is here as well. Hello, hi everybody. Okay, we're here. I think we've caught up. Can we transition to the new formulation? Hello, Machka 6. Congratulations on Witscord the game, February 2025. Thanks for the shout out. Of course, spent the day fixing a few nasty bugs. Haha, but otherwise it could be worse. It can always be worse. This is what I like to tell myself. It can always, in fact, be worse. You're never. I don't know. It's a consoling fact. I think it's a sobering fact. Okay, let's go over to the thing. Can we move to thing? Go thing, please. New hello PB. Personal best. Sometimes the computer will not start. It's very true. The spark doesn't go. I think. This is true for sure. I sort of feel like, this is maybe extremely strange and edgy. Hello, Attention Span, welcome in also. This is perhaps extremely strange and edgy, but I sort of sometimes, when I'm having a hard day, when I'm having a very difficult day. Hello, Bitomancer, also welcome in. Hello. It's great to have you, Bitomancer. Okay, we're gonna see if the screen turns back on. No, it turned back on in the wrong form. Can we get the screen back on now, please? Okay, there we go. We're back. When I'm having a difficult day, I imagine a fire burning inside me. Right? I do this for real. I don't mean to say this in a goofy sort of anime kind of way. I do this for real. I imagine that there's a flame. There's a flame in my chest that will never go out, and if it doesn't go out ever, this is infinite fuel. This is infinite power. I can go forever, right? This is no matter what, we will continue in a not anime kind of way. I don't know. This is maybe the most embarrassing thing I've ever said. So let's continue on from that without commenting further. Hello, Sun312772. Also. You douse the fire with whiskey? Yes, I douse the fire with recommended plate 100% beer. Hello, Kirsch. Also, welcome. Okay, everyone, we're here. I went off the proper thing because I had to go to the terminal, unfortunately. Hello, it's Twitch wrapped while being anime on the internet. Well, I mean, this is neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. Congrats on Sub, also Cash Money Delaz. I see we're using alternative forms. I have not actually checked how many people have signed up for the thing. How many people have accounts on the thing, but I gotta check soon. Actually, there's probably a lot. There's probably quite a few. Anyway, top tags of the year. This is very worth considering. This came out today, didn't it? What's the link to the thing? The recap. the annual recap. It's this guy. It's this guy, right? This thing happened. That it tries to portray as a user. Twitch, because the user format for their URLs is twitch.tv/user. So the chat doesn't interpret that correctly, and it says no data was returned underneath it because it thinks it's a user, which is really cool. It's just extremely cool. My top streams list. Thank you. This is very I appreciate this a lot. I mean, this is I will never literally never give up an opportunity to be sappy and thank people for their continued support or whatever. This is core to the LLLL Colonq experience. I would say it's like it's essential. It's fucking essential practically. Welcome in, Ray March. But yeah, top basically here's the thing. I'm here to continue my support. Thank you, Cute Nice. This is extremely kind. Welcome in, Cute Nice. This is good. This is good. Welcome. Hello. Call you male. So ProdzyPod calls me male in all caps because I have male in the twitch.tv tags. Twitch.tv has a tags system, right? So if you scroll down slightly below the stream area, you can see that it says VTuber, ASCII, programming, male in all caps, Linux, Emacs, English, AI, peaceful gaming, right? This is what it says. And there's sort of I think people have found the male in all caps confusing. I put that there originally because I didn't want people to feel like this was something that it wasn't, right? I think I didn't like, you know, it's not something that it wasn't, right? Like I'm just a dude, right? The programming tag is a bit misleading, right? So but it's sort of become something that is amusing. So in this zone I am often referred to as the male, right? As a content warning, the creator recap, call out your most parasocial viewer. It does list the thing in the, I'm not logged in, but I can bring it up on the other screen. We have the viewer, we have the, what do we have? We have recaps. We have recap 2024 chatter. Hello, expired popsicle Kiri as well. Hello. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Do you have a cat? There are cats in my zone, Slendy Dev, but I do not have a cat. I am very allergic. Hello, expired popsicle Kiri. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. I saw earlier, I did see briefly, at least you were playing Doom 2, correct? Is this the concept? I did not check in for realsies. Your model. Hello, Snecky. Welcome in. Yes, it's currently, you can't really see very well, but Kiri is over there. Kiri is over there somewhere on the side of the hair. You can see her sort of moving in the periphery. Welcome in. Kiri, if you don't know, Kiri, expired popsicle, also known as Kiri, is extremely capable and smart and cool, and works on. Is developing like VTuber software that is like good, that is like good and usable, called Sneck Studio, and also like does art and also like modding and development of things, and just generally is an extremely cool person. So you should investigate this. This is a person worth investigating. Welcome in, Master Queef, also, and Paxonian, and Mookie Sticks, and Kotaru Complex, and M-Collared X as well. Welcome all. Greetings. Yeah, so this is the concept. We were just beginning to look at the recaps. The Twitch recaps came out, expired popsicle. We had a power outage in the UPS run. Oh, this is unfortunate. I'm very sorry to hear this. I hope, please stay safe. Yeah, so here's the one for the streaming. I don't think this is anything particularly. It's not particularly shocking. You love snakes. Oh hell yeah, we have overlap here. This is awesome. Yeah, Kiri is super cool. You should, yeah. A cool person. Yeah, we are the world's #1 Dark Souls gamer. We are the world's number 100 software and game development gamer. LLLL High narrowly beat out Mr. Green. This is also true. We had narrowly, I realized my name, yes, because you clicked follow, so my name is, yeah, it changes in various ways, right? There's currently a clip from Kiri in the background as well. Snecky. Hello, Ikatono as well. Hello. Look for Owncast VTubers. Yeah, they are a cool person. I think they're involved with a Doom modding slash homebrew scene called Hideous Destructor as well. If you're a Doom head, if you're a Doom enjoyer, if you enjoy this, if you enjoy being doomed, if you enjoy being silenced and unable to use items for however many seconds while taking damage over time and being unable to heal, yeah, a Doomer or something like this. I don't know. Okay, yes, this is this one. I think the other guy is also relatively, the streamer side is relatively, if you know me, if you know my streaming predilections, this one actually has a more dire conclusion. The conclusion of this one is that the green circle has gotta stream more. We gotta get the green circle going harder. I gotta bounce right away. Okay. Yes, please, and good luck on the power recovery, Expired Popsicle, and thank you again for the raid. The green circle, this is the year. I think you are literally the only stream I've watched this year. Well, I appreciate it, right? This is how it goes. This is how it is sometimes. We failed you. No, you did not fail me. It's just mostly that, like, I looked at this. I expected, okay, what's my most watched stream going to be, right? Well, it's like prod, right? Well, it's clearly prod, right? Like it's like prod and like the green circle people in general who I'm watching a lot. 9,000 hours. Well, this is a false number, Ostis _. This is a false machine, and I can explain how this goes. Need to get dinner ready. Hope you have a great stream. Good luck cooking Sorcery Story, and please check out Sorcery Story if you don't know. They also do interesting programming things. He leaves. Yeah, this is more an attestation to my uptime. This is more to my uptime rather than to anything else, right? This is an uptime scenario. Yes, this is more hours than there are hours in the year, right? You see the thing. Goodbye. Hello, thank you. We will behave. Yes, we'll try our best. Based on mean of message scores. Yes, Daniel Pancake, I am considering this heavily. I almost feel like we need to do L:Q wrapped. I legit achieved 1% of your channel's chat messages this year. Yes, this is actually, like, I think relatively not so bad to do, right? In the sense that how do you say like the programming streams, this one is chattier than most, I think. Right, I think we have the chat activity of programming streams several times our size, but like they do tend to be slower than some of the just chatting stream chat rooms. So I think if you're a committed, anyway, I don't know who knows about this, but yes, it's mostly, the reason for this is because I always have like 3 streams up. Like when I'm not actively live, I'm always like, I'll like have one up, I'll have a couple muted or something, right? I'll switch between them often depending on what my mood is, right? This is a common activity for me. In the top 5. This is what I'm saying, Kalinoscopy. People need to stream more, right? 3 points, and your total was 346,000. Well, yeah. This is notable. I think prod sent like 17,000, which is sort of insane. Given this is like 5%. So this is the situation basically. And it's basically just like I've watched a lot of people who are both my friends and streamed a lot. This is kind of the current people I'm watching lineup. This is sort of the people I'm watching lineup. I think there is another interesting thing that I did not screenshot. If I go to the recap, on the login, streamers need to work. Hello, another common internet user. So true. We should just stream 100% of the time. Hello, Site Saul. Thank you. 473 hours of this channel this year. It's 5,000. Yes, thank you. I mean, this is highly appreciated. Oh, it did list. There's a thing where it says your biggest fans of the year. There's a thing where it lists your biggest fans of the year. This is notable also, which I think is the people who watch the most, sorted in random order. And it's basically like the people you would expect, right? Who have been here since the start of the year and are the regulars, right? You can't see this ranked order, But like one notable thing is that there is an extremely powerful secret Colonq, right? This is someone who, it's kind of become a bit, I don't say their name on the stream. I don't say their name because it's funny to not call them out in this way. There's an extremely powerful secret user. And this person, you might know them from making literally all of the clips for the stream, right? I think there were like 300 clips made this year, and this person probably made 200 of them. They are the most clips person. And they are also on the funny like list of people. So they continue to be like, I don't know. I give them a silent 07 to the librarian. This is the way. We communicate only through clip titles, basically. That we communicate through these oblique shout outs on my end, where I don't actually say who it is, and I'm just like, hello, and then on their end they communicate by writing things in the titles of clips, which is extremely cool. This is a fun mode of interaction. Hello, Psychic Refugee, also welcome in. 07 indeed. So okay, this all this nonsense aside, I mean, okay, things I kind of do want to do an LLLL wrapped also. I kind of want to go through this is like a year where we actually have chat history with like timestamps and stuff. So we could do interesting stats like most biblical. We could do most biblical and things like this. If you're in the room with us, add :3 to the next clip title. we could do various things. We could do various day life, but like we'll figure this out. This is a problem for the future. Longest valid word used. Yes, longest word used, and there's all kinds of like funny stats you could do. What is biblicality? Biblicality measures how many words in your message are in the Bible. There's an old YouTube video about it. It's and also the highlight of the words is like it's red if it's less in the Bible. Yes, the is perfect. Okay, what is today then? Right? You know, people are coming to LLLL, right? When I go on twitch.tv and I'm going on to twitch.tv/LLLL, I'm logging on not to listen to, a man in his late 20s ramble self-indulgently about how much he loves anonymous internet users, right? Although maybe partially. I'm going on LLLL for hardcore programming action. The strongest programming of all, right? The most powerful programming activities ever spotted online. Exactly, right? This is what I'm going for. So what's that all about? Hello, Moodane, also. I'm sorry I missed you. And Mickey Noon, welcome. Is your Kung Fu best, :Q? I think no. I thought you were like 30, 40. I'm 27, in fact. This is my legal age. This is my age legally. I look for hardcore rambling about different users. You know what we're looking for. You know what we're looking for around here. So what's up? What's up? Can we count your keystrokes next year? This is probably doable, actually. Only 27 cycles. Yes, in fact, yes. Why is Keyboard Warrior censored? Wait, is Keyboard Warrior censored? What the fuck? What is this? This is exciting. Jesus Christ redeems. Hardcore X action doesn't appear in the Bible. Indeed. Hello, 37 natural log of 37. Also, welcome in. I'm testing this. It seems to work on my end, at least. So what's the deal? We have a number of things to do. I guess also Advent recap. Advent. Are trees working? Oh, we do have trees. Advent continues to go. I've sort of exhausted all of the interesting languages, I feel. It's my Twitch password. Yeah, it actually censors my address. My address is keyboard. Well, anyway, can we go github.com LLLL Advent? Advent continues to go. It's been fun. It's been particularly enjoyable. People have been going kind of hard every day in the Discord IRC. There are many rotation 13 messages around midnight. If you hop onto the Discord IRC and it's around midnight, you will see a great deal. You will see a great deal of rotate 13 type messages, and this is the reason for it. But yeah, we've continued to go. We've made it at least to day 10. We've made it at least to day 10. And we've done different language every day. It has become a cultural thing. Yes, this is our communication mode. We've done things. I've gotten to the point where I'm using like normal languages now. I think the only remaining freak one, they do Piet. So okay. I'm considering Piet and like Bfunge and stuff. But the thing is, like, this is like, it might be a little more spice than I'm willing to tolerate right now, right? I know Liquid Cake 1 did some Bfunge, but I feel like Liquid Cake 1 is a bit more powerful than me, right? Basically, the things that I've been avoiding are things that are kind of in the, what do you say? What do they say about this? They say Turing tar pit, right? They say Turing tar pit. Is this Wikipedia concepts, right? Little or no support for common tasks, right? Like I wouldn't want to do it in brainfuck, right? This would be we could do brainfuck, but like the problem with it's a bit fourth. I mean, the thing is it's less than fourthy, I feel, right? Like okay, maybe I don't know Piet well, but I feel like Piet and Bfunge are in the class of like they don't really have like values even, right? They just have like memory cells, right? This is kind of the thing, right? Like they're at that level of low level, right? It's like it makes it like, and I'm gonna have to write like laborious. It is stack based, right? As is there is a stack, right? Are there like string operations in Bfunge? Or in Piet rather. I would do it then maybe. A late snack grid. Hello, artist Synth. Welcome in. It's great to have you. And hello, L Jello also. But yeah, you get what I mean, right? I don't want to have to like manually like and laboriously write like string splitting shit, right? I think like the bare minimum I'm considering for these is like there is like I can break a string. I can break a string in the standard library or with convenient features. The stack is of numbers. Yeah, and this becomes annoying to do because most of what additive code is like what are like most of the things, right? Yeah, write a compiler to Piet. Yeah, this is what the exercise would become basically, or for brainfuck similarly, right? We do the upside down cake thing, right? We'd write something that generates code for us because like fuck writing that by hand. Hello FN_Lumi. Yeah, it's string and array, right? It's really like, I mean, like many problems are of this nature, but most of the problems are like, okay, you have either a bunch of lines that are like entries, or you have a grid, and you parse that into some more convenient data structure, and then you perform some like relatively natural operations on that data structure. And then you like basically it's you can sort of almost always be like, okay, it's parse and then map and then reduce and then you're done. Use awk. Yeah, awk probably is a good option actually. Hello Colchis and Nil and Dude and Exor Xavier, welcome in. And devs DE also. Yeah, APL WeWa level of operator power. Yeah. So I've moved into, have you ever tried low profile keyboards? What is a low profile keyboard, Ellie Shy? I mean, if you have an example, I have not been particularly experimental with my keyboards. I have Tree, congratulations. Yes. We have I've moved into languages that are like sensible now. I'm like writing Clojure and stuff. Our mapfold. Yeah. The okay, what have I done that's fucked up since last time, I guess? I think last time I was fully in array hell. Hello, Audra0_ also. I had done like J and BQN and all of this stuff. I did Clojure for today's. Oh, yesterday I did Nix, which was really, really fucked up. I want a ZSA Voyager. The map join filter combo through AOC. Yes, this is, you can do everything like this. As proven through, I solved it with Nix. I did it with Nix, and Nix is extremely fucked up. If you weren't, Nix is, this one was really bad. Corsair K100 Air. It's just time waster for now. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, really, what is a waste of time, right? Nothing's really, you can't waste it, right? Ultra thin mechanical gaming keyboard. It's thin. I see it's expensive rather too. Is this how do you even make a mechanical keyboard so thin? This is shocking to me. I have not tried this. I've been using the same keyboard for like 10 years now. I have a very thick like Model M replica guy. I'm a fan of my ZSA Moonlander. This is split, right? Nix is one of the reasons I choose Geeks over Nix. Yes. The Nix language is a little. So this is written in Nix. This is the language that you use for like your Nix configuration files. And it is not general purpose at all, and it lacks many basic features, including like the ability to update an array. This is a notable lacking feature. The ability to update. To take, or like even doing an immutable update, right? You cannot do the you cannot like take an array and a value and an index and produce a new array. Like you have to map, right? This is a and you have to map over, like updating any one element of a list is an ON operation. And this is shocking. 152 BPM is hard. This is I have twice as much blood, Ellie Shy. So this is to be expected. Split in orthographic layout plus thumb clusters. I see. With the Luke Smith Minecraft Steve keyboard, is this true? My keyboard is bald. To be fair, Nix is supposed to be a configuration. Yeah, I mean it's not supposed to be this, right? But we made it this, and we made it work. It did take 30 minutes. Are there any other fucked up ones? We did, what was 8? I just did factor again. I don't feel very comfortable with factor. I don't know. I need to gain more. The BPM is my it's my CPU. It's my CPU. And then we did oh yeah. Yeah. We did VimScript. VimScript honestly has been one of the nicest ones. I mean, apart from like Closure, which is like obviously like super like comfy, but like VimScript, I was expecting VimScript to be like super fucked up. Like, what is everybody complaining about with regard to this, right? This language is like not fucked up at all. Like, I'm sure there's some elements of it that are like weird, but like it's like broadly usable. I feel it's like relatively decent to use. I don't know. It's kind of okay. It's functional. Yeah, it feels like, I feel like I would probably have about the same time writing this as I would Perl or Ruby or whatever, right? It's just a matter of like Googling the right things to do, but it has a lot of stuff, right? It feels usable at least. And then finally day 6. I guess this one is shocking. This one is, I think we talked about this one last time also. Day 6 I did in GLSL as an OpenGL shader. As a compute shader, and this is anyway. It's a whole thing. So we're gonna move into more normal things now. I'm sure I'll be writing fucking Ruby and Perl and Haskell and the whole deal. This is how it goes. Hello, Piss. Welcome. WGSL. I mean, WGSL. It feels it's basically just like Rust flavored GLSL, right? And GLSL is basically just like C, but it's really annoying to debug. Right, like this is the thing, right? Like it's C, but like you can't print things. Whatever you use Python, probably at some point, right? There's another 15 days, so like we gotta all the hyper operators and shit. Oh yes, Raku, formerly known as Perl 6. Can we find Raku, please? Raku.org. Oh wait, this is the bug. This is the bug as in big book of bug. Hello, I'm Geyser, also a strategic gift sub the last session. Thank you for this, Ricardo Strikey. It's the bug. It's Spear V in a hex editor. You be top 2, we be clonking. Thank you. This is appreciated. I am Geyser. I would be like, you are top 5 for me also, but unfortunately you don't stream enough to outweigh the endless tide of the late night anime woman. The late night. What engine would you use if you had to make a game? 3D. The engine I made. Which is another big update actually that I forgot to. Fuck. I need to commit that. 1 second. 1 moment, please. Other monitor. Switching the thing. What engine you made? Yeah, it's a little engine. I don't really believe in game engine. I'm not really a game engine believer. I think this is sort of contra to my desires. I think. Okay, can we commit this and say native done? Native build done. There's big news in the Oobverse around here. Ain't enough. What the fuck? Yeah, damn, zam. There's actually huge news in the world of the hit new video game Oubliette of General. The hit new video game Oubliette of General has huge news actually. There's major things happening. Major things are occurring in the world of Oob. And the main thing that has happened, you're still working on this? Oh, you know I am. I'm working on it until it is done. Until it is done, I am Geyser. I mean, the thing is, Slendy Dev, it's not really much of an engine. It's more of just like tools that I'm going to use, right? This is we got to talk about this. This is relevant. I've been exploring the world of. Okay, basically the thing is, let me get this building. What lang is the engine made in? It is made in Rust, but it's sort of arbitrary. It's mostly made in Rust, Sokol or Raylib, sort of maybe. What are the changes here? What's the changes looking like? What's the changes? Oh, I changed the names of things. I guess that's okay. Can we update? Can we update and can we John pull and rebase, please? Get rebase origin master, please. We have conflict. We have Jonathan conflict. What is the name of Jonathan conflict? What did we change here that is horrid? What did we change here that is horrid? Here is one guy. Here is one guy. What did we change about this guy down here? Did we change? Oh, the name of the canvas element is all we changed. So let's just grab this. Let's just grab this guy. Let's change. Oh, the canvas element is elsewhere. It's elsewhere. Could we do bad apple? You can do this. And thing for redeems, like in, yeah, we need to do message grouping. Can I learn John Magic Colonq? Yeah, we do this. We do this for sure. Is scripting the menu? NP is scripting. I mean, the menu scripting has become a common theme around here. It's become extremely common around here. This is kind of the way of it. It's sort of the way of it even. Okay, where do we need to go over here? I think it's where's the canvas? We get it here. Window.canvas. Does this just work? What other change? Maybe we just don't need to make any weird changes here. I think we're actually fine, maybe. Peaceful gaming as a tag is the biggest lie I've ever seen. Let's finish this. Rebase, please. Can we get rebase continue? Okay. Does this, I mean, we'll see if it builds. We'll see if it, we can see if it builds. Do you still build? Can I make you build not on, how do I give you a cargo option? Okay, you can just build normal. Okay, we're in hell. We're in hell. Classic hell. Okay, let's just try and build the full project then. This is, okay, I promise this is worth it. I promise this is worth it, computer. This is really cool. This is really cool. We may have to do some tweaking. I mean, it's super different or just syntax and some bases. So if you can definitely learn it, right? You will have to learn slightly more things. Hello, Geets. You will have to learn slightly more things. But this is learning anything, right? To learn means that there are new concepts, right? This is the concept of learning, right? You're being exposed to new things. So I think, yeah, it's not garbage collected. Yeah. So this is the main thing. I think it's actually not that far from, like, I think it's probably actually easier to learn than if, I don't know. Maybe it's probably the case that people get locked into preconceived notions and patterns of things. Or it doesn't accept I am nor remote user as the user. It shows my full real legal name. Is this true? Is this true? It should gain the user automatically from your login now. It should gain it automatically from your login. Is messing up with the vid. How do you change text? The text is being changed via the API. Another Slendy Dev, excuse me. Relearning is just remembering your old concepts. Probably something like this. Yeah. The kind of the point of Rust is to you know, do memory, like, make it easier for you to not have garbage collection is a big point of it, right? It sort of ties resource management to like scope, right? As the 0x5 through 9 says, double bad apple. Yes, it's apple 2. It's apple 2. Okay, if we say trunk serve here, does this put us into hell? Are we immediately sent straight to hell? Double Hades Tartarus style. It's building at least. Okay, it should still work WASM style. Let's check that out. Okay, so if we go to localhost 8080, right? It still works, right? It still works. We have movements, we have activities. We have movements and things like this, right? Excuse me, Apple II, this has to be one of the video systems of all time, yes. Why is WASP chat window full of Braille? It's full of Braille because people are using the API. People are utilizing the API to send bulk requests in order to change the model text. And they're using that in order to play a video on the model and also to play a video by animating the text change in Braille characters at the same time. We just should not log them. It looks like gold source. Indeed. Hello Sky is fine. Also welcome in. Conjure new log. Yes, we need to split the log off. This is the way. At least for certain redeems, we need to have a different gizmo for this. Okay. The new feature, which may take 100 years. Which may take 100,000 years. Okay, it's running hell. Let's say -J1 here. Let's hit them with the -J1 here. And actually let's just run this. Let's actually just run this without doing the whole process. If I say cargo build this now, you might notice that something else is happening. In fact, actually we may need to nvarc reload. We single threaded in this mod. Yes, Emacs is infamously single threaded also. So any of these activities actually can cause immense disruption to my entire workflow. Hello, vVisualizer Rebirth. Christmas announced. New date is December 25th. Welcome in. Congrats on Christmas. Congrats on upcoming events. So yes, you might notice that we are now building for a different architecture. We are now building for, rather than for WASM32 unknown, we are now building for x86_64 unknown -Linux GNU. I don't actually know what the middle part of the thing means. We can maybe learn about this while we wait for this to compile. What is the middle part of this thing? Target triple compilation meaning? Like what is unknown? OS Dev Wiki. What is it's machine vendor operating system? I see. So the middle part is vendor. So it's basically always unknown. Which is cool hat, by the way, Colonq. Thank you, Sky is fine. I was honored to be on your Twitch recap that was only 4 people. This is notable. I appreciate this, friends. Vertus quote, did you hear about Kitty Boot? Is this like a what is Kitty Boot? Is this like a Libre Boot sort of situation? Is this what is the concept? Hello Aliens 2 and also Hidoto. So unknown is the vendor. So this is basically always this. And this is ambiguous. So you should just write the unknown in the middle. It's a little bit silly. Bootkit for Linux, no malware though. I see. You can hear it better if you play it yourself on the website. Yeah. Indeed. We need to integrate these things still. We need to have like the preview and like the song picking integrated into the menu so you can just click it. The help of some MuseScore versions. My bad. Oh, there's kernel malware. I see. Why do you say my bad, Alicia? There's no bad. It's all good. Please never feel bad about asking questions and things like this. It's good. It's the way. And if you have more things to ask, like you're always welcome in the area, in the Discord IRC. This is where we discuss things. Anyway, it's almost done building. We only have another 11 of them. I have obviously not tested this on this machine, so we will see. You know, this machine obviously has OpenGL problems. It tends to encounter OpenGL problems, so we will explore this. It's at boot time, so it's above the kernel. I see. Hijacking boot sector. I mean, you can just like. I mean, I guess you probably need root to do this. I have not heard about this thing, but like if you can edit the disk, right? If you have the ability to like write some bytes to the disk, you can do whatever the fuck you want, right? You can just like make your thing load other code, right? So like this is the thing. Welcome back, Colonq. Hello, Freefall. Thank you. Welcome in. Okay. So this built a binary. This builds a binary now. Normally the game is WASM, as you might be aware. This builds a binary. We're gonna run the binary for the first time. We've never run it before in our life. Let's see. Let's begin. I was worried I'd lose it. Oh, congrats on the streak. When you didn't have an internet connection, but you didn't stream then. Yeah, I only ever stream on Tuesdays and Fridays, and I stream every Tuesday and Friday. It's a very consistent schedule. So like this is reliable in this way. We never go other. A patch splash image integer over underflow bug called like image fail or something, so it's not necessarily new. I see. Yes, this is native game now. Hello, ModClonq. Welcome. This is I kind of skipped over the fact that it just works. The game, it just goes. The classic X-shaped cursor. Yes, it's not Miku here. It abandons Miku. Hello, static underscore anachromatic. Yeah, in general, image decoding in any place that like has a security requirement seems extremely fucking scary, right? Like you got pickles. Yeah. We got fucking pickles. Anyway, this is native OOP. You'll notice that it looks the same. I think this actually doesn't have the hell lag though. It does not have the hell lag. It seems to not have the hell lag because the hell lag, I believe, is related to the browser. Maybe the browser. It's the weird combination of WebGL in browser plus you know, what do you call it? NVIDIA Optimus. So what's the algorithm for running dynamically linked binaries on Nix elf edit? Well, I mean, there are a variety of ways you can do this. You can elf patch, right, which is scary. A thing I prefer instead often is to use like a ch root thing to get into a normal kind of mode. And there is a program built in called, or it's not built in, but it's in the repositories called Steam Run. Enjoy by ModClonq. It has, okay, yes. You have Intel and NVIDIA graphics. Yes, unfortunately, this is a laptop. It's a laptop, and like you have to use this weird configuration to use an external screen. Steam Run, it has nothing to do with Steam, but it'll run, like you can say like steam run./foo, and it will run the thing in an environment where like common libraries are available. I think it might actually use a lot of the libraries from the Steam like Linux containers. I don't know. Either way, it like, yeah, oob runs. Yes. This is the guy. We run natively now with DRI prime equals 1, I guess. Yes, perhaps I don't know. It's weird because my HDMI port is only connected to the NVIDIA graphics, so like I don't know what the implication of there's weird implications basically. I have not been able to find a configuration that works well. But what this means is a couple of things. Well, one, everyone asking like, will there be native builds of OOB? And I had been saying for like a year, like, oh yeah, this is like an easy thing to do, but like I just haven't done it yet. Well, now I have done it. Other things this means, this is built on our general engine. This is built on our general purpose engine thing, right? Our engine guy. And all of the engine code that does the differences between the native port and the browser ports, this is work on Windows. I have not tried it yet, but there is no reason why it shouldn't. I have built things using basically this tech for Windows before. I just have not bothered to set up the tool chain. This is the situation there. If I go into source and I search for WASM32, there are only 2 places where I am checking the architecture, where I'm checking CFG target arch, right? And these places are extremely obvious, right? I only check in main.rs and in lib.rs, and all of these all that these things do is basically just like call out to different endpoints inside of the. Basically, what it is that Rust is annoying about like if you have. There's irritation. There's irritation here. I mean, this is basically for compilation purposes. Do you even need that? Will you go MinGW mode? You think? I am unsure. I have built with MinGW. Like MinGW is basically like C libraries. Yes, yeah. This is very annoying on laptops commonly. Ostus _. It's more annoying than it should be. If you have a laptop with discrete graphics, it's really obnoxious. Yeah, MinGW is basically it's a libc. It's a libc and various libs implementation and GCC like cross compilation port deal and common utilities port deal for Windows, right? As an alternative to like the built-in libc and things on like from Microsoft, like the Visual Studio guy or whatever. I have gone both ways in the past, right? I have hello Schlen, welcome in Schlen. Hello Raiders, welcome aboard. Let me shout out my friend Schlen. How is it going? Chameleon Wiggly, so true. Welcome Schlen. We are talking about game development, games sort of activities. We have made video game. The game runs natively now instead of just on a browser. It's kind of nifty. I don't know. We're working on the thing. How was your stream, Schlen? How did things go? Game development. Yes, this is the way of it. So yeah. So basically, the ways I could get a Windows build would be I could cross compile probably with MinGW stuff. Or I could just build on Windows. I have done both in the past, and they have been equally easy. I've had really good experiences with Rust on Windows. I have actually just like in the past when Mod and I have had aspirations of doing development together. I have just like sent her stuff and said like, okay, get cargo installed, and then it just worked. I blame you in having programming in my top categories in my viewer recap. Oh my goodness! Welcome in Overall Comment. Thank you, and welcome in Tomater. Hello. We were playing Mega Man Battle Network 4 and yapping. Oh wait, which Mega Man Battle Network 4? This is Red Sun and Blue Moon. This is the only Mega Man Battle Network game I had when I was a kid was Blue Moon. My friends who liked Mega Man Battle Network always were telling me that this was like one of the worst ones, but this is the only one I had. I enjoyed it quite a lot. It went dummy. It's actually yeah. I've heard this as well. But I had a lot of fun with it. Hello, Vettel, also 1 fucking year. Congratulations, my friend. Welcome in. Thank you for the sub. And a buff seagull. Hello as well. Can we shout out Olga too? I played all previous ones too. Are you playing? I know there was a collection released on Steam, right? Mega Man Battle Network is a pretty cool game. It's pretty unique. There are not many other things like it out there. I think it's kind of a unique genre. Check out One Step from Eden. It's that but good and roguelike. I played this. I don't remember when it was. I think it was when it first went into early access. Emails chatted. At the time, it felt a little bit under to me, and it was also really hard. I got my ass kicked. I haven't played it very much since then, but I think I should probably investigate again because I do like this kind of gameplay. It's cool but so hard. Yeah, this is what I remember. It's a good concept though. It's a really good concept. It's a good. I think there's also a notable the only other game that I know in the Mega Man Battle Network genre in the action deck builder RPG genre is I think there's a Toho fan game. There's a Toho fan game called like Shanghai.exe or something, I think. Have you tried the OpenCFace package in Unstable yet? I'm not using the Nix package for OpenCFace at all because I've modified mine a little bit. I'm just using Python package. The hello Wind Up Boy Fade as well. Thank you for the resub as well. Never heard of that before, but they're powerful. Yeah, there are a lot of good Toho fan games. Yeah. So either way, what this means is we can make games now, and we can not care about the platform that they're on. This is like our new main cool engine thing. I didn't have to make any changes to Oob at all, basically, right? Like Oob just uses the same API. And the API that Oob uses is like the quote unquote engine, right? The engine is to make a game, you implement the game struct. You implement the game trait, excuse me. The game trait has various methods, right? Such as update and render. And it provides to those methods a context, which has a bunch of stuff, and a state, which has a bunch of stuff. And the state, has information like, is the key pressed, and other things. It can tell you, is a key pressed? How much time has elapsed? Clear the context has things like clear the screen, right? And also you're just like in an OpenGL context, so you can just like do OpenGL things also. So this is like the main deal now. It's we have like a relatively consistent interface that we can just like make game for, and we can just like build them to run natively now. Like that thing we made in the browser before, the what's the guy's name? What's the guy's name? The what did we call that guy? Fuck. DFO guy. DFO1. What did we call him? What did we call him? Seller. Is there exclamation point seller? This guy here, right? You see this browser game? This is now, we can make a native port of this like trivially. We just have to like put one file in and update some stuff, right? It's really sick. Does architecture matter? x86 versus CISC risk? Do you mean in what sense? Have a fun stream, L. Lurk in, please. Thank you, Schlen again for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I hope. Thank you. Thank you. Do you in what sense do you mean matter? Task 666. Also, welcome aboard. Change palette of Jolly Hat. It's sort of annoying to do this because the way that the palette change works is it works by means of color replacement. Because my normal model is shaded in an extremely flat way, right? It has extremely flat shading. There's no shading basically. So the way the way it works is it just like detects certain colors and replaces them. Whereas the hats, right, is like relatively well textured, right? Like Jonathan Hat is like a kind of a, can we see John Hat? Where's John Hat? Open up John Hat, please. Untitled Blender 4.1. Thank you. Delete cube. Can we go imports? Import. Where is wavefront obj? Wavefront obj. Colonq. Colonq assets. Christmas. Hat low. OBJ. Here's John Hats, and if we apply material preview, can we not run Blender in the TUI? I mean, do we not have the material imported? I might be importing the texture separately, actually. This may be an explanation. Maybe it's not attached in the MTL kind of situation. I don't know. Anyway, Hat is somewhat detailed. Hat has some degree of detail. Like, can we just find the texture, please? Where is this? Assets. Christmas. There's no MTL. It's just the OBJ, and then I'm just manually applying one of these gigantic things. Yes. the hat is extremely high resolution. The hat is probably bigger than the rest of the model. I've been watching VODs by someone who's been developing a game for MS-DOS. It's fascinating. It's almost like writing a full-blown operating system from scratch. Game devs in 2024 really do have it easy with frameworks like SDL. Yeah, I mean, and of course, these things are at very different levels of abstraction. Like SDL and Godot are like, this is almost opposite ends, right? But yeah, a lot of the things you have to do on those old systems that you take for granted these days, right? Like being able to get input in a sane way, fucking memory protection, right? Having a hello hello, Talon 1024. Also, by the way, sorry to just like immediately start ranting as soon as I see the thing. What do you say? What do you say? You just use the CPU for everything? Yeah, I mean there are you know. The thing is, syncing this, like, you can still just use the CPU for everything, right? It's just a question of what you get out of it, right? You want to use the GPU because it's good, it's useful, right? It's not a burden, right? You want to do it because it lets you draw more pixels, right? It lets you like draw more pixels faster, and even still, right? You can easily have a 1080p 60 FPS game all on the CPU, right? CPUs are fucking fast now, right? Like, it depends on what you're doing with it, obviously, but you can at least make a little 2D game and just blit pixels. This is still a possibility. Metallic hat. Yeah, this is just, I don't actually use any of these other things because my renderer is not like a full, the word for this is PBR, physically based rendering. A lot of assets you download will have this stuff, right? They'll have this stuff. They'll have a bunch of, like, so albedo is just the base color. I don't actually know what low is. Yeah, it's what it's based on. And then there's like metallic, normal, roughness, and ambient occlusion textures. This is this thing called physically based rendering. Just say albedo. Yeah, I'm sorry. Is it albedo? I don't know. I don't know words. I'm sorry. Like, how many times do you say that word? I'm sorry. Like okay, the only context where I would ever have said that word before is in the context of the Overlord anime character, I think, right? The character from the Overlord web novel. And I don't jack off enough to talk about that. I'm not talking about the latest and greatest sex characters from anime. So, like, I don't know. I don't make the rules. Alibaba, new AMD CPUs have crazy strong graphics units nowadays. It's almost like a GTX 1070. It's also used in climate science. I see. Thank you for the streak, Lucky Bear thing. And also hello, Savage Banana Soup. You have heart now. I thought this was the sex anime. It's easy to get mistaken. This is easy to mistake it. Cool metal plate. Yeah. I don't know. This is the idea. I don't do this very much. I have, in the things I implement, I tend to have simple shading or no shading. In fact, the model renderer here is unshaded. It is only rendering the albedo, the plain color. It does not do any sort of lighting or occlusion or shadow or like anything. This is a chase programming stream. And this is one of the most, I think like, I don't know, maybe even unironically, one of the least sex type streams on Twitch. I have 86 arms. You're so good at wait, actually, or false? Is this real or is this false? You're farming spider masks. You just keep picking up spider masks. Is this the gameplay? I see. Perhaps they should not stack like this, but maybe they should. This is kind of good. It's oubliette of spider mask. Yeah. Okay, so that's like the main thing. We have native builds of gaming. I have been, and I was inspired to finally, if you recall, I was thinking about this before, and I like eventually like I bit the bullet and went for it. Notable lessons learned in the thing. BPM counter affected the tempo. This would be interesting. I think we could maybe, it'd be hard to do. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. We probably are just like telling FFmpeg that at some point, like how fast to go. So like we could just like, multiply it all, right, or divide it all. Like there's probably an option for this somewhere. A feast, a burden to the table. Okay. The main point of annoyance here, actually. Can I get a who? The main point of annoyance is I thought I was going to get away with a little more sharing of things than I did. And this is maybe a word for the I don't know, a word for the something. a lesson I have learned is a lot of Rust stuff feels super unstable, right? And I don't mean this in the sense of like, you know, epic callouts and ownage and people being this stuff that this stinks, right? It is hard to make software, right? And Rust is a young language. But like I'd already encountered this, like a lot of like libraries in Rust, like including like relatively core stuff. Hello Ibako D also, thank you for the streak. Meow indeed. They like change their whole shit every like minor version or something, right? Like they change their whole shit constantly. So notably, I was looking. The one I think about when I think of this is WInit. Yes, the monthly WInit rant. WInit did directly fuck me on this one, the 0x539. WInit is insane. I don't know what is going on there, but like there's like the amount of complexity that I don't know. Maybe it's warranted. Either way, I use WInit for the WASM build of this game, right? If we look into lib.rs, you'll notice that in the target WASM32, we are using WInit window builder, and then we are getting the window of this, and we are getting a WebGL context by checking a canvas. You know, we're doing activities. I thought I would be able to reuse much of this. I thought we'd be reusing much of this WInit stuff for native. Is this oob? This is oob. Hibako D, we have a native build of oob now. This is the thing I did over the weekend. I made it so you can now build native oob binaries that are kind of cool actually. And especially due to the way that we're doing assets on OOB now, that we just bake all the assets into the thing, like they're standalone as well, right? So hopefully, ideally, like I you know, who knows the best way to ship a Linux binary, but I think what we will be doing is we will be shipping something that basically only depends on you having SDL and OpenAL installed. Like you and of course their respective dependencies, right? Common stuff like libog and like x11 libs and like libpng. I don't, the regular stuff, right? I don't, you know, there's only so much you can, but we can ship just a single binary that is relatively small, and it will run on the places. And on Windows we'll probably do the same, but we'll ship a bunch of DLLs next to it, like SDL. Hello Dr. Glitchy Television, welcome. And Calamity, also welcome in. You can go static link. You can't really go static linking for these things, right? Because you can't statically link against a lot of stuff sensibly. Like SDL, yeah, SDL might let you do it. I don't know if you can still get libgl though. SDL GPU might change the game. Hello, Up Oov, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You can have you turned it into a Nix package or whatever it's called? Yes, I have this sort of built in. You can do OpenGL with static binary. Yes, we will, like, there are perhaps options. This would be ideal. Shared ones don't share the same file because they're different things, kind of fundamentally, right? Like a static library, like a .a. Do you mean like a .a versus a .so? I guess they could be the same, right? It's oftentimes it's different code also, because like people write, yeah, the position independent code thing is relevant perhaps. Like there's no reason why you probably couldn't, like you probably could statically link against a shared like against a shared library, right? Like in principle. I wonder if you can in practice. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you can. You need to try Nix. Haven't figured out how to install Arch. Small steps. Yeah, I like, hell yeah. You already have address patching when loading programs. Yeah, I would have to think about it a little bit more. We should try this. Yes, this is maybe a little bit on theme for today. Actually, we have not even announced the thing that is on theme for today. I go have a good day. Thank you, Ellie Shy. This is please, you have a good day as well. We'll see you around. The main thing is left you remain. Okay, the main thing, Ellie Shy, is I want to explore in proc FS a little bit today. What I want to do is, I had this idea of something I've been encountering a lot recently, is like desiring a way. This is totally off anything, right? This is purely just like, I thought this would be cool yesterday, and I'm like, let's play with that a little bit maybe. Who knows if, you know, the winds of change continue to blow. You know, we'll see how it actually unfurls. But like, I think what I want to do today is I want to build a little tool for reading live memory of processes, and see if we can do something interesting there. And maybe also build some stuff for visualizing that in Emacs. Is the proc and nix normal? Yes, it's totally normal, right? Proc is just kernel supplied, right? I believe. So like this should not be weird file system stuff. I built this the other day trying to debug gigantic pages. This is interesting, right? I think of this in particular in the context of, I don't know, like we do some game hacking from time to time. Hello, ModClonq. ModClonq has draped herself over my shoulders. I'm being hello, thank you. Embedded an elf loader in the main binary, which loaded an embedded native binary for a native FFI interface. I see. Hello, mom. Yes, this is my mom. The
no, I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh no.
That's somewhat horrible. That's somewhat
okay.
horrible.
Mom Clonk is probably fine. That one I'm okay with.
Mommy, sheesh. Address sanitizer maps 20 terabytes per process.
People, but probably not you.
Probably not me.
No.
It's over. L-bit. Yeah, we gotta abort. We gotta back out of this one. Made of dough. Made of money. Yeah.
Oh, I wish.
The yeah, damn. You were telling me the other day.
I don't want to work anymore.
You were like, we need to become game developers.
Yeah.
You gotta hop on Blender, bro.
Mauled.
It's time to hop on Blender. The git reset or something. Yeah, we gotta git reset dash hard. This Thank you. Hello.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Hello.
Okay, reset. SDL just had a major revision. Yes, it is continuing. SDL3 continues. I was also looking a little bit at SDL3 over the... SDL3 is seeming quite promising. I had not investigated... Oh, please continue.
You didn't let me send my pictures of my scones yet. I
did not send the scones.
Cinnamon raisin one. What OS? Your mom? I'm not his mom.
Yes, this is my wife. hello, Peercoin. Also, this is Peercoin false. Excuse me.
And I use Mint.
you went Mint mode.
What OS? They were delicious. I made 16 of them, and they were gone in like 3 days. It was crazy.
Yeah.
We liked them.
We liked the scones. The scones were powerful.
Mom?
Where was mom? It's over.
Sorry.
No more OS2 support. It would be perfect if they had web GPU support. Yeah. I mean, like, it's cool either way. It's fucking cool as hell. What? Okay, you're gonna sleep?
Today is a nap day. I'm so
You smell
tired.
like pickles.
I ate pickles.
You
with
ate
my lunch.
pickles? I see.
My lunch was peanut butter and jelly.
Have clotted cream. No clotted cream, alas. Wasn't able to get it working in any browser.
Yeah, so these are more American style scones, so they're a little sweeter.
I feel like
less biscuit.
I feel like web GPU is not quite baked yet, right? It's not quite baked yet, right? It's a little it's a little far from real. Hello, low effort ZZZ. Yeah, it needs a couple of years, right, before we get there. Anyway, SDL3 has this really promising thing where instead of using any of these things, you can use SDL GPU, which I have been informed about by people here. And SDL GPU is like a somewhat Vulkan-ish API that like you can use that is kind of an abstraction layer over many different things. Rebase, yeah. We've rebased into French. We've become French instead. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully simpler to use. 163 FPS in editor. FPS. What is this? What is this? Frames per second. The heart. No, this is Nicola R. Hristov. They know. Oh, they know already. So anyway, this is maybe promising to do. I think this works on the browser as well, right? What's your favorite DPI?
Such a funny question.
I think I try not to think about DPI. I like chromatic aberration. Yeah, we go for ambient occlusion. We go for elaborate screen space effects in our Emacs. We go for screen space reflections. 69. What does DPI actually mean? It's dots per inch, which is a horrible thing. Dots. It is dots per inch. Yeah. No, that's real. No, I'm actually not lying. That is real. What the fuck is an inch? Yeah. There's also, we need like dots per centimeter or something. Dots per meter. The pixels per inch. Yeah. This is like, I don't know. I try not to think about it since I don't really look at screens. I inhabit, you know, I like, it's just pixels. It's just pixels. I don't care. Actual tragedy, you can't slant the EXWM window like Comp is. Yeah. DPCM reads awful. Yeah, perhaps. That a point in font sizes is 1/72th, 1/72nd of an inch. Is this true? Talking about mouse, I don't know. Issue with OSF where the tracking is lagging way behind. No, I don't know. OpenCFace has always worked fine for me. I guess I do have a GPU here that I think it does use. It might be all on CPU actually. I've not, like, it basically worked out of the box and was fast for me. I never really had difficulties. It's kind of like that what glue, GLFW, whatever from before times was to OpenGL versions, but now for a modern pipeline like explicit object management. Yeah, and you only need one thing is the other thing, right? It's good, especially if we're able to like statically link SDL and it can at runtime handle loading like whatever Vulkan. This is really strong. This is really strong potentially. I'm watching this with bated breath. It might actually be worthwhile for us to like. I have not done much Rust FFI stuff. It might be kind of fun to like write our own little wrapper for this and do some stuff and see if we can make like static binaries and also WASM builds on the same code base. This would be extremely enjoyable. I think when I end up exploring like more graphics stuff, we're gonna do it on top of this thing. Doesn't allow to use HDD partition as USB to boot. It's so niche, but still. I don't know what you mean by HDD partition as USB. This seems a little scary. This seems a little bit scary. The DPT point before the size of a point varied. I see. Measure in angstroms. Who knows. Anyway, this is the forbidden hard disk USB. WASM and static binaries in the same code base. Yeah, I mean this is the appeal though, right? It's hello Colonq, right? The appeal is that like I can build binaries that I can give people and they work on their machine, right? I did write a little script for this and like it should work on most machines, right? I have what is this native release guy, which builds a native release and then strips it and then denixifies it, right? So on Nix you have to do some Nix binaries are a little bit different. They have this, so if you have a binary on Linux, right, it has certain metadata baked into it, right? It has the interpreter path, right, which is kind of the path to the loader, right? Like it points to something, and it also has an R path, right? And the R path is like kind of a baked in LD library path. So like you might know that like when you run a dynamic binary, right? If I say LDD, like what was that thing we just ran? If I say LDD that, right? Timidus in the Discord can't join the stream, but is giving their greetings. Hello, Timidus. I will in fact relay my greetings back. Hello, Timidus. Hope you are well. Good luck with your day. Maybe that's weird to say. Let's just say hope you are well. This is perhaps better. When you have a binary, right? Like this is a dynamic binary, right? This file that we are looking at here, right? It is an ELF 64-bit LSB PIE executable. I don't know what the LSB is here. The PIE is position independent, right? It has sysv colon convention, right? Dynamically linked, and it tells us the interpreter even. It tells us the interpreter is nix store long hash glibc 2.39-52 lib ld linux x86 64.so.2, right? It tells us all this information, right? This binary, right, has information in it. There's information in this binary, least significant byte. I see. The Linux standards base. Is this the case? I can believe in either of these things actually. These libraries are not part of the binary, right? It has to find these things at runtime, right? It looks these things up at runtime based on their name, right? It's based on this name of the thing, right? It's basically going to look for a file with this name. And where it looks is controlled by a variety of things, right? Typically, there are a few things that control this. Your linker typically has, if you're on a normal Linux system, I believe there's typically a file called ld.conf. Maybe ArchWiki has this information. Can we shout out Irish John Games? Also, we have to fire back. We have to fire the cannons back. I should fire up my Silicon Graphics manual and check. This is worth considering, perhaps. ld.so.conf. Yes. Thank you, Liquid Cake One. Welcome, Liquid Cake One. You have the right of ld config arch manual pages. Yes. So on typical Linux systems, right, you are installing libraries globally. So what you have is this global like search cache and like directory configuration where it tells you like where certain libraries are to be found, right? Like you have this etc, you know, like you have this thing, right? You have this ld.so.conf, right? This is common. On Nix, you do not have this, right? Because you do not have any libraries installed globally. So there's nothing to put there, right? So how else can you control this? Well, one thing that's often extremely useful is there is an environment variable called ld library path, right? You can set this path to a certain, just a list of directories, like your normal path. You can set it to foo, bar, user lib baz, right? And like you set it like this with colon separated kind of deal. And what this will do is it'll cause it to look for libraries here first. I don't know the exact search precedence order, but like you can basically do this instead. This is extremely useful a lot of the time, right? A lot of games do this on Steam, and if you download like a native Linux game from itch or GOG, a lot of the time in its folder there's the game proper, right? There's the game binary, and there's also like a script that starts the game. And frequently that script, instead of just like what it does is it sets up ld library path to like say, okay, like put some local directory that came with the game that has a bunch of libraries in it, a bunch of .sos with our dependencies in it, on ld library path, and then run the binary, so the binary can actually find its stuff, right? Because if you run a binary and it doesn't know, it can't find one of these names, it won't run, right? It'll complain, it'll give you an error, right? This is the way of it. So what else is there? There's also a thing baked into the binary itself. This is the final point of interest. There's a thing baked into the binary itself, and this is used less often, I think, right? Nix uses it heavily. I don't see it as much for like things like game, like a game distribution or something like this. Yeah, we're elfing it up a little bit, because I believe it can only be absolute paths, all of this stuff, right? And if you have a script, it's easier to like get the absolute path to the current directory, right? Whereas with this, you don't really have like computational ability to compute that, right? Yeah. Oh, is this actually okay? Good. Our guess was correct. There's this thing called rpath, and rpath is basically just ld library path baked into the binary itself. And like a lot of the time you don't need this, right? You can just have an empty rpath, right? You can just have like, I don't actually know where this is used at all in like a typical Linux distribution, but Nix uses it very heavily, right? If I say this is a binary built on Nix, right? So if I'm wondering where, like, how does it know that libxau is Nix store this hash libxau I probably have like 5 different things in my Nix store that all have this, and it's certainly not searching all of them. Well, the reason it works this way is if I say patch elf print rpath that, right? You'll see that the lib in the outputs folder is on the rpath, and then also like a bunch of these things in the Nix store are on the rpath. Apparently you can do this. Oh gosh, this is sort of horrifying. And you'll notice that not all of those libraries are on here, but these things, this kind of goes recursively, right? Because these, like, libxau is not a direct dependency, it's one of the dependencies of SDL. So if we look in there and we say libsdl sdl2.0.so.0 and we check LDD on that again, that has its own dependencies. And if we say patch elf print rpath that, then here's all of these, right? And this guy has like libx11 and all these Xinerama and all these things, right? This is how it works, right? This is how libraries are found, right? In general, it works this way, right? You have a dynamic binary, right? It has a bunch of libraries baked in that need to be loaded at startup, right? The system searches these paths for libraries with the appropriate names. There's a little like name resolution scheme for this. It loads them in, right? And in turn, of course, it checks those libraries, and if they have dependencies, right, it also finds their dependencies using the same kind of search functionality. This is exciting, right? This is the method. So one thing to consider about this is like, I don't actually know how a non-existent rpath interacts on, like, typically if I'm shipping a binary for not Nix, I just clear the rpath, right? Because the rpath for our OOB binary that we built here is like specific to Nix, right? Like these paths are like baked in, and also this path in like my direct. I assume it just ignores them. Exceedingly naughty right now. Should this stream be age rated? Wait, huh? Ayo, is this huh? Are we have elf is elf vulgarity, elf obscenity. This is a bit fearsome. I usually just clear this. What's more important than the rpath, though, in the context of this Nix stuff, is the interpreter, right? We established before that there's this interpreter here, this interpreter path. We're taking clothes off of the elves. Yeah. This interpreter path. This tells the system how to actually load the binary. I have not experimented with it before, but like, I assume you can do unholy things with this interpreter path. This is maybe also kind of fun. It has one DE, one desktop environment. Is this true? Yeah, you can probably do deeply fucked up things with this, right? I wonder actually if we could bake our bad apple stuff into elf files and have a custom interpreter. This is, yeah, writing a loader would be neat. This is the terrain of bad actors. Let's actually add that to the docket somewhere. Like let's just write, maybe worth considering. Actually write the bad apple info inside an elf binary and set custom interpreter. Surely this gets flagged by I mean, what malware things? Hello Chixie9901 also. Hello. Boot up a scripting language with elf interpreter path. Yeah, like if you just put like I don't know what it gives the interpreter and how it interacts with the interpreter. I assume like the interpreter is like a shared library itself. So like I don't like I want, you'd have to like wrap the interpreter somehow, but like I wonder if you could like put Perl source, right? If I just like put Perl source, the bytes for like Perl source inside of a symbol in an elf file inside of text, and then I wrote a little wrapper around Perl that loaded that, like you probably have to like in that like load a symbol with like a given name. Open up the interpreter and see what symbols it's exporting and see what's getting called. Let me look at this real quick. I mean, we could do this. We can do this. We could probably explore this. Yeah. So before we go too far off the rails, however, yeah, reading source probably better than Ghidra. Binary.golf. I'm entering your realm. Hello, Ragnarok DX as well. Binary Golf Grand for annuals. Oh, this is like small binaries comment. This is exciting. I've seen a little bit of this before. This is cool. This is cool. DL start _C. Yeah. So this interpreter path is what makes this binary not work on non-NixOS, right? If I mail you this binary, if I burn this to a CD and I send it to you over the mail to you, this will probably not run on your machine. Even if you have Nix, you probably don't have this exact hash of glibc installed. It's not going to work for you. What the fuck is this? This is main, but for John interpreter called by Mr. Kernel. I see. Yeah, I don't know the exact interplay between like the kernel and the like the user land loader in this. Is this what you would call this? I don't know. Hello, Blazy Knights. The oob.yeeted if Windows Defender scans it. I see. I've been experiencing a lot of Windows Defender. Windows Defender just like is very strange in that it doesn't give up, right? I have been playing some video games recently, right? On Windows PC. I've been playing some games that I will not mention on Twitch television. And one of the games I'm playing, I'm doing some DLL injection stuff to play the game. And I have like a little custom launcher thing that facilitates the DLL injection. It's Warcraft related, Exor Xavier. And when I launch like every like once a week, Windows Defender picks up the game and like quarantines it. And I have to go in manually and say, okay, restore this, please. It's not a Trojan. This is not evil. It's just doing things that look evil. And for some reason it doesn't remember this decision, and it just keeps doing it over and over and over again. Like it keeps quarantine. I have to restore it like every time I start the game, because it keeps like automatically removing it. Use Win 11. I'm on Windows 10. I'm on unactivate. It just assumes you're dumb. Yeah, it just assumes that I'm like. It doesn't trust me as a user at all. Like, just let me play my gaming. You can exclude folders. Yeah, this is probably the correct play. Hello, Luna Paradox. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah. This is why I don't use Windows. Yeah, I don't know. I don't tend to, but it's become. I use it for gaming a lot. Right. I always have my Windows VM up. Right. It's just convenient for this thing. Oh, other things that may be happening this weekend is there may be gaming. So somehow I am well known as that guy who, you know, I never link up typically. My level of link up on Twitch is quite low. I am not often linking up and building and things like this. The where's the future.org? Old Future 7. The future. Let's close. Can we close all the rest of these? No, we'll just leave them all open. This weekend, which is I don't know, 12 14 or something like this. 2024 12 14, kind of like this. Hello, Vera Simila. You also want to exclude Defender from the folders to prevent it scanning during compilation. Yes, this seems fearsome. Like the cost of this, even like the performance of this. I assume this is what you mean. This is kind of scary. Control X dot to insert. I don't know if I have that bound. I don't have that bound. Clearly the conflict of interest, but what are your thoughts on learning Emacs? I liked how you find it useful, and I'm trying to get to know whether it fit me. Not with Emacs, but with SpaceMax. I think it's best to just like tinker, right? This is the best thing in general. Just try using it, right? And if you like a thing to consider doing is like, if you encounter something you don't like, try and see about changing it rather than tolerating it. Right. I think it's like, I don't know, with other systems, right? There's probably something to be said about doing it its way, right? Like if you're learning Vim, right? You probably don't want to be like, oh, I'm getting frustrated, I'm just using the fucking arrow keys, right? Or whatever the thing is, right? This is like, because kind of the benefit of Vim is like there's a particular way of doing things that like ostensibly is more efficient when you learn them, right? This is kind of like the cell, for Vim. The cell for Emacs is not this, right? The cell is not like a particular set of key bindings or a particular set of whatever, right? The cell is, you can customize it to make it do whatever you want, right? So if you encounter something that's like weird or strange and you're like, oh, I don't like that, I don't like how that key binding is, I don't like how this mode works, I don't like how exactly this behaves, right? It's worth considering, like try to learn to change that. I think this is a good approach, right? Just try and make it work the way you want it to. And like, yeah, and probably expect to learn elisp too, because like I feel like writing elisp is like very, very, yeah, this is important. This is very useful. Have you tried Nixt? I have not tried Nixt. We're aware of Nixt for sure. I used to be a big fan of one of the people involved with Nixt is I think they're called Ambivar. I used to read their blog a lot. They especially when I was first getting in Emacs. I think they've since deleted it all, but I like this. This was my itch as well. Yeah. Emacs, you know, this is it's pretty decent for Haskell, honestly. It's comparable to other things these days now that there's LSP. Decided to bug and break my 25+ streak, even though I haven't missed a stream in a while. Thanks, Twitch. I'm sorry to hear this. This is unfortunate. I apologize. Either way, welcome. It's great to have you. These silly FOMO features. These are nothing. At the end of the day, it's nothing. Okay. Yeah, this weekend, potentially, specifically Saturday, potentially 2 collaboration situation. Like I don't often do these things, right? Because people like just like don't ask me to. And I don't care to ask, you know, like I'm not much of a gamer, you know. I don't get out there gaming very much. Back from interviewing someone roughest so far, oh dear, roughest in a oh dear. We may be gaming. I don't know the exact form of the first gaming yet. We'll TBD on that. The second gaming, I probably will be playing Pico Park with. It'll be a whole thing. I'll say in the Discord, but there will probably be gaming on Saturday. I'll be up to no good online. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting for sure. Hello Stoic Mana also. Instantly get pulled into, yeah. This is why I refuse to do this, Chlorgal. Factorio is off limits for me, as well as particularly addictive and uncapped MMORPGs. Things like OSRS, they are off limits for me because they would be life ruiners. Hello Lotus Kuchin. Have you played NFSMW 2005? What is this? What is? And Freefall was saying something about I'm too used to Cocoon. Is this the thing? Cocoon. No, it's a different way than you think. Oh, Need for Speed Most Wanted. I have not played this. I haven't done a whole lot of racing, I think. Also in 2005 I was 8 years old. So I did not have much opportunity for this, and I did not have electricity at my house. So the World of Warcraft Underground, yeah. Hello Brighter Malfin also. The not a racist. Yeah, we try to avoid racing. You what? No electricity in 2005? No. I basically, me having consistent electricity is sort of congruent with me getting consistent computer access. Are we Formula 1 today? Maybe so. A few more years and we will have some sort of apocalypse. All we will be worried about is trying to grab unmolded bread. You play OSRS strictly, but the thing is, if I play it all, I'll be thinking about the game all the time, and like you've seen how hard it is to cure this rot already, right? Like I went like 1 week like obsessed with World of Warcraft again, right? This is fearsome. You should be careful getting sucked into games. Exactly, mColorDex. Exactly. It's too. The risk is too high. The risk is simply too high to do this. Interesting as NixOS config files. I don't know about this. I think in general, like, I don't know. Gonna go. See ya. Goodbye, Slendy Dev. Thank you. If you have flour, you can make bread. I use Nix BTW. Something like this. Can we shout out my friends also? I need to keep the cooldown. I need to learn to keep the cooldown running again. I don't know. Brilliant auto reply. Yeah, it goes that way. Anyway, so what's like the deal today? We're gonna poke with some stuff. I want in the continued quest for better debugger. I want like better way to look at memory. I started FF14 a couple of months ago, and all my free time now belongs to Square Enix. The thing about FF14 though is that Lazy Nights. The thing about FF14 is that it's it's so good according to ModClong, is that it's capped, right? There is sort of an upper limit on the amount of time you can spend on FF14. In the sense that like FF14 is largely a single player story RPG, right? Like basically the game is you play through the plot, which is like basically like 5 single player RPGs at this point. It's like a bunch of single player RPGs that are 50 hours long in a row. And then like the actual like end game that is the usual hell MMO situation. Hello, a pleasant moth as well. Thank you for the follow, and also Ascento, welcome in. Like this is yeah, like the actual end game is like social activities, which I don't find as compelling, and like you do the raids once a week. It's just very, yeah, OSRS, it's so far out that it would be like it's thousands of hours, right? It's like it's too much. Yeah. 14 can be like a lot when you're just playing, but it's not really any more than if you're just like, oh, I'm gonna play through Final Fantasy 5 through 8, right? Like it's like this. Through classic WoW hardcore, and it's never been better. Slop injected right into my brain. Yeah, it's sort of I've been playing WoW recently for sure. I'm like level 41 now. I've been slowing down a lot. I barely played last week at all because I've been too sucked into fucking programming is the thing, right? I'm too like I've been doing too much bullshit, and I have been, you know, gaming. My gaming time has suffered for it, which honestly is probably for the best. I'm sort of waiting for a few other people playing to catch up, but like we'll see. Gotta drive home. Enjoy. Please, safe travels, Brenner Malthin. Had in-game programming as a mechanic. It sort of does in the sense that it has like a Lua API. Although I haven't played with it too much on the modern iterations. On the classic iteration. It does have this. It's just it's fortunate that it isn't so compelling, right? Like I feel like, I don't know, there's probably interesting things I could make, but I don't really have crazy ideas for WoW add-on development, I guess. So like this is, you know, made a computer in Terraria. Yeah, this is quite a cool thing. Like what is the okay, I'm trying to determine if there are other things that are going on. Oh, I did another thing also. I'm working on a website. I'll kind of, I'll spoil a little bit on this. I can spoil a little bit on this guy. Can we get pull? Can we nvarc reload? Can we nvarc allow and see how long that takes to run? I'm working on a little bit of a website. It seemed like we needed a website for things. I don't know. I did a little bit of this yesterday. This might take 1 hour to install. This pop-up on the bottom of this. Oh no, it's quick. Hello, VG Mark D. Welcome in. Launch the card. Pupte bark. How can you focus during Super Idol? Because I'm in tune with ignoring it. Inspired by Fox Girls TM. Is this what is this Fox Girls TM? I don't know about this. Technical machine. If I just say, does this just work if I say make? Oh, that one, the link before. Hello, Soda Coma. Also, welcome in. I can't redeem hair change. You cannot? You should be able to, Soda Coma. Welcome in, Soda Coma. How is life? We can compile a lot of pure scripts. It's gone. It's called palette swap hair. It should be there. It's here. If I say red, right? It's right there, I think. You can also, if you don't like redeems, if Twitch is broken for you, you can also use the new menu system. You can register with Twitch you can link your Twitch and obtain Colonq credentials, and go to secure.colonq.computer/menu, which allows you to perform redeem activities in an extremely convenient manner. Oh, you're not authorized now. Let me add you to this also. I could have sworn you were. 1 second. If you resend, it should work now. Dumb, it's right there. Yeah, just send that again, because there's like a validation system for video. Maybe I'm confusing. Maybe I'm like, wait, Sodacoma has been here, has boosted a bunch and is validated because they are I know you. Where do I know you from, Sodacoma? Are you from the Slab Zone? Are you a Slab gamer? I think this is the case, right? Maybe. Hello, Lurry Lou. Also, I can finally begin work. You have the coolest model I've ever seen. It's seamless to watch. That is extremely kind of you, a pleasant. Thank you. that's Slab Hina Snorl. Okay, I see. I understand now. This is a zone that I am well acquainted with. If you like this, a pleasant moth, we have an IRC. It's a Discord IRC kind of area. It's a Discord with one channel. We talk there a lot. It's kind of nice. That's the main place. That's the main place where we hang out. But no, I am also in this zone. I am also firmly in this zone of individual. Ecto has passed the Slab Man this year by virtue of streaming when I am asleep all the time. By virtue of the starting stream at 3 a.m. technology that causes me to leave it on. This is extremely overpowered. So we have a new thing. Does this actually work? I've been building out a little guy here. If I go into dist green circle test, and I were to say something like Python 3-m http.server, and I were to go to localhost 8000, and I were to browse URL. Oh, the dark mode kind of breaks it a little bit. I have to actually properly adjust to the dark reader plugin. We should probably make the text in this adjust to the dark reader plugin. But we have green circle. We've been doing some web design, a little bit of design happening here. Hopefully we have proper behaviors. And there's green circle. There's integrated platform for strategic research and development. And I'm building a thing now. I'm working on this. I'm gonna write a custom card for everybody. I'm actually dumb. I see. I made it your eyes. Well, this is how it goes. Well, it paid off at the end. We got there. What are we cutting up today, Colonq? I missed the start because technical difficulties. Well, welcome back, Mickey Dune. I think we're going to play with memory today. The goal is to learn about... We're entering the small world. The world of small things inside of the computer. The world of /proc, right? We're going down to the microscopic level, the cellular level, and we're gonna see if we can figure out stuff. But yeah, the idea here is that it's not fully complete yet. This is going to fetch from the API to see who is currently live. Yeah, perhaps playing, perhaps not. Depends on the nerd snipers. Yeah, it's gonna see who is currently live, and then it'll show a card with like a custom thing written for every person that like links to the stream. It's just a simple like landing page for this base. I don't know. It's something interesting. It looks like ass because of Dark Reader on here. I should probably make it not look like ass. We're dissecting the cell processor. Yeah, we're going PlayStation 3. We're going PlayStation 3 formulation. Yeah, I think this is the final thing I've been cooking on. So my weekend has been this. It's been a lot of advent of code, a lot of web stuff, some degree of web stuff, and then a lot of making the thing build natively. I've been thinking about the native builds a lot because of... Do you know about Billy Basso computer? Have you heard of this? Have you heard of Billy Basso? Of Billy Bass. This is, you know about this? Hello, LG. Welcome in. Speaking of LG, shout out to LG. One of the greatest to ever do it. Who is Billy Basso? Is he American? Billy Basso is the developer of a video game called Animal Well. Do you know the one? This guy, Animal Well. It came out earlier this year. On May 9th. On May the 9th be with you. And I played this game on release and I enjoyed it quite a great deal. It's I think it's sort of we talked about it then, right? We've been doing this for so long. We talked about it that it's funny that like we have such like oh yeah, we did talk about it contemporarily. A month that made it in my memory. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear this, but this is this makes sense. It was developed by Shared Memory and published. This sort of became notable because it was published by Big Mode, which is Video Game Donkey. No, it's this kind of thing. Aminal, yes, like this. Shared Memory is in fact not a big. It is in fact one guy. It's a one guy situation. If I search for Billy Basso, if we search for Billy Basso, he's done interviews and things. He's done some stuff. But I had heard a little bit. Animal Well is interesting for a few reasons, right? It's a cool little. Can we find how it looks? Does animalnotwell.net show how it looks at all? They have the rating trailer, how it looks and sounds. It looks quite good, right? It has a really good look to it. It has a lot of effects, right? There's a lot of cool things that like shake and move around and things like this, right? It has a cool thing where actually if you move the game window, like the vines and stuff shake inside of the game. It's very cool, you know. It's a cool little game, right? And it's a very like exploration focused puzzle platformer thing, right? It's cool. The game is small. The game is small as fuck. The game is 33 megabytes. Or something like this, which is also extremely cool. And it is this way because it's like I was aware of this, of course. Like I installed the game and I was like, you know, this is cool. This is it's neat that it's small, right? And like of course it's a custom engine, right? Because I'm sure like Hello World project in Unity or Godot is like what is the smallest Unity build, right? That you get. I would be shocked if it wasn't 100 megabytes. Like even that's probably low. 5 gigabytes, 200 megabytes. Yeah, that sounds about right. 200. If I were to guess and I was being a little cheeky, I would say 300. Right. This is like you're not getting below 300. Godot maybe is smaller, but like even still, right? Like I mean, and this thing is like it's kind of cool. The thing I learned is that this is like this. I've been watching. I sort of filed this fact away mentally and I was like, oh, this is cool. It's very inspiring. This person like made this thing from scratch, made an engine, you know, made a cool game that's good and is successful. And like, that's a great thing, right? The cool story, right? The itch.io's web player has a limit of 100 megabytes, so it can't be quite that big for web builds. I see. Yes, Unity has web build. I understand that. So it's probably smaller. I wonder what the difference is. I wonder if they do something interesting. Ain't your grandpappy's megabytes? Yeah. I watched a bunch of interviews, which is sort of what got me on the native build thing. You know, when it's like 41 kilobytes for the exe is really small. Okay, yeah, Godot may be more powerful in this. 41 kilobytes is shocking, right? I assume there are libraries next to that though, right? There's like a Godot library next to this. We're finally going native. We have native builds of Oob now. Attention span. It got me thinking about stuff like basically I started watching a bunch of interviews from this guy John Basso, and he's in like the thing. He's cool. He's cool and epic. Like he's doing what's the Casey Muratori thing, the handmade thing, which I think is a pretty cool. I have not interacted with this very much, but it seems to me like a pretty cool thing. Yeah, Handmade Hero. He's like from that zone, which is like an insane crossover. It feels like, I don't know, like this is like, I feel like most people know this game as like the video game donkey game, right? This is the donkey video game. But like it's actually also, yeah. I think Handmade Hero is still ongoing. Right. Maybe so. It's like a forever kind of thing. Maybe a 3D engine like 4 years in. Yeah, I don't know. I have not watched it, but like I know it's cool and people like it. But like either the thing like it's neat that there is this crossover of interactions. And I was watching stuff, and now it's making me want to do. The problem with watching things like this is it's making me want to do shit with Oob that is not finishing the game. This is the main deal. It turns into a typical programmer side project. Yeah, I mean it's good though, right? I think it actually is great, right? Like it actually you like I'm sure I would learn a fuck ton, right? And I've been doing this for 10 years. Like I can't like I'm doing this for 15 years. I can't even imagine how much I would like if I was just starting. It's probably insanely good. $250 to the gods, then it sounds like maybe so Pete Eater, maybe so we may owe some to the idol known as Jeff B. Strong opinions on Russ. Yeah, I mean the thing is you have to learn to like look past these things. Perhaps it's yeah, like no one, if anyone's running you out of town for anything like this, like this here's the secret. Here's the secret. There's nothing worth running anyone out of town about in the world of computer programming in general, right? Like it's like getting mad at someone about model trains, right? It's like having killing enmity against someone because they prefer a different brand of model trains, right? It's like yeah, okay. Like it's so far from like this kind of thing that it's yeah, but I'm glad that they're reasonable. I love side projects that halt progress on the main one. That's my favorite thing to do. Oh, you're in for a ride then, A Pleasant Moth. I think we basically have only this. Closed door. I'm being gestured at to close the door behind me because your hands are full. I see. You use MongoDB because it's web scale. Yeah, maybe so. Finishing the game is a meme. Just follow your desire. Making it smaller than do it. Yeah. I get it, attention span. As much as I joke around about this, I totally like. I think me and you, like me and the people, we are on the same page with regards to like what the stream should be. We're good. We're locked in. We understand the nature of the beast. Always be coding. That's all that matters. Yeah. So specifically, the thing I want to implement now that I have the native build. Let me put the native build on the screen. Oh yeah, Oob also is small already. Right, Oob is like the release build stripped is 22 megs, and that's mostly due to the fact that I have gigantic textures. The wall and floor textures are fucking massive. Yeah, so I do want to finish Oob because like we gotta work on the real game. We are required to work on the real game. But like, and also I just want to get it done and out there. So like we will finish, but I want to build engine features basically. Elflands looks like a way cooler game. Yeah, Oob is basically just like a demo project, right? It's a sort of very involved tech demo and a way to explore working with the technologies involved. So what's the thing that remains, right? Let's run Oob native build just so we have something on the screen. This is I don't know, you may have missed this if you weren't here at the start, LG. This is I made the Oob engine. I made it so you can do native Linux builds and probably Windows builds also, as well as the WebGL builds. And this has way better performance on my fucked up NVIDIA Optimus setup now. But yeah. It's pretty nifty. The main thing that costs money. The main thing that costs size of our binaries here is you see how the floor looks really nice. Is that normal mapping? Yes, there is normal mapping in Oob. There's a point light on the character, and there is normal mapping, and there's not much more than that. But like, yeah, big performance hit. Yeah, it's not even WASM. It's the specifically on NVIDIA Optimus and in Firefox. I think it's better in Chrome. But like the passing back and forth of the OpenGL context, like it has to like it like saturates the GPU bandwidth. I think we looked at it in NVTop for a while. Show first person again, yeah. Like it's not an issue with our code at all. It's purely an issue with the configuration. Yeah, you see, right? So like Oob looks pretty fucking nice, and we have like big like the main thing that contributes to the size of Oob right now is like it looks great. Thank you. Is the fact that the assets are fucking big, right? Like the terrain assets are just pulled directly from ambient CG. I'm pulling their lowest res in JPEG, but they're still like you know, like between like a normal map and like the color, which is all we use. It's still like 3.5 megs, right? This is like pretty big, right? These are big ass textures, and I can probably scale these down a little bit because, like, thinking about it, right? The biggest, like, the resolution of the game is smaller than the resolution of these textures, right? If I scale this down to, like, the game's resolution is only 240 by 160, and then it's just upscaled. So like if I scale these down to 1/4 of the size, right? It should be the same visually, basically, assuming I scale them the right way. But then, right, like I assume this should be the case. Like the largest you can possibly see one of these textures is if you're like right up against it, right? And it should be, you know. So I think we can probably make this significantly smaller. We can probably, like, I hope my goal is for the final game, like the final WASM build, at least, to be, I think like 20 megabytes is probably a sensible goal, right? 20 megabytes is the size, right? Upper limit. Because, like, no way, yeah, these are JPEG. They are, the background textures are JPEG. The player character and sprites and stuff that need to be crisp are PNGs, but, like, these are small enough that doesn't matter at all. WebP might compress further if it's somehow supported. We probably could handle that. Yeah, so this is the idea. Draco 3D data compression. This is interesting. This would be relevant for if we had models. The problem is our models are super basic, right? Like, we don't need to compress those. Our models are way smaller. If we go to meshes, right? Like, our biggest model is the stairs down, which is like 4K. I don't even know why this is so. Why is this so big? It's just because it's OBJ, and we're storing them as OBJ text, right? Like they're really small. Like, oh, I guess pedestal. This is a model we download. This is 23K, and we'll replace this shit. The meshes themselves are gonna be super basic because most things, like enemies and stuff, are just like billboarded. Yeah. Textures will be separate. And textures, again, like, it's just a matter of, like, we can just down res them, and like it'll fit. It'll be good. Right now, I think what is the if I do a released WASM build, if I say trunk build release, right? If we go this style a little bit, what is the size of this? This runs WASM opt, I think. So these are quite small. Even with all the textures baked in at the high res. Anyway, I'm rambling about size and things. The main thing I took away from watching a bunch of this, like, I ended up watching a bunch of, like, handmade stuff and a bunch of interviews and things this weekend. What does Blender do by default when I poop out a GLB with textures in it? Is there some default GLTF compression format? I don't know, actually. That's interesting. Like, GLTF just has an image inside of it generally, right? There's just, like, let's find GLTF docs. I wonder what it is. I wonder if it can be a number of different things. Texture data. They're stored in the assets textures array. Yeah, the meshes are uncompressed. Only supports static 2D textures. Should be provided when it's undefined. It should be provided by other means. Can we find images? Images. Each image contains one of a URI, a data URI with embedded data, or a reference to a buffer view. And it supports image PNG and image JPEG. And there's a MIME type. So this is, yeah, may need to manually check. Yeah, so they're actually telling us, like, the PNG and JPEG header. This is pretty funny. This is kind of amusing. And it must match the MIME type, sure. I would just check the MIME type and be lazy. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, so if we build this, like, what is our current thing looking like? If we look at target wasm32 unknown release oob.wasm, that's actually insanely small. How is it less than a megabyte? Is that real? Is that actually real? Huh? How is it that small? What the fuck? This can't be. That's not real. Let's see what's actually loaded over Jonathan Network. What are we getting over Jonathan Network? Okay, it's 24 meg. This makes sense. This makes sense with the textures and things like this. The what is that oob.wasm file? Well, anyway, who knows? Fucking with VTuber 2.0 and 3 and GLTF has solved so many issues I've had with dumb. Yeah, GLTF is so fucking good, right? It feels like a rare. Again, I'm not a pro with 3D and stuff, right? But it feels like a somewhat rare example of like a I don't know, just like an insanely like what a cool thing, right? What a cool thing to exist. Index color PNGs, yeah. And but like for us, like I don't know, like our assets that would be amenable to indexed color are like small enough it doesn't matter. Like we were fine with PNG. Hello Kokoopsy, also welcome in, and 10x programmer. There's a Steam curator list for less than 100 megabytes. Oh, it's less. It says less than 100 megabyte list, and it says oh, this is in the list, less than 10 megabytes. I see. This is like a sub thing. These are actually 10. Okay, maybe we have to aim for 10. Then we're not putting this game on Steam though, so it's not like it will matter. But it would be interesting. Very cool. Very cool. There are some. Nothing I recognize here. Not too many big hits. Make a whole scene in Blender and tag dynamic things with IDs I can select in 3JS and do animations and shit, but do all the light setup in Blender. Yeah, it's pretty fucking sick. I have not explored using it for things other than like the basics, right? I have not been using a lot of like the scene stuff basically. But this seems like maybe a useful thing. Even for like level layout and things like that. I don't know. For level layout, I guess you need like. I guess you kind of do get like nice instancing in like if I recall correctly, you probably can like say there's a mesh of a certain type and then instantiate it multiple times inside of a scene, right? Bat Goblins guy uses GLTF for all the level layout slash design. I did not know that actually. That is Kuju. Shout out Kuju, who is fucking awesome. And is trying very hard to market a game, and I sympathize with this endeavor very strongly. Trying to get anyone to know about the thing you are making is kind of inherently like very trying. Yeah. Okay. I'm so on. Okay. The main thing that I took away from watching all this shit though is I want hot reload. I want hot reload bad. It seems so cool. No worries. This is not a distraction. This is the main topic, LG. You understand. I want hot reload really bad. What? What?
I just heard you say hot reload like
What? I'm embarrassed. Oh, huh? I'm getting bullied here. I don't know about this. You have your AirPods and you can't even hear me. You're inferring what I said. I didn't even say that. Can you hear the re part? I don't know. I don't know about this. Bully the streamer. I don't know. When are we exploring the file system? I mean, we're particularly the idea is particularly exploring the file system that looks like this. That looks like mem. John Mem, and also John Maps. This is kind of the main idea here. This is the deal. Hot and ready in 5 minutes. I don't believe that thanks to Taimisi, I'm able to be subscribed here and enjoy the emotes everywhere on Twitch. So thank you very much, Taimisi. If you're here, it is appreciated. Thank you, Ezriga. This is very kind of you. Taimisi is here. You're inferring what I said. Yeah. You didn't hear me. You have AirPods in. You're not hearing me. Finally, we're filling the 18 plus software and game development niche. Is this stream tagged 18 plus? I think it is, right? Like, can you? I never see it like when I'm not logged into my own account. Like, can you? Does it? It's not. It's not. Maybe it should be. Well, like, is it? I never know. Like, I see some people who like it like blurs their thumbnail and it says like if I look at Twitch right now, if I look on the other screen. Can I go? Let's look on this screen. If I go to twitch.tv, if I go over to Tuvalu, hello, blessed up kid. Like if I go to software and game development over here, and I look down, right? There are like some are blurred. Well, some don't. It doesn't even show. Huh? I was looking on my other screen. Oh, it's because it's sorted in recommended for me. Where's Exodrifter? It doesn't even show Exodrifter when I'm not logged in. There's no Exodrifter. Exodrifter is live, right? Exodrifter _ they are live, but it doesn't like you have to click this and it doesn't, like, I don't want this, right? I don't want this level of warning on the thing, but like I probably do want it to say 18 plus. You got to log in to see adult tagged. It's like a separate, there's so many fucking systems, right? There are many stacks of like systems on top of each other here, and I don't know how to navigate that. Stop showing your I would, this is full illegal though, right? You can't do this at all. Hello Ufa Nim, welcome in. Ufa Nim returns. Hello, greetings. Extreme programming content ahead. Because of Exo logged out because of various reasons. If you have this too, I think just to filter the kids out. Yeah, perhaps. You can't even do that on Kick. Yeah. It's funny that Kick sort of became, I don't know, being blurred SMH my head so hard. Yeah, damn. Anyway, it's unfortunate. Shout out to Exodrifter also, who is cool. Who is cool and a friend. It just feels like there are these little landmines hidden inside of Twitch where it's like you set this option seems innocuous, right? It's like, oh, I'll set the option that says I swear sometimes. Like this is I occasionally say the fuck word. I'm over here saying hecking fuckerinos, right? Like what like the average Redditor, and I now I click that and I'm just like totally shadow banned from the whole world. It's shocking, really. Known to say shit and sometimes also bliss. Yeah, my virgin ears. Yeah. There's a default Twitch thing they want you to enable that disables all chatting except for people without phone number. Yeah, this is also real. I don't know. Who knows? It's probably useful in some cases. So you can't complain too much. But yeah, I think I am gonna implement live reload. Which is not conducive to me actually finishing the game, but it is conducive to like having fun. Right? I think there's a nice wrapper in Rust called lib loading. There's lib loading, which is a cross-platform DL open wrapper where you can basically say, okay, give me path and then get the function. Basically, it does the DL open thing. So I think this is what I will perhaps do, at least for debug builds, at least for Linux. You've read the post, right? I am not familiar with the post. Please share the post. This seems ominous. Hello, Kevin McFly _W and compiling J. Also hi. Who can fucking say, really? Okay, so all of this is sort of related to what I actually want to do. Can we go back to the docket? What's going on here? We have recapitulation. Oh, this is from Faster Than Lime. So you want to live reload on Rust? Why not a safe extern FN? I mean, this is probably like the problem is like I want to reload multiple times at runtime. Right? Like I want to be able to like watch changes. Like ideally the workflow would be like the motivation for it is this, right? I want to be able to change things in the game without totally killing the game state, right? Like certain changes I want to like not be sensible, right? You can embed a WASM runtime. I mean, this ends up being really scary in the web though, right? Because it has a WASM. Like handling that in the web build is sort of scary. Not having a stable ABI makes hot reloading a pain in the ass. I see. Sure, we have Rust dynamic libraries. We have behaviors. We have things happening here. Sure. There's things that occur. Only use the WASM runtime for debug builds. Oh, I see. Oh, load the WASM build oh, I see. This is kind of interesting. Fastest way to learn Rust, just write it, probably. There's like a book and things like this, but like I think it's probably worth it to just like write it and Google stuff when you don't know. The elevated demo, yes. I know there are some extremely small things of this nature. There's that one FPS too. There's the shooter. I always forget what it's called. Fuck. Valorant. Yeah, I wouldn't want to ship the hot reloading. I'm not interested. I just want to use it for like debug purposes, basically. As embed officially now. Yeah. You no longer need to use, what's the tool? XXD. XDD. This guy, you no longer need this. It's this guy. Hot reload without some runtime seems dubious at best. I mean, like, oh yeah, K Krieger. This is the one. This is the guy. This also kind of is a similar thing. This is a long ass post. Damn, this is an effort post here. We were still in section 1. Hot reload in C is pretty simple, especially if it's not cross platform. Yeah, I think like this is probably fine, right? Like we get to assume that this is like the same. Like we get to make a lot of assumptions, right? Like I think ABI stuff maybe doesn't matter. Well, maybe it does matter, but it hopefully shouldn't matter too much because we'll always be guaranteeing that we're using the exact same compiler, right? I don't really intend to like, you know, it doesn't have to be like, it's only for debug purposes. Some really funny things to squeeze it down. Yeah. I think there are text messages because it's the Socratic method. I think they're doing storytelling by enabling you to self-insert on a funny bear character, where then the cool guy glasses can answer questions back and forth to you. And then there's sort of this Socratic technique. It's sort of like when there's Achilles and the tortoise in, what's the one thing? Gödel Escher Bach. When there's Gödel Escher Bach, they have Cool Bear. There's Cool Bear. Hello, Peercoin Real. Welcome in. I thought you were here before, but it was in fact your false machine. My beloved. Yes, it's a good book. Wait, it's actually called Cool Bear. Wait, I was saying this in sort of a tongue-in-cheek style. It's called Tool Bear. It's Cool Bear. They give us Cool Bear's hot tip. There are like characters, and this is good. This is really good. We are supposed to be, so we're supposed to be Cool Bear maybe, but Cool Bear also is talking to us. Totally worth those $50K colon dollars. Yeah, so true. Everyone knows Cool Bear. I mean, this is good. This is kind of good. What's the Rust section going to tell us here? Now some Rust. Okay, we write Rust function. We write greet. We write the thing. We build a dynamic binary. Sure. There's symbols. There's symbols. It's linked against libc. Very cool. It doesn't export anything. We can probably build a dynamic binary if we wish, if we so wish. I don't like it is that running LDD on a binary on an executable actually loads it. I see. I'll be Sleep Bear now. Good night, chatters and Colonq and background MC. Good night, attention span. Hello, Yellowberry HN also. Well, you like analyzing story structure and creates these pockets of info I can actually easily understand, lol. I'm excited to learn more about the code stuff. Thank you. The secret of Pleasant Moth is that we talk a lot. There's kind of a lot of talking happening. Interesting editor works. We use kind of like functional operators, but arranged with a graphical editor, which a lot of artists to use it. Yeah, this is like, it's like SDF, right? Like signed distance fields, right? This is the thing. I assume this is the nice way to do geometry, because it's so much more compact, right? If you want a sphere or something, right? Like what is a sphere in just math, right? Is nothing, right? It's just a radius. It's two numbers, right? It's the center, the location of the center point and the radius. Whereas a sphere in a mesh, right? This is horrendous, right? And you can easily probably derive a mesh, right? You can produce some kind of sensible mesh with some given level of tessellation from the like radius and center point, probably without too much difficulty. I have not done it, but it seems like something you could conceivably do. CSG, and basically normal mesh primitives too. I see. Not even SDF. I see. Maybe I was thinking of CSG, but I was saying SDF. The product.de is also related. I see. Okay, can we see? Okay, they're telling us that it requires dynamic libraries, things like this. You can say link name equals greet. Does this? It's sure, it's linking against things. We can't find the path. We can tell it the path. This is just standard tooling kind of stuff. Boolean ops on 3D objects. I see. In 2024, everything is in embedding. I don't know about this. If you compile Rust for the JVM, I think that has native hot reloading. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Okay, I think we're thinking about it. Yellowberry HN. Constructive solid geometry, right? This is the thing. What is the actual difference between these two things? I think when I'm thinking of this, most composition ops destroy the Euclidean distance property of the field. I see. POV array uses CSG. In fact, assemble. What is this? Compile WebAssembly to JVM and other WASM tools. Oh dear. That's kind of exciting. We ship Java version as well. Okay, I'm trying to find the fucker in this article. Where's the fucker? They don't. Oh, yeah, sure. You don't want to link against this. You want to DL open this. Okay, sure. You can John DL open this. They talk about lib loading here. Sure. It's cool. There's a crate. Sure, you can do strings, lib loading. Yeah, lib loading is cool. I like this. And it works on Windows and Mac OS. Libgreet is still C. Can we make that with Rust? Sure. Do we have that? Can I just say extern C? Can I say pub unsafe extern C? Is that a possibility? Maybe so. Fucker, I hardly know. I see myself out as the best joke of the night. Cool bears, cool lib. How about you compile Rust for the JVM? If JVM are we referencing Java virtual? I mean, we could do it through this thing that was just linked as Rigo. We could do it. I think failure was being slightly silly, but the thing they just linked could allow us to do it. It's a thing that compiles WASM to JVM. Oh, excuse me. 3D fishies with POV array for faster visually prototyping, then ask Claude to convert it to Go. I see. Did this work? Did this work? So okay, is the difficulty that it's difficult to get a Rust? Like I would expect. My expectation would be the ABI wouldn't be too concerning because I could just like make Rust functions that like I wouldn't need to say extern C, but maybe it is concerning. Maybe Rust expects Rust expects it to be like maybe for symbols that are not exported, Rust does not have like a standard ABI. Maybe it's doing like this sort of like whole program optimization thing and like there is no like predictable way to just like call a function with given name. Like maybe this is the case. Maybe this is my guess. Maybe. Gets into that. Okay, there's name mangling. Sure. This makes sense naturally for the name spacing. That sounds like hell. I did say it in jest, but it could indeed work. Okay, it goes, and it works from C in favor of C dilib. Sure, I know about this because you say this sometimes during the WASM stuff. I don't know what it actually means though. I assume it meant C dynamic library. It exports only the libs, the symbols we care about. Sure. How do we reload them? How do we unload? Okay, I assume you can just drop the library. This makes sense also. This makes sense also, maybe. Fishies worked well. I think you saw it when I posted it in your yes, I think you did share this, the fishies. Yeah, the ASCII fish. The cute ASCII fish. This is good. I did say it in jest, but it could indeed work. Yeah. The main thing that would prevent it from working is that we're calling, like, the WASM that we have relies on some Java, like, it calls back to JavaScript, right? And the JavaScript that it calls back to does things that are browser specific. So we'd have to rewrite all of, like, the WASM bindgen support code, which is, like, quite a lot. It would not be very viable to do this compilation. Like, we could compile, like, just the WASM, but it wouldn't be doing very much. It's as many things tend to go, its interesting parts are in its interactions with others, right? Things themselves, you know, who knows what a thing itself is. Things are defined by their interactions with other things, right? Their patterns of interaction. Okay, when it's dropped, okay, sure, this is what we expected. The library is not changing. It doesn't work. Why doesn't it unload the library? Sure. There's reference counting on this. Sort of makes sense, right? Like, it wants to keep only one instance of libraries in memory. It's not mapped anymore. Sure. Sure. There's hell. Okay, there's hell. This would make this sort of naturally makes sense that there's hell involved in this whole situation. What do we have that's causing super hell? It tries really hard to identify loading the same file twice. It's been opened more times than it's been closed. Nothing happens. RTLD no delete. If we load another DSO and some of its symbols are bound to symbols from the first DSO, then closing the first DSO will not unload it because it's needed by the because this guy maybe needs some other fucker. Maybe. There's fear here. There's extreme fear here, probably. This seems like... Okay. Another thing to consider is we don't actually... Maybe we don't need hot reloading. Maybe hot reloading is actually outside of what we care about. Maybe our heart's desire is something different. Maybe we just want... maybe we just want to reload assets. Extreme fear in super hell is crazy. Options exist. LLJVM. Oh my god. Like, I'm sure this is workable. I'm sure this is workable if we were very clever about it. But it may require too much restructuring of the thing to make it go. Assets and shader reloading is all I ever do because I don't want to touch this. Yeah. This is quite fearsome to do, I think. Probably what is actually easier than this is state serialization. Let's actually think about that instead. What if we invert the problem? Faster than Lime Guy for rooting the dream. But what if we just invert the problem and maintain the dream, but inverse, right? I'll get you to write Java on stream eventually. Yes, the return of the Minecraft modding arc. I wrote Closure last night for Advent of Code, and I was like I was shocked by how pleasant it was. Time to bring in Lua. I don't know. Like, okay, here's the idea, right? There are two, like, what is the intention behind hot reloading code? What is the intention here, right? We already have, like, if I go into eShell, what's your nature? What is your nature? Please tell me. eShell here. If I say trunk serve, sexier than normal loading, this is true. Successfully hijacked interpreter. It's kind of weird though, since you can't use ld.so yourself. So it has to be static or not use dynamic linking. I see. This kind of makes sense though, right? If we go to localhost, right? If we change the code here already, right? If we do code change modification, right? Let's make this fit, right? If we go for code modification type change, right? Like, let's make this print something. If I say log info hi :3, right? If I just save there, I already have like a file watcher that causes this to automatically refresh, and now the new code is here, right? If I click this, it'll say hi :3, right? The problem is if I change this again, we lose the state, right? the thing that makes hot reload nice is that like you can kind of stay in the same spot in the game and just like change code incrementally and like see what is, you know, you don't have to like, you can get yourself into a position and then you can kind of test like change things incrementally and do small tests, right? It makes the whole intention of it is to make the testing feedback loop faster. Hello, Big Book of Bug, also welcome in. Struck the whole game. Yes, exactly this, right? So yeah. LG, we got there. So what if we just saved that state, the state of the game, right? And then instead of reloading the code, we just recompile the code and rerun it from scratch normally. But in the debug mode, we have some setting to persist the whole game state, right? This makes a lot of things easier. We're loading data instead of code. It's a lot more obvious, like how to like invalidate things, right? We can just be like, okay, if you know, like we can just have a manual flag that's like, okay, this state's from an older, like, and we sort of need to do a lot of that invalidation stuff anyway on the state, right? Because what is the state that's relevant? It's basically the save file for the game, right? This is something I've been thinking about a lot, right? It's the save file for the game. So like a lot of this shit, like a lot of this UI stuff is like not super important to save, right? And we probably wouldn't persist that. Hot reloading is C3 web game. A Rust DLL with statically exported like structs, so you can still use the same data structures. Maybe. This is fearsome, maybe. Because the problem is it's hard to create that at runtime. Unless I'm misinterpreting what you're saying. Just data and systems. Yeah. The thing is, we already basically have this. In the sense that, like, what is a game, right? This is all of the state of the game. There's no global state. Like, well, there is another state struct that's like the engine state. If I go to Talea, and I go to if I go to state.rs here, if I do this, right, the state that's in the engine, right, is like not important to save, right? It's timing related. I guess there is some stuff we might want to save key bindings, right? Key bindings are probably worth saving, and that's basically it, I think, right? All of this other stuff is like temporary derived state, like in-flight HTTP request state and shit. It's really only key bindings that are relevant. So like, how do you, like, what is the state that we need to persist? It's this key bindings hash map, which is really simple, and that's all. And then there's the rest of it is only this. It's only the dungeon, like, because everything else is things that are like derived, right? Like pathfinding is like it's just like a cache that we recompute from the dungeon floor. Turn state is like, I guess turn state is relevant to save. Turn state tells us whose turn it is, right? But like it's also basically always the player's turn, right? Like this is basically like turn state is basically a rendering thing, right? Because like if you look at how the game actually plays, right? Turns appear simultaneous. Let's find an enemy, right? I'm gonna press W once. When I press W once, the spider moves, the enemies move at the same time that my character moves, right? Because the enemy turn is played at the same time, right? The way it works is we decide on a player move, right? We start the animation for that player move, and then the very next frame, we decide on enemy moves, and we play their animation as well, right? So like the enemies don't have to wait for you to move. He's getting excited. Oh, I am excited. I'm like, this stuff is the best. It's the best, right? What a good world we live in that we can talk about things like this, right? Like it's miraculous. It's fucking miraculous. Hello, Coos, welcome. So this doesn't really matter at all. It's always whenever like it's the player's turn basically all of the time, right? It's the player's turn like right now. It's not the player's turn while I'm walking, and it's the player's turn after this. It might actually be the player's turn while I'm walking. I don't actually know what the exact we could log that probably. We could log it per frame. Where is update? Let's just log info ts. Let's just say this. Let's just say self.turn_state. Basically what I'm saying is I don't think this is relevant information to include in is it turn_state? Yeah. I don't think this is relevant information to include in a save file. Okay. It's player. Wow, the turn state is player. If I'm in here, it's player. If I take a step, it's enemy only while I'm walking. So this is the thing. So if you quit the right, if you quit the game while you're walking, like I don't know, maybe there's some kind of exploit you can do this. I returned from Twitch recap zone. I see. This is making the rounds today, LLLL. Yeah. So I don't know. I think the only state we need to save is those key bindings and the dungeon. The dungeon is. Can I get LSP up, please? I would like to be able to go to definition. Can we go to definition, please? Dungan. Yes, it's true. It's true. Shout out to Yellowberry Harpnets. One of the greatest to ever do it. If we go to dungeon, what is dungeon? Dungeon is like basically just a bunch of data that we can probably serialize without too much trouble. It's enums, numbers, hash map from enum to other struct. This struct is, a vector. It's enum's vector of other struct. This struct is short little sum type, right? Like it's like this is conceivable data to save, right? I say that enough. Big Book of Book. It's for HarpNet, which is Yellowberry's game zone. ImGUI is nice. It doesn't have any UI related state, which is the reason for the game name. Immediate mode avoids duplication of the internal game model and UI objects. I think it's mostly used for user interfaces. Yeah, I have. So for the previous project I was working on, Elfland, I was using ImGUI for all of the game UI. I don't think it's typically used for like actual like UI that you ship necessarily. It's because it's sort of annoying to skin sometimes. It's mostly like people use it for like debug stuff. But Elfland is in a weird situation where the game is extremely low res, and also there's this dithering effect, so it kind of looks very unique even for ImGUI, right? And if I recolored it and stuff, and it was very convenient to use. Hello Jacaba also. Same. Big same. I think when I finish Oob and I move towards, I'm gonna rewrite that previous project on the new engine, because I've learned I wrote that to learn Rust initially, and I have like learned a ton, and like I want to reuse all of this code basically. I just need to port like a few things over. Mostly I need to port like physics, right? And that'll just be like I'll get rapier and parry running, and then it should work. Nuclear, yeah, I've seen nuclear as well. The main reason why I'm gonna move away from ImGUI for that is it's annoying to make it it's very mouse focused. From what I recall, there is like a like, and I want the thing to work well on gamepad, and it's kind of annoying to build a UI that works both with mouse and with gamepad on ImGUI. Like you can do it, but you probably have to write like a lot of custom. Like imagine you here's a common situation for like a menu, right? Like you have a list, like say this one's currently gamepad only, right? Like you want to be able to navigate by like moving up and down and left and right through a menu like this. But ideally you also want to be able to like just select elements with the mouse, right? And just click them, right? That would be quite good, right? To have like dual support, right? So in ImGUI, like if you have like 3 buttons or something, you probably also need some way to like, you need like all kinds of things. You need ways to like signal which button is selected and stuff. There's a whole thing, right? And there is a thing you can enable in ImGUI that does mouse support, right? It's or it does controller support. But it like doesn't quite work the way, like it feels like something that's for debug menus, right? It doesn't feel like something I want to like ship. It doesn't, like it has like it tends to like select like it's hard to make it select only the elements that you want it to, right? And of course this makes sense, right? You have to somehow tell it what you want. You can't read your mind, but like it's yeah, you could modify it, but like I sort of feel like it's going to be better to just do a custom thing. The nav stuff is pretty simple. I see. I'll take out. Yeah, and you're an Imgui head major XOR, right? Your whole editor, dear Imgui. Goodbye, Ezrigo. Also, it kind of goes for sure. But I think what I will do is I will just make my own thing, which also is like kind of a fun project. Like I'm kind of like, I don't know. I've been sort of happy with the way we're doing UI in OOP, in that it feels very flexible. Like that menu we saw before. If I run targets OOP, right? This menu, right? See like these kinds of things, right? This sidebar that pops up and I can navigate through this, right? And then this that pops up and I can navigate through this. Like this kind of menu is like often the sort of menu I want in a game, I guess. And I feel like the way that we've been making these is like kind of good, actually. Like I don't know. Like I kind of like it a lot. And the way that this works basically is we have a couple of like little utility types for helping us track the state, right? Because there's really two parts of UI, right? Like anything. A UI is like any graphical program, right? You can kind of think of it in this sort of like state rendering distinction, right? There's like a state to the UI that dictates like what is the underlying value of the thing, and there's you can take that state and you can display it on the screen somehow. And the thing that often makes this awkward is that there's kind of more state than you want there to be, right? Like there's sort of the domain level state that's like underlying your UI, right? Stuff like for example, something like that would be like what ability are we currently indicating, right? Are we indicating move south or are we indicating move north, right? That's like something we actually care about to like make the game, which of those things is like currently selected, right? So we know if we press the button, which one do we use, right? The problem with UI that is tricky is that there's more state than that, right? There's a lot more state than that, right? So for example, okay, we're gonna go really quick now. You don't blink. If I press D here, this is not just like an integer incrementing by 1 or decrementing by 1, right? That's sort of like how you would naturally want this to be, right? The problem, there's a lot, the additional state here is how far the cursor is between these two things, right? And then like suddenly you're in a whole world of like complexity, right? Because like, first of all, the cursor does appear like midway through between these things, right? In several places, right? What's that all about? And also, it's not moving instantaneously, right? This is happening over the course of, you know, I don't know, a quarter of a second, half a second here, right? There's time, like, and like, suddenly you're in a world of hurt, right? Like it's like what the fuck even is this now, right? Like what is the like keeping track of that is annoying. Async interpolation layer, I don't know if I like it or not. Yeah, so the solution that I've settled on is just like kind of being clear about that, basically having little wrapper types around these things. So what do I mean by this, right? So what this menu actually looks like behind the scenes is if I go into it's probably an update. What is this called? This is called abilities. Here's the menu. Here's all the menu is in update, right? If we're in the update menu, also all the code here is basically the dumbest possible giant pile of ifs. This is the whole code, right? I have an update loop and I have a render loop, and in the update loop I have a big check for various states that it's a big state machine. There are checks for various states that we can be in, and if there are, we handle user input in certain ways. Yes, this is the way that we go. So if we're in the abilities menu, right? If the menu is open and the menu that is selected is the abilities menu, we check a bunch of stuff, right? This is like, okay, if the left key is pressed, if the right key is pressed, if the up key is pressed, if the down key is pressed, right? If these things are true, then we call this decrement thing, right? And if we decrement, this returns like true if the thing actually happened, right? We play a little sound, right? That's that tick sound, right? If we go back over here, right? You hear it? It's hard to hear over my keyboard and the music, but you know, there's a little tick sound that plays. And then if we press buttons, right, we just use information. So how does this actually lead to like the animation happening, right? This feels like pretty similar to like, you know, this feels like how I want to write the menu. I like all that underlying state is just like hidden away, right? All this is saying is like, okay, if you press directional keys, you increment or decrement counters, and then if you press A, you grab the thing at the cursor index and you do it, right? The trick here is inside of the decrement and increment, right? Because we don't just save the kind of the trick here is saving fuzzy values, right? This is sort of the idea behind it, right? It's like, what if instead of just saving a number as like the state of the row or column that we're on, instead of just saving X and Y as integers, what if we save kind of these like slightly, you know, smarter things, right? That have a little more fuzziness to them. So abilities cursor column is this thing of type UI cursor. We have this general UI library in the engine. If we look at what cursor is, right? Cursor is just a number, right? This is, if you were doing this in a way that wasn't animated with stuff. Hello, Donnie1P also. If this wasn't like a funny, can we get the music away? I can't stand. Oh, the music is good. It's very good, but I can't talk with music. I'm not used to this. If we were doing it with just no animation at all, this would be the only number. It would just be an integer that tells us what row or what column we're on. What we also do though is we track a bunch of other things though, right? We like, in order to do the animation properly, in addition to that, we track, okay, where were we previously? At what time did we start moving to current index from previous index, right? What is the maximum value of index, right? This is just like, this is what you do with modulo, whatever. You'd be doing this anyway, right? How many frames does it take this cursor to move between one index and the next index? And also, is the thing locked, right? This is like, these are all like, I don't know. We kind of bundle all of that state with the value itself. Hello, Fluffy. Welcome in. We shout out Fluffy. The Fluffy is cool, is very cool. Any timer system in your engine, the only timer system and the way that all timing is handled is by comparing frame counts. This is the only. Can you not do arbitrary tweens instead of that frames field? I mean, you can do whatever, like you can do a different interpolation if you like, right? This can be like, there's nothing that says you have to interpret this frame, this prev index thing, this change started thing and this frames thing as a linear interpolation. Such granular UI state serialization. I mean, I don't think we have to serialize this probably. Is what I'm saying. Like this stuff we probably don't have to save. I'm just rambling about how we do it now. I don't know if this is a good way to do it or if there's a name for this, but it has felt really good to me. Like it's felt solid. Really maybe gave up an engine dev shit. Yeah, I'm just never doing that. I think it's fine to just check. Like the general way this goes is I just save when things start and then I just check like, okay, in update, what is the current tick minus the start greater than something? If so, do the thing, right? Like set up this way so you can test by sending a bunch of ticks and stuff. Not particularly. I don't have any tests. It's just easy to understand, I feel. Like other ways of doing this, you're kind of, you end up like obscuring the thing more somehow, right? You end up somehow like hiding the thing. Like, I don't know. I mean, ultimately you have to do this at the end of the day, right? This state, right? You have to save for any UI, right? For your fancy UI framework, somewhere it is saving like, okay, when did the animation start? How far along is the animation, right? This kind of thing. Yeah, so it becomes an issue of, the thing is we already separate it very much. I think we already split them. Yeah, so this whole thing is really simple, right? it's basically just like we can set values, we can increment, we can decrement. We have this is ready and locked thing, right? And this is how we handle repeated button presses, right? Because you'll notice like this works if let's go back to the game. Excuse me. This works like I can open this. I'm holding down a button, right? I'm just holding down right? And you'll notice it's going at like a certain kind of rate, right? It's going at a certain sort of rate. It's not just going, oh, every frame it's incrementing by 1. It waits. Enjoy food, Wind Up Boy. Thank you. Have a pleasant meal. And this goes because we check if we try and set the thing, we only do it if the thing is ready. And if it's ready means we've like moved far enough. The thing is actually done, right? If the current tick minus change started is greater than frame. So we only start a new move when we finish the old move. Do you see? But we also want a different behavior. We also want to be able to right plus down at roughly the same time. It does both. And it'll interpolate between, it'll kind of have diagonal movement, right? Because, you know, it's just right. It's all like smoothly interpolated between the two values. Even though this is two cursors, right? You can do whatever you want here. And also there's no special handling for going off the end and wrapping around. It's always just interpolating at, you know, trying to interpolate between the final value and the previous value and the current value at like a constant over a constant amount of time. Hello, Statin Chan, welcome in. We're talking about UI. We're talking about all kinds of shit. Statin Chan. If you don't know a statin does a lot of Game Boy homebrew, which is extremely near and dear to our hearts around here. Yeah. So everything just kind of works. We have so basically all we do is we just limit. It's just a standard like a counter, but we don't do the thing unless some conditions are true. And the conditions basically are either the previous thing has to be completed already, in which case like we're totally fresh, anything can happen, even a holding down a button press, or we're not locked. And locked basically is this special thing that we set to kind of I don't know, prevent unwanted repetition, right? This so the way that the lock works is we set locked to true whenever we set a new value, and we unset it. Where do we unlock? If we go back to update.rs, where's unlock? We have this unlock all thing, and unlock all just like unlocks the whole UI. This is a bit unclean. We could probably do this in a better way, but like, you know, it's not that bad. It unlocks the whole UI every frame only if no keys are pressed. This is our shitty kind of funny solution to this whole thing. But like in practice, this kind of works pretty well, right? It kind of works pretty well, right? There are some things that lead to weird behaviors here, like, but in general, what it's for is so you can mash buttons and move faster, right? So if I want to move just moving left like this, it moves at a certain pace, right? I think this is a sensible pace for holding the button, right? But the behavior people expect is if I press D really fast, I can move faster than that, right? You can mash, like, this is a satisfying thing, right? So we kind of have support for this too, right? You can hold and move slow, or you can mash and go a little bit faster. I don't know. It's tactile, something like this. And just like broadly, I think this is okay. And then how we render these things is we just do whatever the fuck we want. That's the rendering step. Hello, Sergeant Pepper and Pluvophile. Like all of the intermediate mode stuff has like traditional GUI frameworks, right? Like if you get ImGUI or something, they kind of couple these things somewhat heavily, right? You have this notion of like, I don't know, there's a widget and the widget kind of has some state, right? The widget naturally has some state, right? And ImGUI does a better job of like letting you kind of own the domain state while it kind of manages the hidden stuff. More traditional stuff like GTK or something kind of wants to like manage everything, and you kind of pull things out selectively. The DOM is kind of like this as well, right? It's sort of you know, there are different approaches, but they both sort of have the fundamental idea that like you know, there's like rendering and this, like it's kind of connected, right? And it is connected in the sense that the state influences what you draw, but like the way we're doing it is that like these things are basically like this cursor thing, and there's another one for like toggles called mode that's similar but just for like booleans instead of for like an integer basically. They're totally unopinionated about how we draw the thing, right? How we actually end up drawing the thing just doesn't matter at all to this, right? There's no drawing code in here in our UI library. And we just draw whatever the fuck we want basically. And the thing that facilitates that is that we have an index field here, right? Index is like naturally supposed to be like the actual underlying value. And the only thing that like changes in this whole thing is instead of whenever we draw, instead of reading the index, like the index is what we want to read when we actually like update the thing, when we actually want to like use an item, use item n, right? This is the n. But when we draw, instead of doing that, all we do is just call animation index instead of, we have magical spell. It's over. It's already over. Dr. Pepper, is this Mr. Pibb? Bowl with spoon, tomato, potato, carrot, broccoli, garlic, onion, bread, pot of food, bowl with spoon, steaming bowl, chopsticks, spoon, doctor. So true. So true. Instead of getting the integer, you just get this float, right? And this is the whole thing, right? And like here we're linearly interpolating, right? We're saying utils lerp, right? But we could interpolate however we wish, right? You're close to the ideal of the state responds to the input, but it is not limited by the UI. The UI helps to visualize the state in a pleasing way. Yeah, this is I think how I'm thinking about it, Liquid Cake, right? It's like there's UI that is helpful. There's additional state you have to attach in order to render things in a pleasing way, right? This is like the essence of the UI, right? As like, especially if you're like used to like functional programming, it's so easy to think, the UI is a pure function of the state, right? Like I can just have my domain, like my model of the problem that is just purely like disconnected from how it's displayed, and I can run a function on that, and I can produce outputs, right, that are pleasing, right? ImGUI's layout complexity is in the rendering proper, right? This is stuff that I sort of dread having to rewrite. This is fearsome. But yeah, this is the idea here is we're just going to bake the stuff that's useful to render like just into the state proper, right? Just like, you know, if we instead of having an integer, we have a thing that tracks all this shit, right? And then we can draw that however we wish, right? We can make, for example, in render, like where do we render that menu? A separate spot entirely, right? Render, like where is action? Where is action? Menu, we're calling it abilities for some reason. Yeah, menu abilities, right? What we do is we get those cursors, we get their bound, we use those to render a certain number of cells and things. And then to render the cursor, we just render animation index, right? All it is okay, X is animation index on the column, Y is animation index on the row. And this is just a floating point number instead of the integer, right? Easy, right? If this was not using this animation stuff, this would be the exact same, except this would just be casting an integer to a float instead of doing this, right? This is basically all this cursor type is just a fancy integer that has interpolation based on time. Yeah, a good solution for this sort of coupled UI. Yeah. And I think in general, right, for it depends on how menu coded your game is, right? Like a lot of what makes layout hard is nesting, right? Like the thing that makes layout complex is like kind of arbitrary nesting of widgets. Like if you don't really care about nesting, if you don't need to be like building it, like it's a question about like how much the UI framework does for you, right? Like with ImGUI, you can like make nice menus, right? You can sort of make visuals that look nice by nesting things. That's what nesting really gets you, right? It's mostly a visual effect, right? With ImGUI, you're not really like nesting the state, really, right? It's primary, like there are some cases where you can make things kind of compose nicely in this way, but like it's mostly just it allows you to create nice images using this sort of built-in composition sort of thing. Whereas for us, I think I'm just giving up on that. I think I just don't care about that. I think any UI, quote unquote UI element, can just render to the whole screen wherever the fuck it wants, right? And like if I really do care about nesting, I'll build a little like temporary system for this. But like for things like menus, like I'm just gonna throw them. I'm just gonna put them where they need to go, I think. Yeah, absolute layout, right? Yeah, because we have the other thing that makes this easy. Yeah, for a text editor, I can imagine this being extremely tricky. We have many advantages in the sense that we are a game with a fixed UI and also with a fixed resolution. Like even for a different game, even for a game that's like, oh, it can be 720p or 1080p or various other, this would be tricky, right? But for us, we are always rendering the game at 360 by 240 or whatever, and then upscaling. So like there is like we can position things on screen in absolute pixel units, right? And we know that it's always going to be the same. So we have a lot of, you know, we can get away with that. So I think it's a good choice for our trade-offs, I guess, is the takeaway here. This is maybe the takeaway. Are you doing AOC in all possible languages? Hello, Quantum Boom. I mean, not all, but we're doing it in some exciting ones for sure. Hello, Majad. Also, the main theme for AOC so far has been learning about some funny array languages. That's kind of the deal. Yeah, 10,000 days. There are too many under the sun. You would never finish for the rest of your life for in all. They'd be getting invented. I bet there probably is more than one net new programming language per day if you count everything, right? If you count every little hobby thing, every little like this would be an impossible task. This would be a life's journey. Anyway, I'm gonna go get water. I think it's been several hours. That array language you showed before was wild. Oh yes, BQN I think is the one. BQN is fucking nuts. Big Game Mikey. It's worth checking out though. Shout out to Big Game Mikey also. Okay, I'll be back briefly. I think Modclunk is snoring over there, so she will not be. She is unavailable. I think she's been very tired. She has not been getting enough sleep. Okay. S-Lang. I see. We will investigate this. Okay. Anyway, I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Let me click the thing. Make sure to stretch if you need to move. If you need to move. Which scored the game 2025? Which scored the game 2025? What is SLSH? This is something we must consider here. This is something we must consider here. Oh hi, hello, we're back again. It's me. It's me again. What's the one image? There's that one image. It's you expected a cute girl. It's me, Colonq. This is the image, right? You know the one. I'm not saying this to be strange. It's me, Dio. Yeah. SLSH language. This is some kind of shell, right? Slash slang programmer's library. Robust multi-platform software, the slang interpreter that may be easily embedded into a program to make it extensible. All the native C integer types. Very strong support for array-based operations. This is potentially interesting. You don't know this image. It's sort of a, I don't know. It's an image macro. Hello, Diablo Project. Also, Whitscored the Game 2025. It's very true. I like how we're sort of adopting Whitscored the Game 2025 as like a new. It's kind of a mantra. I think I'll be very disappointed if Whitscored the Game does not occur in 2025. I will not check to verify if this is real or a joke though, because I need to continue my purely one-sided parasocial relationship with the Whitscored. Can we learn about what slang is? This is the only site. Is there information on slang on Wikipedia? Like, what is the history of this guy? How have I never heard of this? It has support for OS2. Yeah, very true. Embedding an interpreter. This is there's a stable release from 2022. I think I've heard of Jed. I've heard of JEd. Will come out before Oob. Hopefully not. God, please. God, please. I honestly think Oob, I mean, I've been saying it for months, but I feel like Oob is like not that far off, right? Like we need to like, the main obstacle is art. This is the main obstacle, and I am like on the verge every day. Every day I hover my finger over the button, over the little red phone that I can call to make to call in the strike, and I'm like, okay, do I tweet about this? Do I quote? Do I be like, can we see if there are artists out there? Like I don't know, like it is shocking. Like we've said it before, you know, I don't want to belabor the point any more than it needs to be belabored, but like it seems shockingly hard to exchange money for goods and services. Fiverr, I have tried Fiverr. I commissioned one person who I was pretty confident was like, you know, good and like not AI. I commissioned them for like a 2-week thing in August. And they just never got, they like said they were working, they asked for an extension once, like after 3 weeks, and then now it's been months, and I messaged them again recently, and they were like, sorry, it's just been really busy, and I was like, you know, I get it, take your time however long you need, but I assume that basically means I will never receive this commission. It was a good, yeah, I've had a lot of good experiences with Fiverr. Like I commissioned emotes, I commissioned a lot of little things on there. It was good overall, but like the thing with Fiverr for art now, it seems to be that AI is fucking everywhere. The AI stuff is a lot of it. And also AI stuff. There's a lot of AI stuff, and there's also, I suspect, a lot of stuff that is not labeled as AI is AI, and it's difficult to tell for pixel stuff, right? For the stuff that's like my 16 by 16 orc sprite, right? Because this is fundamentally what we're looking for, right? We're looking for images. I'm trying to obtain images that look like John Orc, right? We need images that look like Jonathan Orc, right? And Jonathan Orc is a small guy, right? If we go into game, source, assets, textures, entity, let's go into slime.png, right? If we open slime, John Slime is not large, right? John Slime is not large. John slime is quite small, in fact. 16 by 16. The attack sprites go into kind of a 16 by 32 sort of range, right? It's kind of like this, right? Will you give me a reference? Yeah. The thing is, I would prefer to like, you know, I would prefer to pay someone, basically. I would like to like find someone to like do it. You can have large variants of enemies that are just the sprite 2x scale. Yeah, we could do this. The problem with this is that it kind of creates a weird aesthetic where it's like the blocks are double the size, which kind of like it works, but it ends up being a little bit weird. The resolution can be, what do we fucking do there? It can be a little bit strange. So yeah, I have gone through the 12 stages of grief with this, or whatever the number is of grief. I've been like, okay, I'm just gonna draw them myself. I can't draw them myself. I'm too bad at art. It would take me 5 years. It would take me 5 years to produce something at output equivalent to this, right? Probably not, actually. I probably could do this in 1 year, but it would be challenging, right? It would be challenging to make something look good, right? There's a lot that goes into this, right? Like, it's like, how long would it be before I think to put the little this dot here, the little shine, and get the color? You know, there's a lot of nuance in this, right? There's a lot of nuance in the choices. So yeah, the specular reflection, exactly. So really what I need like a couple more of these, right? And all I really need is player sprites, I think, right? This is ostensibly a skeletal viewers at pacman.io. So true, Pronzipod, so true. I'm very glad that Prod is getting sleep, but I miss talking with Prod midstream quite a lot. TBH. The clone doesn't ostensibly, yeah. The robot just isn't the same. It just isn't the same. I miss Prod. I mean, Prod's still around. We still get to talk to Prod a lot because they're streaming, and I know they're busy, right? I know they're extremely busy on account of. If you don't know, Prodzipod is this person. They're this person. And they're currently they live in Korea, and they are trying to live in not Korea, and be a game developer international. Just a parked page right now, pacman.io. I see. So they're quite busy with all of these matters. Also trying to finish their own game. Where is not Korea? I'm unsure. I mean, anywhere else, I guess. It's sort of like I don't know, set difference or something like this. 99. Welcome. Yeah, the IOTLD might be fucked as well. Yeah. So this is the thing. Really, what do I need? I need 3 player sprites that are kind of similar to these, right? That are kind of similar to John Orc, right? In their form, right? With animations and simple walking cycles and things. I think we sort of decided that this is a fan game for Giga. Right, this is Giga style fan game in a loose sense, and one of the Giga gimmicks, right, is that there are sort of 3 factions of chatter. There is chatter factions, right? That you're familiar with this kind of system, right? There are creatures, there are monsters, and there are undead, and there's sort of a friendly faction based rivalry between these sort of things, right? Hello, Archibald. Also, your recap is insanity. This is insane. What is this? Hello, welcome. You're a creature. Yeah, you get the feeling, right? There's sort of various competitions between these things and stuff like this. The player so the idea, Freefall, is to have selectable player characters, right? That provide some minor gameplay difference, but mostly are a cosmetic difference, right? They provide cosmetic differences, right? They have creature, monster, and undead, right? And probably the way I'm going to do it is I will create. I mean, we need a bunch of. I mean, really, I need 3 sprite sheets like this. Which feels like it should not. I should be able to acquire this, right? But you know, it's like I feel like I will give someone money to do this. I will give someone a very fair amount of money to do this. I think we're going to go woman style, because given the VTuber audience, people do love women. People are woman fans. So I think I'll probably do some kind of slime girl creature. Probably some sort of representing the creatures, some sort of demon, like, you know, the classic red demon core for the monsters, and then some sort of like vampire thing or ghost or banshee thing for the undead. This is the idea. We'll get woman type sprite. And then that's it. Chosen well. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. To him do an AI. The thing is, the problem is, right? AI, like, I'm not even willing to take the risk of commissioning someone on Fiverr who may be using AI, right? Because this is hell, right? You will be in a bad way. Like, I don't want to do that, right? I want the thing to be, yeah, it's fearsome. It's fearsome, right? The even disregarding my own potential ethical qualms with this, right? Just practically, even so say, imagine I was an AI bro, right? If I was an AI bro, I wouldn't do this because the response would be so negative, right? It's not like this is like, you shouldn't, yeah, they crossed the red line, they're not put, yeah, I'm relatively confident that they probably are Ezreal IO. It's hard to tell for certain sometimes, especially as the resolution gets lower, but I'm pretty sure there are some pretty good pixel art AI things, and I'm pretty sure that they are probably doing that. It makes it feel like a minefield, right? It makes it feel quite scary to, like, yeah, ugh. You should ask the Discord first, the IRC cord, yeah. They'll do a sprite sheet though. Yeah, maybe not, but like maybe so. I don't know actually. I'm unsure basically. It's yeah. Like there are some people who I see and I'm like, okay, that's definitely not. I sort of trust this. But there are other things that it's like, yeah. Who knows? It's so I am like at the point where like I need to find people through other means. So I probably will ask the Discord maybe, but like it's sort of awkward because it's like a the Discord is kind of like my friendly zone, right? And I don't want to be like, hey, like because I like, it would be like a paid thing. Like I would like to like pay someone to do this. I don't want people to be like working for free, right? Nothing on itch.io. Well, I got these originally on itch.io. These ones that we're using right now are from itch. Like it's like an asset pack that I paid for. Like there's like a reasonable license for them, right? The problem is getting other things that kind of like match this, right? I think the artist who drew these also is like a cool game dev person who like I think they seem busy with their own projects, right? I would just try and commission them, but like I don't know. Maybe I should still reach out to them and be like, yo, I need it. Like I don't know. It's overall, the moral of the story is that it seems damn, I wish I could draw. Why are you against working for free? I think I'm against it in general. Well, okay, I like working for free. I think this is a good thing, right? If someone's willing to do this, yeah. The thing is, right, I want it to feel fair, right? Like this is something I'm going to like release, not for money, but I am going to release it, right? And I'm going to like, it'll be out there, and I'm sure it'll get played quite a bit, right? Like it'll probably be something that we are in the area now where we can probably, like, if we release something, people are going to play it. And like I don't know. There's a certain sense where like even speaking selfishly, like there's a sense where like it's nice to be able to ask for revisions, right? Like if someone just drew something for me for free, they were like, oh, Colonq is cool, I like this, right? I will make you the thing, right? It's the sort of thing where it's like, if it's not like quite right, if I want to change it a little bit, it becomes an awkward situation, right? Because where I'm not going to like ask someone else to like do more stuff for me out of the goodness of their heart, right? And also like yeah, money makes it professional, right? It kind of makes it not as personal, right? Which is probably the same way to say it, right? It removes kind of like the personal element from it. Everyone kind of understands like, okay, this is a transaction, right? It's a little like it invites less drama, I think, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm weird in this, but like I have this explaining goods and services live. Yeah, it should be a gift, not a transaction. Money makes it a real yeah, exactly, right? It's a little more like yeah, this is good. I sometimes get nervous about that too. I have a thing. I know someone IRL. Like I have a good personal friend IRL who is a very, very talented artist, including does a lot of pixel art and is very talented. And I have sort of like resisted. They have often been like, oh, I'll draw you something for a game. And like, I don't want to do that even, right? Necessarily, because it's like, it creates so many weird situations, right? It's like okay, here's a situation you can imagine, right? Like, I have a friend. Yeah, you cannot sue your friend. I mean, I wouldn't sue there's basically no circumstance where I would ever sue anyone for anything. This is perhaps a weakness that I should not reveal, but my disdain for the law. My disdain for the law is such that it is unlikely that I would ever voluntarily enter into any sort of legal contest with anyone for any reason. Barring, like, I don't know, I got hit by a bus or something, and I need to have the lawyer extract money from the city or something, right? Like, this is like, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. I feel like this is kind of evil, actually. I'm kind of averse to lawfare. But here's a situation you can imagine pretty easily, right? I'm making a little game, right? It's the intention is for it to be a commercial game. Let's say I'm making Elfland, right? And I need cool elf sprites. I need everyone at some point in their life is going to need some cool elf sprites. I need to get my cool elf sprites on. And my friend is like, okay, I'll draw those for you. And I say, oh, sorry, I would prefer, I don't want to just use a gift, right? This is something I'm going to sell, so like, let me pay you for it, right? So I pay my friend, right? I pay my friend. I give them, let's say they're drawing me some sprites. I give them $1,000, right? I pay them generously. I don't take a friend discount either. I pay them the amount that I would pay another artist or something, right? We pay them fairly, right? Whatever that means. And then, months, years pass. It's been 2 more years. The game is out. It releases on Steam. And it does well, right? Let's say it does well. Let's say I make $100,000 on the game, right? Now that's sort of a weird situation with my friend, isn't it? Right? There's kind of a weird situation now with my friend where, they might be cool. Let's say even more than that. Let's say I make $10 million on the game. Right? Let's say it's like a real big success. Let's say it's a big hit, right? Unlikely, but it happens. It happens every year. I release the game and this happens. Yeah, you got to kick your friend a cool mill, right? And I would do this, right? I do feel this way. But what happens if the friend comes up to me and they're like, where's my full cut? Where's my half, right? Where's my half? And I have, it creates weird financial situations, basically. I'm not averse to giving my friends half, but what if I had 4 friends and they all, it creates situations where the boundaries are unclear, right? Where the boundaries are unclear with these things. Yeah, work is work, cognac is cognac. Don't mix work with your social life. Yeah. And there's an expression that I hear similarly, maybe more vulgar. People say, don't shit where you eat. I don't know, maybe sort of related somewhat. So I have this aversion to like involving, don't mix business with pleasure, right? Something like this. Don't go into with friends or family. I think family is different, right? I'm willing to do things with family. I don't know. I have perhaps I'm too trusting of family, perhaps immediate family at least. I would these sort of things can outweigh all potential difficulties, right? Like there's but friends it's maybe a little bit different. You could also do a contract ahead of time, but it's not even just like the legal thing that changes it. It's the social dynamic. Like I don't want to lose a friend about this. Worrying about things that will never happen. It's good you thought about that stuff at all, but you should never. Yeah, of course. I agree with this. It's better to just get the shit done. But like also, I think it's good to like have your ducks in a row, right? Because like this stuff, like especially with anonymous art, like if I'm commissioning people, like this matters a lot, right? This does matter a lot, right? Like if you Fiverr makes some of these things sort of nice in the sense that Fiverr I think has like kind of a boilerplate contract, right? And Fiverr has like a thing kind of built in where like unless otherwise specified, you have commercial rights to the thing, right? So if I commission like art on Fiverr or something, right? A lot of the time I have the rights to it like as if I made it, right? Like it's like this is sort of what you want for like a game project a lot of the time. You want there to be no legal ambiguity surrounding the assets in your game. You want to be like have it 100% ironclad on paper that ideally you can show to a lawyer that you have a license to all assets that you are, like everything that you are using. This is and software is really good about this. Software obviously has a strong tradition of open source, right? Software, like I can get all my dependencies, I can get the license to all my dependencies, I can make sure all of my ducks are in order. Things are trickier other places, right? So for example, if I were to commission art from someone on Twitter, right, or someone in the Discord or something like this, I would feel like I have to I have to go to a lawyer and I have to like get a contract drafted such that someone can sign this, and so it is perfectly crystal clear that like I have commercial rights to use this after this, right? And if of course it's easy to say like, you know, like, well, of course you can use the thing, but like it's still just like, you know, without having that in writing, it's so scary, right? Around Skeb, it has some kind of implied license to post the picture on Twitter or something like that. It's just not clear what the boundaries are. Yeah. I would do an AI. The problem with AI, Quantum Boom, is that you would be like, if you use AI for anything, everyone will hate you. Right? Speaking independently of any like, you know, actually whatever your thoughts on it are, in practice this will happen, right? In practice it's not a viable option for this reason. In a weird situation like this, when I made art for Manifold Garden and the dev wanted me to sign something with my real name and stuff. Yeah. Like this is scary for like Twitter artists. Like is the random Twitter artist I want to get pixel art from going to be receptive to like me sending them like, hey, can you sign this contract? Like that's so sketchy, right? But like you kind of need that to like, you know, make, you know, like it's so much, right? It's really weird to like try and make this shit happen. You compensated them to the word of the contract or something? Yeah, of course. But like people sometimes don't understand failure. It's hard to like, you know, it's weird, right? I agree with you in principle, but it can be weird in kind of in practice, I think. So in general, I try not to like, you know, yeah. Many artists have contracts like this drawn up already. Yeah, and this is the ideal thing for like someone who's like a real pro, right? Just a backseater on the dev stream and made some art, but it got so complicated. Yeah. This is the thing, right? So like. It's happens all the time with music and did so with names on firmware. I disagree, but you can see. Yeah. I think it's like there's definitely. I am perhaps overly paranoid about this, right? I think, right, because I just don't want to have the issue at all. I want to like totally like I want to make sure everything's in order. Like people are definitely more cavalier than I am, right? They're willing to like fucking Terraria. Like obviously there are successful games that are very 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 cavalier about this. Like Terraria just stole Final Fantasy VI sprites, right? Isn't that the case? Terraria FF6 sprites. I think this happened. I think this happened. Can we find copy? They had to change them, right? We're only getting results from Terraria forum. An FF6T edition. Made something that was too similar and had to change it. I mean, they felt like in the early days, like they were obviously like they felt like right on almost. There was sprite plagiarism in indie titles. I don't know. Like there's a sense, who knows like how close, you know, you can get. Steam community post seems like what Terraria FF6 sprite copyright. What are we? Where's the Steam forums here? I think this post is a mod. This is a mod. Sure. Maybe it's Final Fantasy V actually. Copyright infringement using art from Terraria. Anyone else old enough to remember when Terraria used? We have Reddit. Were they ripped directly? I don't remember. You posted the same comment 4 times. Okay, this is not giving us any useful information at all. But like, you know, like there's like this shit happens. But I'm just like so like I don't know. Hello Ragnarok DX. Welcome also. You were here before, but I'm saying hi again. What does this emote indicate? What is the indication of it? It is colon slash. It is colon slash, I see. Very colon slash. Classic Reddit, yeah. Hello Zulfix _ also. Sounds like a Mandela. I don't know. Anyway, there's the thing that causes me fear is that there are people who like will take you to they will crush you. They will, the first chat ever. They got a sub earlier, and I think they boosted it. They're a booster fairly regularly, I think. Where's Ragnarok DX? Do we not have them in the database? What is our? How foolish! Our overlay needs to be fixed. Ragnarok DX. They've been around for a while, I think, like a month at least. Did I spell this wrong? Did I spell this wrong? Did they not? Where did I see them then? What the fuck? Who knows? Who knows? They were definitely here before. I don't. Well, anyway, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. When companies pirate emulators and embed them into their own ported versions of their own games, or pirate cracks for their own games to redistribute them. Yeah. There's weird shit. Like, but like bad stuff does happen, right? There is potential for bad stuff. I know there's one guy who like, what is it? Flight simulator patent troll. Yeah, X-Plane. Here we go. This is a saga. This is a saga. This guy, this flight simulator was made by like a small, I think either a single person or a small team. I think. Austin Meyer has been the owner and lead developer of the X-Plane flight simulator since its inception in 1995. A small competitor to Microsoft Flight Simulator. And in this is sort of distinct from the art thing, but sort of related in the sense that it's copyright business, right? There are entities in the US people call patent trolls, right? And what they do is they collect patents, right? And patents, as you may know, are basically bogus. In the context of software, right? They're just like tons of random shit is patented. And these patent trolls, they don't have a business. The entire company is just collecting patents and then suing, right? And they will sue people. And there are like this is something that's fearsome even in the context of like gaming, most famously Oracle. The this is like a small individual who just like this like if this happens to you, you're fucked, right? You are fucked. Because in the US at least, right, the way that these things operate a lot of the time is they try and force you to settle, right? And they force you to settle by taking you to court and making it take a really fucking long time, right? Because going to court is really expensive in the US, right? For example, this lawsuit cost was over $1.5 million, 3 years of stress to me and my wife, a possible loss of a grandchild to her. Yeah. This is the thing. And the reason for it was because they wrote a flight simulator for Android. Actually stifling me. I'm inclined to agree in general, right? So this is the strategy with these things, right? They will sue you and you can't fight it because they'll just keep it'll get dragged out until you run out of money, right? So as an individual, you effectively have no legal recourse against this, right? Other than like trying to publicize the thing and making a big thing and having like some like the EFF defend you or something, right? Like this is like as an individual, this is extremely like they can just fuck you, right? They can just obliterate your whole life, take all your money. So like I have like this awareness of, and I'm just like, I don't want to even like, of course with patents and stuff, it's hard to even, they're so broad and there are so many, it's basically impossible to play safe here. But like, even for like simple copyright like artist stuff, you can still end up in hot water, I think, pretty easily. So I still want to play it like absolutely safe and have documentation for anything I use that like this is good, right? There's some non-$0 amount you need if a project gets successful. Yeah, probably so. Kafka strategy. Hello, Led and Jin, also welcome in. The lawyer fund. Yeah. It's useful to be lawyered up, at least in the US, right? To have access to legal counsel, I think. It's very handy. So who knows? These things are horrid, but like, yeah. yeah, I don't I don't know. Like, have to go, my ADHD is tangling. Oh, thank you, Quantum Boom. Enjoy. YOLO. Yeah, I mean, this is also true, right? Probably like, again, I'm a very risk averse person, right? I do not like to take risks in really any element of my life, right? Like I tend to, I like to play things pretty safe. And I think like there probably the amount of risk that is optimal is like more than the amount of risks that I take, right? Like, risk is not bad, right? And like there is an amount of risk that you like is best to be taking, and it's not zero. Like for example, you know, like even in terms of like investing money, right? Like there is an amount of risk that is like the optimal amount of money on average in the long term, and it's not like stuffing dollar bills in your pillowcase, probably, right? I don't know. At least historically, it isn't. Who knows about the future? So like, I don't know. It's it would probably behoove me to play it a little more fast and loose and just like get the game done and released and things like this, and not worry about these things so much. But like, on the other hand, you know, who knows? It's not like it probably will take that much. So like, yeah, even just having a personal website and getting hit by ADA compliance lawsuits. Yeah. Like, I've said this before, right? I will say it again, right? The like, my somewhat pessimistic view of like the legal situation in the US, at least, right? Like, it's basically you basically need to not be noticed by powerful entities. What is the thing they say in what is that 3-body problem? Dark forest. They say dark forest. The universe is like a dark forest. What is that thing? 3-body problem novel. 3-body problem novel, Dark Forest. This is the sequel. This is Jonathan's sequel. Dark Forest hypothesis. The conjecture that many alien civilizations exist throughout the universe, but they are both silent and hostile, maintaining their undetectability for fear of being destroyed by another hostile and undetected civilization. Right. This is the concept. I feel like this is somewhat what the law is. This is the law. To some degree, it presents a dark forest hypothesis situation, right? Where the way to avoid being destroyed utterly is to avoid interaction with it, right? Can't be sued if they don't. Yeah, exactly, like this, right? It's like as soon as you expose yourself, right? Like I have, again, maybe this is untrue, maybe this is overly pessimistic, but I have this impression that like you could be destroyed. Anyone with enough resources could just utterly destroy you, like personally, at any time. With no legal recourse, right? You could be obliterated by any high roller at any time, right? So the only way to avoid this is to remain unseen and don't make enemies. I don't know, right? You have to remain undetected. What a cheery idea. Yeah, we do keep it cheerful around here at the LLLL Colonq channel, but like, it's true. I don't know. Like, you know, bad things, like, it's best to remain unseen, or plead poverty. I don't know. It's not just the US. You also want to think noticed by evil internet forces, because if you get an obsessive and somewhat resourceful internet stalker, it's kind of yeah. This is also highly fearsome, right? This is yeah. Neat solution to the Fermi paradox. It is this. So yeah, anyway, rewinding all that, what is our topic today? Well, the topic today comes from the fact that I have been thinking a little bit about signatures. I think this is what they're called. They're called signatures. So I've been thinking about this in the context of, I was watching my friend Mecha, the other day, and May channel, and she was playing an Elden Ring lockout. I love forum signatures. Me too. I love when they have like the little dragon, like the dragon egg thing that you can click on, and it, like, every time you click it, like, helps hatch the egg and like grow the dragon. This used to be a big thing on forums. This is the blingy sparkles. No, signature as in memory pattern. I think this is a thing people say, right? Memory signature. Is this the word you use for it? Maybe not. Yeah, for scanning byte signatures. I mean in this sense, in the sense of reloaded project reloaded to .memory.sig scan. It's fast enough, I think. How epic. How epic. How do you get to the stage of the thinking that another alien civilization might be out there and more powerful? Yeah, how do you know that in the first place? I think this is maybe the main obstacle here. I don't know. Presumably you discern that by getting to the point that you can destroy another, right? This is the realization, right? If you build technology such that you could destroy planets, right, undetectably, this makes you realize, oh shit, others could do this, right? So we must remain undetected. But like I don't know. It's science fiction. Yeah, extrapolate from your own hostility. Yeah, and rather cheaply. Yeah. So in the sense of scanning signatures, so this is a signature in this example, right? A wrecked civilization and no trace of who did it. Yeah. So you'll see this a lot in like reverse engineering type things, right? What does this mean, right? This 04 space 25 space 12 space question mark space question mark space E5 space E3, right? What this usually means is search memory for an address where the contents at that address match this, right? I love reverse engineering, right? So what this would be is, things vary, but what this would probably mean is find a location in memory where it matches this thing, where like these are bytes, right? Where, okay, the first 3 bytes after the address are these ones, and then it can be any 2 bytes, and then the final, then after that there's these 2. And whatever before and after this whole thing, and return the address of the first byte, the 4, right? This is a common thing to want to do in reverse engineering, right? And the reason why this is common is because a lot of the time in software, right, there are common patterns in code or data that are going to be moving around a lot, right? Like, who knows where the linker is practically going to put something? Like, maybe you add a new function that kind of offsets everything else, right? So you don't just want to save addresses typically, right? You could just like find where a function is and then save its address, but the problem is when the thing updates the next time or something changes, there's a change to the software, right? You have to do it all over again, right? What this does is if you search for these patterns at runtime, right? If you have a fast enough scanner, it probably doesn't take that long. You just do it once at startup, and you can find all the addresses anew each time. They used FF6 sprites pre-release and they switched on release. I see. So it's a programmer art sort of situation. I do remember them doing that though. Hello Kettle Stew also. Thank you for the lurk. Also speaking of Kettle Stew, we should shout out Kettle Stew. Who occasionally does stream, mostly the results of their reverse engineering though. So this is the idea. And you'll also see things like this in the context of runtime memory scanning stuff like Cheat Engine, right? Like Cheat Engine, a lot of the time they'll talk about signatures and things like this, because this is in general, right? If you're doing this is for load. No, this is totally unrelated to this. Hot loading tangent over. I think we've decided I'm going to load, like, if I'm doing no worries. If I'm going to do hot reloading, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna serialize purely the dungeon state. I'm just gonna serialize this dungeon struct and have something to reload this at runtime. Or at least persist a save. Like, it's not even reload it dynamically. It's just like persist a save file, right? Like I need a system that can easily, like, I mean, honestly, it might look the exact same as like normal saving. And really what it's going to involve is, okay, probably what this is going to look like is I'm going to have some struct called save, right? And it's going to have pubd dungeon. It's going to have, pub kb's, key bindings, whatever this is, the hash map from state.rs, right? This by hash map. And we'll just serialize this normally, like we would, like to JSON or whatever, or binary. I'm sure we can figure out some kind of method for doing that. But we're also going to have to version it, right?
we're gonna have to version it. So probably we'll have some wrapper struct. Well, this will probably be save 0, right? And we'll have some wrapper struct that's like something along the line, or just like we'll save a version separately in our decoder for the thing. We'll like identify the version number and then parse one of these save types based on the version, and then like have some conversion that like upgrades old saves to new saves, because we're gonna need this anyway, because of updates, right? I've been thinking about this, right? Like the game is a browser game, right? Hash the whole thing. Yeah, we could hash the, probably with a macro we could hash the type itself. I don't know how easy it is to get like an AST representation of a type in Rust in a I have not written many proc macros, but like we can probably do that. That seems like maybe the best, but it's also harder. I don't know. We'll figure it out. A fully like automated solution would be best. The situation though is like, so say you go on oob, right? You go on oob.colonq.computer and you play your little game, right? I get halfway through the dungeon. I load this up. I play my little game. I get a bunch of cool items. I get halfway through the dungeon. I don't die. And then you go to bed, and then overnight LLLL is awake. LLLL is awake like a little goblin overnight. He's eating beef at 4 a.m. He's eating breakfast at 4 a.m. in the evening, and getting ready to make an update to the game. And while you're asleep, LLLL updates the game, and now it's different. And there's a change to the save file format. Presumably your save is being saved in your browser. It's probably either in a cookie or like more likely in your local storage, right? There's this concept, right, of local storage in the browser. We can't open DevTools because our focus has been stolen by the game. So like you understand. Can I actually retrieve that if I go like this? No, I can't. There's no way to get this. Being up at 3 a.m. Yeah, Classic Colonq being up at 7 a.m. actually, unfortunately, lately. So say I make a save breaking change while you're asleep. Then if we don't handle that specially, you're going to load up the game, and then the save data in your local storage is not going to be the same thing, right? It's not going to be the same guy, right? Suddenly it was a serialization of some other Rust struct before, and now maybe it has new fields and stuff, and you load it up and it's like all fucked up and corrupted, right? That's not right. That does not fly, right? You want to be able to continue the game even across updates. So we need some kind of versioning. I mean, even if we don't use serialization, we still need to, like, it's the problem remains, even if we do it all in a customized way. I mean serialization in the general sense of converting the thing to the disk format, right? If we add a new field, it's going to have to be handled in a certain way. And that's like, yeah. Can use JSON as like, is that, we're not doing anything right now, but that's probably what we will do. Either that or like just like a big binary blob, which I assume you can do with local storage. And if you can't, it'll be a JSON string with base64 data in it, right? You know, you can fit anything in anything. You can make any format kind of hold anything else. 0x beef, so true. So like, Blenders have some really smart solution to this problem, which is often quoted. Blender, like, doesn't Blender just like dump its memory in .blend? It does something strange. It's just like a memory, like how do they do that? Is there something weird with blend file format? Can we find info? Max is 5. Yeah, there's no way a save is going to be even 1 megabyte. The saves will probably be not big at all. Official documentation on the blend has not, so it did in the past, but it has not since. Okay. There's a Rust library for this that I will probably have to play with eventually. This is not going to give us good info. 5 megabytes in pure text is pretty massive. I mean, it is like a dump of all like the levels and stuff, but I think it's it'll be pretty small. Live 2D is a memory dump apparently. Oh my god. I have not heard good things about the live 2D, the live 2D software ecosystem. I think Magical Spell. Are you okay over there? Okay, she's good. She's got it. Counterspell successful. Yeah, we can always compress it. Like, I'm sure it's gonna be very compressible. So like we can just gzip it or whatever. Like there's like space will not be an issue. Has this notion of updating instantiated objects in the runtime. Although this probably doesn't map into a raw memory space. Yeah, this like Lisp probably has a lot of good stuff for this, right? Because Lisp is so like reload focused, right? It would be good to know what Blender does. I think what we're going to do is just version it though and like have conversion between the things. This is also, this exact problem is what data fixer upper is for. Do you know about data fixer upper? So this is very cursed. The Mojang, who are responsible for Minecraft, right? This is Jonathan Minecraft, right? This is their yeah, John Mine, you understand. This is their official GitHub organization. This is Grum. These are classic Minecraft people. This is Dinnerbone, right? Classic Minecraft people from way back, right? They have this Java library called Data Fixer Upper. And this is for converting the game data for Minecraft Java Edition between different versions of the game. And the way that this works, at least the way that it's implemented, is they have some exciting things in here. You might notice, I've showed this on stream before, you might notice they have an optics folder. I don't know why they chose to do it this way, but they implemented profunctor optics, basically like a way you could implement lenses a la Haskell in Java. So we have some extremely excellent Java classes like procompose.java. That are doing some real nonsense at the type level, yeah. This is in Minecraft. Minecraft has profunctor optics, which is very, very exciting. Hello Mahianti also. Welcome. This is amusing. Yeah, we have prism.java. The classic Prism. They even use the same type parameter names as they use for Haskell lenses. They go STAV here. And of course, we have optic instantiated with cocartesian.mu or whatever the fuck you say Greek letters. This is yes. And this is real. I remember this every couple of months. And yeah, I don't know enough of the I know like the basic lens stuff, but this stuff goes deep. This stuff goes deep as fuck. It does deliver on exciting Java. Yeah, there is like, where is the actual, we don't even have the profunctors thing. There's so many, right? We have monoid profunctor.java, right? We have various different, we have Cartesian profunctor, extending profunctor. We have bi-contravariant profunctor, right? This is like, someone had a lot of fun basically, right? Someone had a lot of fun. Who actually like is it Dinnerbone? Like, this is someone I know about. Like, back when I was like a kid, I remember seeing this person like on like Minecraft blog stuff. This guy must just like really, he must have had like a functional programming arc, and like, I don't know. It's exciting. Yeah, we just straight up lens. We have lens a la Haskell here. And I don't know, this stuff is like kind of, I can imagine why it would be useful. I think probably the reason it's useful is I wonder how they actually do all of this stuff. In terms of the data fixing upping. We're up to see Advent of Code Day 11 in this. This would be honestly doing a lens bait. Oh, that's actually a really good idea for like the next one. I am not like super lens pilled as the common parlance might be today. I am not like, I know a little bit of lens stuff, right? Lens, if you're lens is a very popular Haskell approach / library. There are various implementations of this idea, but this is like the main one for the kind of the core idea is for extracting and updating, like getting and setting in deeply nested structures, right? It's JQ. Yeah, basically it's this. It's a convenient way to either extract some field buried deep within like a lot of nested data structures, or updating such a field, right? And updating is especially important because in functional programming, this can be very awkward. You got boss power. Hello, Party Cat, laugh out loud. Welcome in. In functional languages, right? Like if you want to update, the problem is like you can't mutate things. right? That's kind of like the core idea. In Haskell, if you have like the equivalent of a struct, right? If you have, let's say you have a struct in Haskell. If you have a struct, you can't just like set a field, right? You have to make a copy of the struct with a field set. So what happens when you have a struct inside of another struct? This becomes very awkward, right? To like even express this, right? So these lenses are a way you can do this in a way that kind of composes nicely, right? It lets you say that kind of thing and have it work, but still be like this immutable thing. Some pretty good lens libraries for JS too, really useful for net, really, yeah. And this approach is useful in general. This is one of the things about Haskell that is like, a lot of like Haskell tricks are, they're kind of type tricks, right? They don't really, they're cool in the context of a type setting, but they don't really make sense to do outside of that world, right? Lenses are cool because they're cool even without a type system, right? They let you do things. They're cool anywhere where you want to do like these sort of like, you know, like deeply nested immutable updates. Seeing lens in the Scala JSON library Circes type systems, yeah. This I can imagine this thing being popular in Scala too. Hello, my second most watched streamer of the year. Thank you. I'm really glad people like, I don't know, like obviously I'm glad about it. I don't know, like I'm it's so good. It's so good. Thank you everybody. I'm glad there's yeah. I feel like we're doing cool shit. I'm happy this is the case. Yeah. An hour and a half every day of this year. That's fucking crazy, actually. You're my most watched too. Yeah, like damn. Like I appreciate it. I was like going to bed like we have like such a zone now, don't we? Right? I feel like last year at around this time we were like starting to have a little bit of a zone, right? We were zoning up a little bit, right? There was activities, right? But like these days, like there's so much there's so much stuff happening all the time. You're zoned out. Yeah, like there's major zone activities. I was going to bed last night and I was thinking about like the stuff, and I scrolled back in the Discord and I was like I wonder how many people like actually chatted today, right? Like how, like what happens, like how many people are around, and there's like 50 people like unique people chatting it, like it's fucking crazy. Like there's just like so much. I don't know. It's good. Thank you. Like it's I don't mean to say this like thank you in the sense that like, oh, this is like work that you're like, in the sense that like, I don't know, it's just like a fucking cool thing, right? I feel grateful that I have like a spot where I can chat. Like it's like I can talk to people who are interesting. Hello, way too dank. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, enough sappiness. Enough okay. We have hours. The long hours have begun. We're in the meat. Yeah, thank you. I was basically Twitch free. Yeah. Yeah, I like to talk. I like it's good. It's fucking good. We're gonna keep it. It's gonna be good. Was the gateway drug? Yeah, there's a lot of cool people doing cool shit. So okay, we've established that we probably, instead of hot reload, we probably need hot reload of assets and also versioning of save files, right? And I think it's probably about the same. Once we have versioning of save files and like, you know, we can load. We have a way to like quickly load, just load the games fresh and just hop into a save file. We're probably set, right? We're probably okay. It's going, because I think honestly, like the way the game probably is going to work is it's going to check if you have a save file where you're not dead, right? And if you do, it just loads directly into the game. And if you don't, there's like a main menu with like a character creation thing. So like by default, it should just work in the sense that like if the game is automatically saving itself every turn, it should just like load. Hat Pokemon stuff doesn't work, Sag. Oh yeah, it's over. The hat doesn't work because it's too many colors. We were talking about it earlier. It's all based on color replacement, and the texture for the hat is like so massive. It's like bigger than the rest of the model, maybe. The hat is incredibly detailed. Thank you, wherever I got this, Sketchfab or something. So you realize the state to some textural represent. I mean, this is the same thing, right? Like this is basically what, like when I say serialization, I don't mean like an automatic thing. Like the problem exists regardless, right? The problem exists regardless of whether we do it manually or have some automatically generated Rust thing. The problem is if we add new fields, right? There needs to be some kind of conversion that happens. Or if we remove old fields, right? We can imagine doing that as well. We need some way to like convert the thing, right? We need to track what is being loaded. Like the core issue is like we don't know if the save file that exists in the user's browser is from the current version of the game or not, right? And we need to know that. And the way to know that is by tagging it as such and branching on that tag. Anyway, okay. What do I want to do? We were talking about signatures, right? Before we got even more distracted, right? Yeah, or if existing field, yeah, there's endless number of things. It could like anything could change, right? So we need to be able to recognize that, right? And really what we need to do is just like have all the definition. I'll probably just make a new Rust file, and instead of ever changing the save file format, I'll always just make a new struct with a new version, right? And just just always just make a new thing and keep them all around, all the previous struct definitions. So like this seems workable, at least for our small purposes. And these are the things that like I never thought about, right? But like this is relevant for a game on Steam as well, right? Like if you're making Binding of Isaac, right, and you patch the game to add new items, right, you may need like suddenly like your save file format changes, you have new achievements and unlocks and stuff. Like you have to think about this even in the case of like normal games, right? Like you have to care about like presumably users do not want you to just like totally bulldoze their save file, right? You gotta think about that. So like I don't know. Yeah. So okay, this signature thing is relevant and cool, right? It's useful for reverse engineering. It's also useful for tools like Cheat Engine, right? You've seen Cheat Engine before. Cheat Engine sort of has a very sketchy name, and as we discovered during one of the recent After Dark Discord IRC areas, it has a very sketchy installation process. Also written in Delphi, I think, in Pascal, which is kind of cool. What Cheat Engine is it's basically a runtime debugger / memory scanner. I don't actually know how many debugging facilities it has, but largely it's a runtime memory monitor, and like you can make updates, right? This is what it does, right? It attaches to a process. It attaches. I think they're Russian, Wind Up Boy, and I think Delphi is quite popular in Russia, is my impression. It was meant to be an Unreal Engine modding framework made in C#. The project kind of fell apart. I see a pattern scanner. Yes, I've interacted with this largely also through Dalamood in FF14. Dalamood has like a whole like C# based plugin system. Does this injection sort of stuff in schools too. In Russia, this is the case. Yeah, I've heard this is common. I don't know if we have any Russian people around to confirm this, if they've gone to bed. Hello, Sky is fine. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hello. We know Sky is fine around here. The Observer. Hello, friend. How was your stream today? Hello, Mr. Soffit. Also, how are things going? I've heard rumors. I saw a whisper on the wind on Twitter.com, on X, the Everything app, that there might be new further iteration of Grem Gacha, as seen on the Bad at Video Games channel. Oh, confirm what? Oh, Diablo Project. We were wondering about the usage of Delphi and Pascal. We've seen a lot of Russian projects, Russian open source projects especially, that use Pascal like for development, which is uncommon, I find. Pascal ABC in school. I see. Do you want to tell him what happened to Grem Gacha? Am I missing appropriate context? So really, I want like a simple thing that kind of is like Cheat Engine, but only for reading. I learned PascalABC.net on school. I see. Okay, so this kind of confirms it maybe a little bit. Preparing a new monitoring stack from scratch. Very nice. This is exciting. Maybe 3-4 years ago. I see. So like here's the dream. I detected a memory leak in production that almost billed me $1 quadrillion. I see. Oh, this is more fearsome. Are you hosting on, like, how are you hosting your thing? Is it on one of those things that like scales infinitely? It's infinite scaling situation. This is always very scary to me unless I can put in like a billing cap. I'm much more of like a $5 a month flat resource limit kind of guy for this reason. If you dump a core file via GDB, you can just use set on it. Yes. The thing though is I kind of would like to have something that works on running processes, right? Like what about running processes? what's the deal with this? How do we handle that, right? Who called the police? we have alternation. You can load a core file into a running process via GDB too. Yes, this is true, right? I know we can do this. I think GDB is somewhat intrusive though, is my impression, right? GDB debug. I don't know. I like, you can like attach with GDB and stop the thing and then restart, and I'm sure you can modify GDB. Like fundamentally debugging in this way, there's some level of intrusiveness to this, right? There's I don't know. So here's my goal. Here's an idea. I don't know if it's achievable or not. What if we build a little tool that can connect to a running process, right? And view live, potentially with live updates too, live change visualization, maybe at a certain polling frequency, maybe not actually live, maybe, you know, once every second updating. Or I don't know the exact way. I don't know if there's a way for us to get, probably there isn't a way for us to get alerts on arbitrary memory change. But like there's probably like at a certain, you know, I want a way to pull live memory of a process unintrusively, right? So like this is what if Erlang? So like this is the idea maybe. Like let's I thought of this in the context of, I was watching my friend Mecha do Elden Ring lockouts, right? Lockout bingo. The concept of lockout bingo is this, right? You play the game, like we've looked at this before, I think, right? This is a cool thing they do in games. We finally see where it's situated. Yes. I mean, it's all kind of, we've been talking kind of programmer style for a while here. We've been exploring some ideas. Can we see Elden Ring lockout bingo? This is a kind of game that people play. This is a game that people play on top of existing games. The way that the game works, can we make this large style? The way that the game works is that you start the game, you have two competitors, right? There are competitors, and there's a bingo board. There's a 5x5 board here, right? And on the board are tasks, right? For example, acquire verdigris discus, kill 3 NPC bosses, acquire 2 hanging pot bell bearings, kill Commander Gaius. You know, so you see there are tasks within the game. You don't really need to know what they are, but there are things you can do in the game. And if you do them, you've completed the task, and you can click it, and you've gotten it. And the concept of the game is the first person to get a row, a bingo, wins. And also it's lockouts, meaning that if one person gets a square, the other person can't get the square, right? So if your opponent, and both people can see the map at all times, right? So if someone has 4, the other person could like rush to block them, right? Things like that. It's cool gameplay, right? It turns a single player game into a kind of a fun sort of head-to-head thing. And since the cards are randomized, right? The bingo card, the goal, like both what goals are present and also their arrangement is randomized. This makes it kind of exciting, right? There's interesting emergent gameplay to be found here. I think this concept is very cool. Something though that's about this though is that it's not automatic, right? It's kind of fundamentally based on, like, I think at least it's based on, you gotta, like, you have to manually click the thing, right? You have to be like, oh, I got this one, I click it, right? The other, and you know, there can be weird situations there, I think, right? So I was idly thinking, like, you know, what if we automated this, right? What if we had a system where we had like little Lua scripts or something where we could like read from memory? Like presumably we can just read these values, right? There's some value in memory saying like whether or not the pot bell bearings were got. So we read those, and we there are possibilities for automation here, right? Even interesting automation, retro achievements fairly easily. Yeah. And retro achievements really provides a lot of this stuff. So it just got me thinking, like, how would I make this? And I really don't feel like my reverse engineering workflow is the game log file before memory hacking. Yeah. But I think probably a lot of these would end up being, you know, memory hacking at the end of the day. Open proc self. Excuse me, TTS. I'm choking on my fucking water. I'm choking on water. Beyond the specific detail of implementing this, I don't feel like I have a very good flow for this right now, right? Like, I feel like I have like the broadly, like roughly the skills I need to do something like this given enough time, right? Like, I'm relatively comfy with, you know, I like, I've done these sorts of things, right? Like I can, you know, ostensibly, you know, read C and C++. I can ostensibly, I'm saying ostensibly like 100 times a minute now. I can read code. I am familiar with x86 assembly relatively. You know, I know stuff about how these things are represented. I know stuff about the Colonq convention and shit, right? Like you would think like you know, I could probably do this, you know, but like I don't even know where, like, what to do, right, to get there, right? Like I don't really know like what the path is to victory. The limited amount of this that I sort of understand, like, okay, I can probably break this thing open in Ghidra and like try and run like a decompilation pass on things, but this doesn't really feel nice to do, right? Extensive, yeah, the ostensible. Like, it doesn't feel very pleasant to do. Isn't it all a random heap? I mean, it depends a lot on where they are, right? You probably have to find them on at runtime using signatures, right? You probably have to find stuff that's like nearby, and like, you know, it's weird, right? You gotta do some bullshit. And like, you know, you could cause and effect. The only memory hacking I've really done like in a real way is the stuff I've done on stream. And the stuff I've done on stream, what is the library that I've used for? Do we know what its name is? Does it live in my, where does it live? Is that in my home.nix? Open etc. Where do you live? Where do you live? I don't know where you live, actually. We did this before. We did this on the Baldur's Gate thing, and we also did it on La Mulana, I think. Do we have our La Mulana guy here? CD game. Do we have a Nix guy on here at all? Where did our home.nix end up going? There's a thing for this. There's a thing for this on Linux that we've used before. What is it? What is it called? Linux find memory address from changes. There's like a command line tool that we've used several times. Cheats engine. There's a thing that's like this kind of guy. No, it's gonna just tell us about this. What is it? Game Conquer? I don't think it's like a CLI tool. Fuck. Where's LLLL.nix? Do we have it in here? This is a different config, so maybe we don't. What is it called? This is like everything we've ever installed globally. What is it? Do we have this? Do we have this guy? If we search this for memory, no memory. Memory is not allowed. Memory is illegal. Either way, there's a similar thing that LG has suggested a few times. That's like this funny JS embedding kind of guy. No, we gotta find this. I know we have this thing somewhere. Fuck. What is it? Can I Google off here? Linux. What is its name? Linux find memory address given change game hacking. Maybe is this the what is the guy? What is the guy? Like, I could have sworn we found it quickly before, and I found it multiple times. Fuck. Where is it? Is it just called scanmem? Is it scanmem? I think it might be scanmem. Okay, that has a very obvious name. we probably should know about that. Scanmem. Linux. I think it is scanmem. That's really good. Is this the one? Yeah. And Game Conquer is this is the one we saw. This is like the GUI for this. It's called scanmem. And what scanmem does is it's like the cheat engine thing, right? This is it. What you do is you tell it what a value is, and then it scans memory for things that are equal to that value. And you basically can do a narrowing search, right? So say your value of say you know that the number of coins in your game, you have 10 coins, right? You can say scanmem 10 scan them 32-bit 10 or something. It'll tell you all the addresses that contain a 10, right, in a 32-bit integer or something like this. It's naturally kind of easier with little endian probably, because you don't really get to worry. Well, anyway, the you can say this, and then you can spend the coin and go down to 9. And then you can say scan mem 9, and it will search only that sets, right? It will narrow the set further because it was 10 before and now it's 9, so it has to be one of these, right? Has to be one of these. That movie with Rambo in it, Rambo. I used to do this with shareware games. I think it's Spy Kids. It's Machete. Nix config for install the movies. I can't remember the name of a film. It's about pirates. Oh, I see this is mockery. This is teasing. I understand now. Yeah. Well, anyway, it's called Scan Mem. And also, speaking of Mickey Noon, hello Mickey Noon. Mickey Noon is streaming for the first time on Thursday. You should maybe consider this. A debutante. It's sort of debut season among the Green Circle. It's sort of the, what is this? It's like England. I don't know, something like this. It's kind of like this. It's like going to the ball. The only check aligned memory. Yeah, this is the question, right? And how I'm sure there's options for these things, right? Because like fundamentally, like it's, again, this is something that little endian does kind of make easier, right? Because like if you're searching with little endian, right? If you're searching for a value that is 1 byte, right? You always like it's like that 1 byte. Like you can always search the first byte, right? Like and it's always the same address, right? Like if you're searching for a 10, right? If you're searching, let's say you're searching for the number 10, the address of an 8-bit of a 1 byte 10 is the same as the address of a 2 byte 10 is the same as the address of a 4 byte 10, because the 10 the actual byte that contains 10 is the first byte, is the low byte, right? Whereas with how do you say big endian, right? If you're searching for a 10, right, like the start of a 32-bit 10 is earlier than the start. You have to go backwards. It's weird, right? So like we are in a blessed little endian world, I think. So we can just search for individual bytes. So I kind of want to make this basically is the conclusion. I want to kind of like make this myself and like see how hard it is to do this thing. Like I feel like it's not actually that tricky probably to do something like this, so like we should investigate it. Like, so how do you do such a thing, right? How do you read a process's memory? There are a variety of ways, but fundamentally it's a little more complex. Like, I mean, your processes run in separate address spaces, right? We don't live on DOS or Amiga or whatever. We don't live in a world where you can just, read. Like when I was first programming, people said this on forums and stuff, and it made me scared. I was like, oh, if your pointer is out of bounds, you can just read memory from wherever. You can read memory from other processes and stuff. This is not true, right? This would be a security fucking nightmare if you could do this. People would be reading grabbing your password out of your browser as you type it, right? This is not the world we live in. At least not without. At least it involves the permission system of the machine. So the way you can get memory from other processes is there's this file system on Linux called /proc, right? And /proc is sort of unique in the sense that it's a false file system, right? These are not real files that exist on disk, for example. Sorry, we gotta pour some beverages here, gamers. It's time for some hardcore gaming beverages, I think. Much like dev, much like sys, right? They're not real. They're not backed by a file system. They are a file system, but they're not backed by it's not a disk file system, right? It's a false file system designed to be a convenient interface to the kernel. Right, the kernel offers this up for you, right, and mounts it at a certain location. Yeah, rm-rf/proc. Yeah. And this is sort of this is the kind of thing that, like, this is a Plan 9 core. This is what Plan 9 likes to do, right? They like to have their thing, their stuff exposed via file system. But there's all these entries. There's various, like, there's CPU info, there's crypto, there's devices, there's all these things. The ones we care about most, though, are all of these numbers. What the fuck are these numbers about? What's this? RM French, is this true? Don't even say this. Is we have a Staten channel. We can't be rude towards the French. I'm being silly. I know it's a I know. I know. Okay. These are numbers, right? The numbers are PIDs. They're process IDs. So like what's the model renderer's process, right? The model renderer is 2810, right? Every process on Linux has a process ID, right? The model renderer has process ID 2810. So if we look in proc 2810, there are many things that sure look like files to me. And what these are it's all kinds of data about the process. And you might notice one that is a little bit, it seems a little appealing. There's mem. There's proc mem. This is sort of exciting. There is proc mem, which presents itself as a zero byte file. You can go there's memes where the memes are stored, right? And there's also another file that I think is relevant for our purposes. There's called proc maps. There's proc maps also. We might actually be able to open proc maps. Yes, we can. Proc maps presents its data as ASCII text. And proc maps. Hello, Modiflonk. Thank you for the boost. Also, hi. How was your nap? Yes, we've been talking about them, and we posted about them in the Discord for many hours. You're good. Who was your number one watch streamer? Was it me? Was it me? Okay, good. That's good. I guess you watch mostly YouTube. I'm getting advent of code input flashback. Yeah. Pulse audio spotted. Yeah, we got some floating around. Some mem FT. I don't know what all this shit means. But there are various things. We got some lib nvidia gpu comp.so. We have various nvidia CTL device situations. But most relevantly, I think we have a bunch of these guys, right? We have a bunch of these guys. And you'll notice that they live in a different zone. They live in 55555. I think this is where Rust puts its stuff by default. Like you can just put stuff where you wish, right? We live in a world of virtual memory. I think this is due to Rust, right? This is what I was fucking with my tablet memory reader stuff. Hell yeah. So Rust doesn't do ASLR. ASLR is, this is on the loader level, right? Is this I don't know enough about ASLR. Maybe we can let's do some research to find out where that actually happens. Like that's in memory. Oh yeah, I guess this is in memory. Yeah. I was like, oh, we're looking at object dump. No, this is actually in memory, huh? Well, it is. I guess it is. Maybe we can learn about that. Rust C ASLR. Exploit mitigations. ASLR. Security mode. Yeah. Does it actually do this? Enable PIE by default on Linux for full ASLR. Maybe I'm running a debug build of the model renderer. I don't think I am though. This is kind of interesting. But I think Rust is I consistently see this 5555 pattern. Right? This is common. This is common. I mean, we can observe. Let me kill John Model. I'm sorry, John Model. You must perish. You must perish. Let's return to LLLL Colonq. And let's restart this and get another process and see if things live in the same zone. Let's see if they live in the same zone. All right, let's go. Let's begin. It's going. That is sort of surprising that it doesn't. So what is the name of this guy now? Colonq. What is your legal name? Full legal name? You are now living at 9837. Because we start 1,000 processes per stream. If we go here, yes, these sure look like the same numbers to me. And these being like nice, pleasant, round, very heavily 1 KB aligned numbers. We do not have ASLR. I think that's what this means, right? Like, do we have this? Like, I mean, I assume you don't get this for C by default either, right? Because C, like, your code is not position independent by default, right? It can get. Let's make a little C program and see what happens. See what happens, eh? Let's make test.c. We were doing all this bullshit, weren't we? Let's say int main. Let's say while 1 classics gcc test.c-o test /test. Okay, this just busy loops on one core. Hello, Spheriphoria. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. He looks like Crispus. What a cutie. Thank you. Welcome. Hello. How was your stream today, Sphero? Sphero has been in the quest. We were discussing UI earlier, Spheriphoria. UI state management approaches. I know you've been working on a relatively complex AI type zone. You're not UI. Fuck. I can't talk. You're working on layout. I saw you get text wrapping working the other day. I don't know how to say words. I apologize. I'm in deep UI fuck. Hello, Baka streamer. Also, thank you for the follow. If you're just arriving, if you're just coming from the Sphero zone, hello. I'm LLLQ. I'm a little freak guy. I do programming. We're currently trying to explore proc mem. We're trying to see what we can get away with. I have this dream of making a memory scanner. Of doing cheat engine type behaviors with memory scanner style, and yeah, this is the idea. Basically, I feel grossly incapable at reverse engineering, and I feel like I should probably be better at it than I am. And I feel like the main reason why I don't do it more is that I don't have tools that I'm comfy with. So by making bad tools that suck, we can maybe make the good tools that work seem more appealing. This is the concept. But yeah, we have a place. You can go there too. It's good. It is good. I promise. It's less bad than you think. So we were exploring a thing. We were noticing that our little Rust program doesn't seem to have ASLR by default. Hello, Tris790. When you open one of that files, it updates live or it creates a snapshot at the moment of opening? Well, it's a snapshot, right? Because it's loaded into memory. Hello, Theus off _ or a single underscore, excuse me. Fuck. Thank you for the follow. We could have it live update in a variety of ways. I think there's a way to mmap where it would update live, right? I've done this before for sure. I don't have a very clear grasp of all of the mmap is like ridiculously complicated thing, right? There's like so much stuff you can do with mmap. I think you can mmap in such a way that like your memory does actually reflect changes to a file on disk. Is this true? The BPM worries me. Well, it's fine. I have twice as much blood. I'm prepared. It's my CPU. It's my CPU, Peter Sake. Don't worry. We're good. We're good. It's yeah. Like I think you can mmap files and you can like get live updates from this. I used this in the past for a thing. I wrote a little roguelike in the past, like a what do you call it? Like a text console roguelike game. And the level format for the game was totally flat, right? There was no indirection in it, right? It was just a big You know, just standard dump a bunch of structs to disk. And I remember doing some funny stuff where I was mapping the files in, right? And I could hex edit the file and I could observe changes instantly in the game, right? Which is super scuffed. Like, you probably don't want to be doing that for real, but like, this is you can do this. You map like individual GPU buffers by just specifying some funny offsets and shit. Yeah. Okay. Can we observe, what's our test guy called? What is John Test's name? 91423. If we open /proc 91423/maps, this guy, this is like the standard zone where I would expect things. You see this a lot with C, right? This like this 4 zone, the 4 zone, right? The 400,000 hex zone is where I often, like, if I see, like, I expect this, right? These are addresses that are well acquainted to me, right? So of course there's no ASLR here either. I wonder how you would actually enable this. We're on a little tangent about like ASLR now. But the stack, look down. Yeah, stack is way down here. We don't actually know. We didn't actually try and find where the stack is in John Rust. I don't actually know how that goes at all, or how it's identifying the stack here even. Like, can we look back at our other guy? Where is he? We have heap here. We have a bunch of NVIDIA bullshit and driver nonsense seemingly. Very, very classic. We have various shared object files that we are linked to. This is understandable. This is actually, where is our stack is down here. But our stack also appears to be a somewhat predictable looking address, right? Unlike the one that is here, right? This stack appears to be at some kind of randomized address, right? So like right, this does seem vaguely contorted, right? Whereas this this is the wrong trousers. Whereas this guy looks very predictable, right? We have many F. There's many F here, right? This looks like a sensible, I don't know. So who knows with these things? I'm unsure, but yeah, we can investigate the linker script used by John Rust. Yeah. Many secrets remain to be unveiled. So like, yeah. Either way, it's not super relevant. What we do need to do is we need to interpret this file. What the fuck does this file mean? What is its purpose? What is the purpose of the file, and how do we determine which of these guys that we care to read, right? How do we I sort of think we want to do it interactively, right? I'm sort of envisioning a tool that we can control from Emacs that makes doing this sort of stuff very easy. So like, what if we can just get like a big list pop up for these, like I have here, and I can just like select one and I can just look at it, right? That'd be cool, right? Like to just be able to look at these things. Like I assume, like, what do we have here? I assume this is the actual address range, right? This is the actual range here, right? But we can look up what this exactly means in the future. This, I wonder what this is. It's clearly not a size, because later on these things are all 0. Perhaps this is an offset inside of the binary. Is that true? Like we'll look it up to make sure. We'll look it up to make sure. But the other ones that have this are all associated with a file, like a real file, like this. So I think it's very possible that these guys are all like actual offset inside of the. So this is worth looking at, but not super important, I guess. Unless it could be relevant to like map back to the binary. Hello, Settlix as well. Welcome in. Thank you. Hello, Raiders. Hello. How is it going, Settlix? I feel like it's been a hot minute, my friend. Welcome in. the and Code Void and RGB Productions Games and Maxius Spielt and everyone's here. Hello. How are you doing, Sedlix? No, please don't worry, my friend. You have no obligation to me. I'm happy to see you. It's great to have you here. How was your stream? Hello, Tangent Bricks. Oh, excellent name. Also, we are fucking around with memory today. I had this compulsion last night, and I'm like, let's do this. let's mess around today. Chipping away at the game and making progress. Very nice. Hell yeah. I just made I made native builds of my game. This is my latest thing. I have, you know, we've been developing this browser game, right? The Oob guy. And now officially Oob, with making very minimal changes to the actual game code, we can now compile Oob for Linux native and also for Windows probably, but I haven't tested it yet. We can hit them with the cargo builds target equals x86 64 Linux unknown Linux GNU, right? We hit them with this guy, which will build 1,000 things. It'll build 1,000 things, and then it'll run. We can run the actual game for real. This nugget of info, I've never looked at proc files. You just opened a treasure box for me. Yeah. We're gonna be brave and stride forth. So nice to type in a thing that builds 1,000 things. Yes, it's very convenient. I mean, I'll skip this because I've already built the thing earlier. I already built the release version earlier, and you can just run it natively, and everything works. Everything just works. It goes. You see? Audio works. Everything goes. I had to, and it was sick because, like, I don't know. It's like we haven't really been making like an engine per se, but we have been like trying to like at least somewhat separate the engine code from like the game code. And like it paid off. It paid off really, really well, I think. It's kind of sick. I don't know. So this has been our main achievement recently, I think. See all good installed on. Yeah, the problem with that is though, like the things that we're installing here are not part of the language. These are just dependencies, right? Like if I was doing this in C, it would actually be more annoying because this has like a dependency on SDL, right? And I have to make sure I'm getting the SDL and I'm wrangling the right SDL version and things. And also it has a dependency on OpenAL as well. Like there's sort of dependencies that are relevant, right? Hello Sona Cause PT. Welcome in. Also, thank you for the follow. If you're arriving, I'll do the thing again. I apologize for I gotta say it. If you like this, Discord IRC. Discord, that's the place. I'm sorry. I don't make the. I gotta say it. I don't. Okay. Where is? Yeah. So can we learn about this proc maps format? Maybe actually researching things will tell us more. Of course, we skipped over this. This is just flags, right? Presumably this is read, write, execute, and then protected. I would guess, right? I don't know what the last one is. I assume the P is protected. I think that's a thing. And I don't know what protected means exactly. Maybe it means you can't change the flags otherwise, or like you can't change the flags easily. Proc PID maps, proc self maps. Hello, Science Streams. Also welcome in. Great to see you, friend. How is it going? How is it going? Are you just saying hi over there? I see. Great to be here. It's great to have you. Science, very cool. Long day. How are you? It's going pretty well. I'm excited to. I'm always happy to be here. Right. These are the high points of my week. Science streams. So I'm having a good time. But like I don't know. Life is good. Life is good. I've been trying to just choose to be happy recently, and it's really been doing a number on me. I feel. Hello Tilted Over as well. I'm kind of approaching this with this mindset that I can just like be happy, and I would we've all I don't want to get too silly with things, but it sounds ridiculous, but I agree. Yeah, like you can just choose to be happy. It's kind of unreal how it works. Yeah, trying it can be exhausting. It seems like I don't know. It's been pretty good so far though. It's been giving me a lot of good days. Hello Jack Dose and Prodsy Pod Real as well. Hello Prodsy Pod. It's maybe not that easy, and of course there's difficulties with these things, but Yeah, some can. Yeah, I don't want to say like you. I'm not trying to give this as prescriptive advice. Everyone is different, but I can do this. I have realized that I can do this and at least improve things a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you should also interpret. I should probably say this before. If I say anything and it's foolish, you should just keep in mind that I literally don't know anything. I'm literally like a random guy who is 27. That's like my main thing. That I'm a guy who is 27 and I live in a basement. So like, really, you should not even consider that remotely as like, you know, I'm a guy. I'm a guy and I live downstairs. So yeah, computer pretty good. I mean, that's one I will, you know, I think we have do not gamble, you will not win of programming. Yeah. Here's my skill sheet. This is my skill. You know, people do skill sheets sometimes, right? What's the skill sheet? There's like bars for this. This is how you do it, right? And the bars are like strength, right? Agility. What are other skills? Programming. Cute. Smart. Tough. What are the fucking things? Pokemon contests Gen 3. Contests. If we go to Bulbapedia, can we consult Bulbapedia on this one, gamers? Where's tough? Cool, beauty, cute, smart, tough. We need cool. Thank you for the follow, Tangent and Brickspace as well. And we need beauty. These are the main human stats, right? If you're a human being, you're mainly about these kind of things. Able to eat 48-hour rice. Yeah, zebra-ness. Zebra. Okay. It kind of goes like this. Jumpness, appleness, things like this, right? I'm kind of in this tier, right? Here are my attributes. We got to make this grid. It's got to be grid style. It's got to be grid where there's like 5 options, I think. I feel this is essential. This is essential. We need to draw the lines. I can probably be holding shift or something to make the lines automatically, but I'm not. I don't go like that. That's not how I play. I don't choose that lifestyle for myself. And then these lines are like this. These lines are like this. There's like a 4 gradations. This is perfect. It's perfect, right? Here's my skill level broadly, I would say, across the board. It kind of goes, it's okay. We can't, the lines are, fuck, the fucked up homework table. Yeah, this is how I'm handing in my physics homework like this. I'm handing in my Excel homework like this. It kind of looks like this. This is sort of how the build that we've chosen in life. So keep this in mind before you consider any interaction with me. This is the build. We're like 50%. We're like 50% programming tier, and we're kind of spec'd 25% across the board. Otherwise, so you gotta consider this. Oh yeah, age also 20. Age is 27. That's also true. Where's age? Where's age? The modesty. Every single person wants to be my enemy, or something like this. Where's 27? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Thank you for the gift sub, Infernoid. Welcome. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay, that's 27 bars. There's 27 bars, and that's if we fill all of those in. This is age. This is age too. So this is my stat sheet. This is where we go. Line tool. We don't believe in that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Okay, this is age. I'll put an overlay for this one. It kind of goes off the screen a little bit. This is age. Yeah, this is our current stat allocation. We go for this. A bunch of Vermonts and New Hampshires. Yeah, we're keeping it. What's the capital of Vermont? Montpellier. Montpelier. Is this the capital of? I don't know. Who can say? Age, Bill. Yeah, we go for age focus. Most of our points are going into age. It's not Burlington. I don't think so. I think it's Montpelier. Vermont. Wikipedia. I do like Vermont. Vermont's kind of beautiful. Yeah, largest city is Burlington. The capital is this guy. John this guy. Hello Sandcork also. The largest city. When I was very young, I was extremely young. There was like a one summer that my family was like not this was like when I was when I was like 3 or 4 probably. I know it was when I was in 4 because I remember it was during this period coincided with 9/11. I lived in Killington, Vermont, very, very briefly. Hello, Straw Hat Sasha, also welcome in. A lot of coat factories in that area, I believe. We have long color. We have extremely long color. Okay. Gradient from A to B. I see. It's gradient using, what is this, 32-bit components, which I think which do actually work because I'm just using the Emacs thingy to parse them. Anyway, enough of this nonsense. We got to get back into business here. What do the fields fucking mean? What is the meaning of the fields? Will you tell us? Maps. What are the rows mean? Address, starting and ending address. Okay, this is to be expected. Permissions. 4 different permissions. Read, write, execute, and shared. If a region is not shared, okay, it's shared or private. If the process attempts to access memory in a way that is not permitted, a segmentation fault is generated. I don't know the difference between shared and does this have relation to, like, presumably shared libraries are in memory one time. Does that mean that if we look for an SO, some of this NVIDIA stuff is private also, but like, for example, the font config cache is shared. What else is shared that is like, a lot of this dev NVIDIA control stuff is. Really, most of the libraries are private, so I don't know. It's only in real memory once. Yes, I see it. So it's related to the address. Different virtual memory. Linux memory, shared versus private. What is the position independent code allows this? I must away from computer to make hummus. Good stream Clonk, have good stream Clonk. Thank you. Enjoy hummus, Big Book of Bug. This sounds extremely appealing. I'm looking forward to having food today. This is going to be a solid experience. Different types of memory and system monitor. Well, it probably doesn't matter too much right now. Each shared mapping size is divided by the number of processes. I'm just interested as to why things I might expect to be shared, right? Like, I don't know, lib unwind.so.8.0.1. Like, why is this private? I guess I don't. I feel like my understanding of this is not complete, but we can continue. Okay, offset is what we expected. It's if it was mapped from a file, it is the offset where the mapping begins. That makes sense. So this is what John Elf is telling us, right? The Elf segment. Which one is it? Is it section or is it? I think it's segments. Elf's. Okay, we get to Google this again. Elf's segment versus section. It's shared as in shared memory IPC region and not shared. Oh, I see. Okay. I get you then. I understand. This makes sense. It's an IPC situation. Section and segment difference. Segment is runtime. So presumably if we look for the segments, can we try and execute on this prospect? Your hair is, yeah, it has hamburger, french fries, hot beverage, cooking. It says hamburger, french fries, hot beverage, cooking, green salad, ice cream, poultry leg, balloon, cookie, cupcake, and then ice cream. It's not Christmas lights. It's hamburger, french fries, hot beverage, cooking, green salad, ice cream, poultry leg, balloon, cookie, cupcake.
Going to eat.
Okay, enjoy this.
I will be back.
Enjoy this task. What's happening? Cat. Wait, this is the one. This is John Artificial. People were freaking out about Cat in the chat. Which does seem like a bad PR move for them to do. Don't they have, right? Didn't they just roll out the artist creator? I don't know. Yes. Hello, Alaroon also. But I assume these decisions are not coordinated by the same people, unfortunately. Welcome in, Alaroon, though. If we were to look obj dump style, I never remember what obj dump we need to say. Can we print the segments somehow? How do we print the segments? How do we print the table of this? Is this something that is possible for us to do? Obj dump print segments. This is sections. This is sections. There is segment data in the ELF file, correct? There's data that tells us the segments of things. How do we get that fucking information? I know in ELF there's like one of the headers is at one of the some of the metadata is at the start and some is at the end, right? There's like some shit for this. This is a thing. Huh? I think this is true. This is a thing, right? There's like, where is the ELF section segments? I think this is the case. Can we get diagram? Yeah, there's a section header table at the bottom optionally. This is a thing. Yeah. And the program header table describes segments. So presumably if we look for the program header table in this guy, can we see that somehow? Can we see this? Obj dump program header table. It's furthering my annoyance is the fact that the word segment is never mentioned. Yeah, I expect so. Also, LLLL is looking very festive. Thank you, Alrune. I appreciate this. It's great to see you, Alrune. The Alrune, is your name in reference to something? I don't. Apologies if I'm prying. I don't mean to pry. I've seen. I don't know. I feel like I've seen your name somewhere. The Where? I mean, we can just print like. What do we want? Let's just print X. Let's print all headers. Let's dump headers here. Wow, we have many headers. Is there anything here that would indicate the business? Where is the business? Where is these? Something is being loaded. If we go back to the guy, if we go back to maps, right? Something is being loaded at big fives, right? There's big fives somewhere in here, right? Are there big fives in this output? No, they're not. Where do the big fives live? Like there's a seat, like there are many fives and they live somewhere, clearly probably in the binary. I don't know where they live though. Obj dump print, that's in the ELF. Yeah, I mean I'm looking at obj dump output, right? For this. I would expect obj dump has this. Every section has segment. Yeah. Do we know I don't know how to print this conveniently though. Let's just print text, right? If I obj dump dash help again, how do I do this? I have to look this up every time. You do it with readelf, I think. Yeah, we can maybe go readelf style. Can readelf tell us the segments? Okay, it can. It can. Okay, we can go readelf segments. Readelf save me. Okay, we get there. Excellent. There are 14 program headers starting at offset 64. We have a guy, we have various John various, we have the interpreter here, various load type scenarios, but none of them have the 5s that we expect. Vert adder. Yeah, none of them have those 5s. Where did the 5s live? Very Christmassy command. Yeah, we're keeping it festive for the season. Of course, Sonic has PT. This is it's all topical. It's all relative. There's the global offset. Yeah, where is the? Can we get the global offset out of this elf? Let's see. Get a read elf. Global offsets. This is going to be the global offset table here is in reference to how linking works with like PLT stubs and stuff. Rudolph equals readelf. I see. Readelf gets load address. Hello, Luigi 401. Also, welcome in. Base address of elf. Program entry point. Okay, that's probably the word that we're looking for. Entry. We can probably just get the header, right? If we just say readelf -e, right? Where's many 5s? Show me computer, show me. There's still no many 5s. The many 5s should be easy to find. Where do the many 5s live? How's the coding going? Hello, JD does dev robot. Readelf get program entry points. How does it translate the entry point? When I read readelf -h, I get the entry point. What is this? Is this the header again? It's the same header. And this is also just an offset. Let's say I want to calculate this address by myself using it. Sure. There's no translation necessary. It sure does seem like there's some translation necessary. Try and find the old elf loader thing. Where does this live? Might be in the gzip. Readelf determine where program will live in memory. Which parts of elf get loaded into memory and where? Sure. Elf executable has a number of sections, obviously text and data, sure. Various other sections, sure. Bibliography at the different references, sure. Sure, you can do things, you can get sections. You can get sections. We have GOT, PLT, dynamic linker behaviors. We understand this indirection of dynamically linked functions. How do we know where though? How do we know fucking where? Various. Okay, readelf -e outputs a section to segment mapping. Okay, sure. We were doing this before, right? We did this thing. Section to segment mapping is here, right? Here's the segments. Here's our sections. Where is Jonathan text? It's here next to PLT and PLT global offset table, and you know this is believable. This is believable, but where the fuck do they? Does I wonder. Does this look any different for our little C file here? If I say readelf -e test, how does that look? How does that thing look here? Well, it has entry point. Oh, there's a difference here, isn't there? Something is a little bit different here, computer. Also, thank you again, Inferno. I'm sorry if I glazed over this. Thank you very much for 16 months, friend. This is highly kind. What is this? Is this Rust? I mean, there's some kind of difference here, but why? Like, there's something that makes it load at that 5 kind of address, at that 5 style address. So we're being told that in C, the entry point address is the actual address that like we expect, right? This file doesn't exist anymore because we killed the process. But if we run it again, if we say /test to permanently burn 1 CPU core at the altar of Jeff Bezos, the where is 9837? If we open proc 9837 maps, yes, reread from disk, please. Oh, this is the wrong guy. I found the wrong guy. I looked for what are we doing here? Where's test? I'm reading the wrong fucking trousers. It's 98309, of course. 98309 maps. You'll notice that this is just the address, right? Like this address here is the entry point. Wallace and Gromit reference. Yes, I love that thing. I love that one. The Wallace and Gromit fucking rocks, honestly. The you love they're very contraption core. Wallace and Gromit, they're always making contraptions, and this is highly appealing. I want a machine that puts my pants on. Yeah, so this is very strange. Do you observe the strangeness, computer? In memory, right? Like, we can observe that the entry point address is such and such, and then in memory for the C program, it is obviously there, right? And they're telling us the actual addresses here, right? They're telling us these actual things that are going on here inside of these guys. Hello, Cade. Also, thank you for the follow. So beyond this, however, like for John Rust does not seem, we are not seeing the thing with many 5s. Yet when we open the address thing, when we open the maps, we have many 5s. There are many 5s at the start. Do these match up at least roughly with like what we're seeing here? Like, what is the entry point? It's 63180. Like, I don't even know. Like, this is some offset here. This is some offset from the thing. Like, can we say Rust virtual memory 555? Like, I don't know. This is gonna tell us about the game. I don't know if we're gonna get any good results with this. Like, maybe this is like some kind of default address. I don't know. Maybe this is like some kind of randomization type thing. Rust is PID by default, so the loader just chooses a fixed place to load it. Can we say, let's just start asking more? Okay. Oh, this might make sense. What if we compile the C code with this? Yeah. This is a very good point, XOR Xavier. This is an extremely good point. Let's call this test pick. And we can hit him with the FPIC here. And then let's run /test pick to burn another CPU core at the altar of Jeff Bezos. Let's look for test pick. This is 98850. We open proc 98850/maps. Nope. Google en passant. Very interesting. A good hypothesis, but like, even still, it's placing it at this location. Very, very cool. Let's try and figure like I wonder if those 5s even occur in the, like, let's make a simple Rust binary. Because I don't want to fuck with this big John Big. I don't really want to mess with John Big. Let's kill all this so we're not burning CPU cores. Let's make test.rs, right? And let's say this guy is fn main loopma. John Big is menacing. If I say rust c test.rs -o test rs, we get classic errors. NixOS cannot run dynamically linked to executables intended for generic Linux environments out of the box. That's somewhat fearsome. Your canonization is defective, perhaps? I don't know. I think it might be broken for multiple... I don't know. If I just say this... Okay, it works. It's because of the 3 in your name, I think. It's because of the 3 in your name. It only works with... This is amusing. Perhaps we should fix this. Perhaps we should treat letters as numbers as proper characters. Let's record this so we remember to do it. Choco J Bark. Make numbers be in the Bible. That's good. That's good, I think. Yeah, I'm the input that leads to debugging. Yes, this is perfect. It's perfect. Okay, so Rust C just doesn't do it for us, I guess. Linking with CC failed. It's trying to run GCC. Oh, it's trying to run LLD. This is the one. This is the one we run into all the time. What is the option we do for this? It's time for taco. Enjoy taco, please. Is it this fucker? Is it you? Entry low level hell proc zone. I'm enjoying a whole lot. Hello, long time since I've turned in. Was just curious if you checked out any of the Emacs com talks yet or plan to. I'm getting pretty psyched for the Emacs Guile scheme project getting actively developed again. I did see that. I did not check out any of the talks yet because I kind of got distracted with other things and forgot that it was this weekend. But I will investigate them. This is a very cool thing. This is an extremely cool thing. If the binary is static, there's a minva which tells where to load it. I see. Okay, why is this taking so long to do its dirty business here? The Rust one should be... No, the Rust one is dynamic. They're both dynamic binaries. They should be. Are we like totally fucking locked by this Nix process? Like I can't even get the cursor onto the screen. It's locking out my KVM guy, so I cannot actually even send Control G input. I guess I can maybe match Control G on the physical keyboard. Let's do that. No, we can't. We might be locked here. Could be locked. I can move. If I click, can't click. I can move the mouse. I can't click. My trackpad is broken. My trackpad is fucking broken on this machine. Fuck. P-Search project as well is going to be hella useful for big legacy projects too. Yeah, I'm really excited. It feels like it's crazy how much how active the Emacs little world is. Why the fuck am I not following you already? Twitch does tend to undo these things, right? It goes unstyle. If you want to keep up with us in a way that is more reliable, we run a Discord and an IRC, which is not being... Okay, there it goes. It all caught up at the same time. I see. Thank you. We have a Discord and an IRC channel that gets pinged when there are streams and stuff. That are linked up. It's one Discord chat room linked to one IRC chat room the bridge that we made. We hit them with this. Okay, that works. If I say LDD test rs, if I say LDD test, right? They're relatively similar, right? There's an additional shared library on libgcc, but these are both dynamic binaries, right? Junior IRC, hell yeah. Thank you, friend. Viper do what I think it does, or have I done something scary? It makes you a VIP. It makes someone a VIP. And I think it should have worked there on Yellowberry. I don't know. Sometimes if you add additional information, it breaks. It is automated. I've been kind of frustrated with NeoVim configs again. I think if I had actually had time to play around with it, I might have given Emacs a shot. Realized that I had issues with the LSP/treesitter stuff, and I recall. Yeah. Okay. The other thing is, it's not as bad. I was using a weird third-party LSP thing that used to be the way to go. I have since switched to using the built-in LSP thing, which is called eglot, and I've had a much better time. So maybe consider this also. This is worth consideration. The app breaks it. I think we fixed the app breaking it, right? Where's redeems? Where's Vipper? Yeah, we do schop prefix. It probably doesn't work with the suffix still, but like it does. Yeah. Well, anyway, we do it. We'll fix it manually if you're not. Let me /VIP yellowberry HN. Unable to add VIP. Oh, our automatic removal thing is kind of broken. Eglot booster. Yeah, I have not done this yet, but like Eglot has been a much better experience for sure. I will look at Eglot booster. We got to remove random VIPs here. Where is twitch.el? Where's remove random VIP? Twitch remove random VIP. Please go. From nil. From banana. Why is there nil? why the fuck is there nil? Okay, there we go. Let's redeem these things. VIP you Daniel Pancake. VIP Yellowberry HN. Are you trying PoE 2? I picked up the game and I played like for 30 minutes on the release day. I'm not like a huge PoE gamer, I guess. I played it. I've been playing it for a long time on and off. Like I think my account's from like 2012 or something. It's very, but like I've only really like played to the end game one season. I think I just don't have the time for it right now. Like all of my free gaming time has been I've been playing some WoW Classic, and even that like I didn't play hard. I played hardly at all the last week because I've been like sucked into projects and things. There have been interesting projects. The zero is this for C is a yeah. So this is in the linker script, right? But if it's in the linker script, it should be like we see it in the binary, right? We see it in the object file, right? Dream Scythe, no, we're on Night Slayer. We're on PvP zone. I do have a character on Dream Scythe, but we're on Horde PvP zone. There are like 4 of us in the Discord vaguely playing occasionally. Yeah, it's a thing. We're gaming on there. I think the raids dropped today, so we're kind of like we're not in the cool. We're gonna miss lockouts or something. But I'm playing kind of casually. WL verbose for Rust C. Sure, we can do this. WL verbose. This is we have to like do. Is it like this? No. What is the way? How do you pass a linker option? There's probably a way. I don't know. Either way, casually switch. Yeah, it's like this, right? It's like I like playing it. Let's just run this Rust thing and see what it looks like. Right? We didn't even run it yet. I'm currently extending new and Repul's CLI component for Ares RS Guile and Repul server, originally for Emacs. This is quite. You're mentioning this. NRepul is the one that like it's from Closure World, right? This is where I've heard the term NRepul at least. It's 105.470. Hello, Catlariana. Also, I'm sorry if I didn't say hi. And Jake creates stuff. Hello as well. What was that? Fuck, we missed. Is it 104.750? 104.750. You're casual. It seems like you've been playing a lot, Falco. You already caught up with the others. Holy moly, 105.470. 105.470 maps. It's in a different world. It's not in 5555555. It's in 55 some. So maybe this is randomized. Maybe there is some kind of randomization happening here. Perhaps. I don't know what to make of this computer. I'm unsure where these numbers are coming from. FPIC by default. Yeah, but the thing is, this didn't happen for C with just FPIC, right? For C with like we tried C with FPIC and this didn't. I'm just curious where the number comes from. Like where does this 55 bunch following stuff comes from? The C linker script? The C linker script like this all should kind of like, since we're looking at just the memory that's being loaded and the elf file, right? Anything that the linker script does should be visible in the elf file, right? This is my thinking. So like, regardless of what the linker scripts do, there should be information in the elf file that tells us about that result. And I don't know where to find that. I don't know how to distinguish these two cases. Let's read elf this guy as well. Let's read elf -e test rs. Let's do it like this instead. Bit locked in, as they say. I see. Yeah, it is the thing about classic WoW is that it's just an incredibly fucking comfy game, right? Static linking could remove some stuff. I just sat down and wasn't here. I see. This is all dynamically linked, right? And in particular, what we're trying to find out, Spheriphoria, is here's the sleuthing. Here's the sleuthing. We have some C files, right? We have some little test C files. Right? So if I say read elf -e test, right? This is a little thing compiled from C, right? It says entry point address is this, right? And its various addresses of its sections are all these, like, 400,000 hex kind of deals, right? 400,000 hex. And if we look at the maps, do we have any of the maps still open for those? Let's run. Let's say pgrep test. Let's open proc this maps. These addresses are what we would expect, right? They're this kind of 400. Like, the addresses here are the addresses in the guy, right? In the dude. Like, the thing that's curious is, for a Rust program, a similarly like kind of trivial little Rust program that we compiled. If we read elf that, the entry point is just like it's a small number, right, that we expect, right? And all of these things are all like, seemingly they don't have this 400,000 hex offset. They all are just like offset from 0, right? But then when this thing actually runs, if we open the maps for it, or which one is it? It's this guy. All the addresses are like in this high range, right? Like some big offset from like, it's this huge range, and this seems to be consistent across Rust programs that we're observing, right? We're trying to figure out like what this is. Is this like an ASLR thing, and in particular where this high offset comes from? And like, is it visible in the elf file, right? Like, the only thing which determines vert adder is the section adder. C starts at that, Rust starts at 0. C linker somehow flips some bit which makes it fixed position, not FPIC, and Rust does not. Okay, okay, gotcha. Yeah. So basically we're trying to figure out like how we know, right? Like in C, it's obvious. For our little C example, it's very obvious what's happening here, right? And again, there's no ASLR here. It's not position independent, so it's like whatever, right? But like it's obvious. There's an entry point address. It goes like, but like, how can we know like why it ends up here, right? Like how do we know how it's getting mapped into this range of the address space? I don't know. I don't know currently. And it doesn't really matter that much for like the thing we want to do, but like it's still like I want to know. Like and this information, at least maybe this is a flag in the thing somewhere. Maybe there's some kind of flag that says like we have Jonathan ASLR or something like this. Like I don't know. Like if we look at test RS, right? Like it looks mostly the same. Oh, there's an ABI version difference on this, but this shouldn't matter, right? No, it's the same. It's the same. I'm being goofy. I thought I missaw the one. I was like, what the fuck is it? Like this there should be no way this is the case. What is the the loader has to be deciding, yeah, and but based on what, right? Based on what? How does it decide, right? If it only sees this file, right? How does it know? There's some bit in here. I want to know which bit it is. Flags are 0 on test RS. Flags are 0 here as well. what is the, if we look at ASLR on Wikipedia again, what is the, how do we, there's going to tell us a lot of theory about this. What is the actual implementation of this on Linux? Is it not that type field? Type is executable file here, and then, oh, that is something. But what if we look at the I see that is it, I think. If we look at test PIC, which is the one we, I guess we're not compiling it the correct way. It's a different ELF type. This is it. How can we produce the same type? Yeah, I was compiling with that in C to test, right? The test PIC one here is maybe is it F? Is it not just this? Do I have to say FPIE? Is this a different thing? Maybe this is it. If we say test PIE here instead, if we readelf -e test PIE, they're different things. I see. This will do it. Maybe? No, it doesn't. It's still the same type. It's the same type here. Still. No, this is good. There's no the mystery remains for you. If we run test PIE, I suspect it should produce the same deal, right? If I say pgrep test PIE, grab this guy, open proc maps. Yeah, same deal. Not actually being put anywhere else. So what causes this readelf-e test rs situation? What is it telling us? Elf type dyn versus exec. Oh, here we go. Elf file type etexec and etdyn. Etdyn indicates that the file is a shared library, but of course there's not that much different, you know. Our binary that we are running is claiming to be a shared library here, which is kind of exciting. I wrote a simple program in C. However, the problem is that readelf-h is yielding the following. I thought this had something to do with the compiler I used, so I did the same with some utilities in bin, and I got the same results. Why is readelf identifying executables as shared libraries? Because it's kind of a special shared library. See also this example. Why did GCC? It's configured to build that. Oh, do you just say PIE? Can I just say -PIE? Maybe this is a thing. If I say -PIE here, and then I say readelf-e, I guess there is a proliferation of options. Okay, now this is like this, right? And now if I run test PIE, if I run John this guy, and I pgrep test PIE and do our little dance that we like to do, proc this guy maps. Okay. Now these things are randomized at a random high address that seems like. So are we just getting lucky? Like, other strange thing, right? We ran this on my model, right? If I say pgrep Colonq, right? This is my model. If I open the model, the address is this big thing starting with like a bunch of 5s, right? First of all, and not only this, we ran the model twice, and it was this 5s pattern both times. So this is kind of curious. What if you do the PIE and the PIC PIE? Maybe so. Maybe so. We can investigate this. Like, I'm just curious where this number comes from. Okay, let's try something different. Let's go back to here, right? Let's kill test PIE. Where is the what was the maps for that? It was not this guy. Maybe it was this guy. No, not this guy. Not this guy either. Were those 5s not in the Colonq header? No, we could not find them anywhere. We were looking for them. If I run test PIE again, right, and do the same little song and dance, right? Pgrep test spy. I should probably like just do the funny little shell thing here, but I'm very lazy. maps. This is 561 FD. This is changing every time. Similar addresses depending on the type of the map. But if I restart my model, will it also change, or did we just get like insanely fucking lucky? Where is Colonq? Let's run this again. We'll start this up again. We'll check on Jonathan model, and we'll see how things unfurl. Okay, we go. Do you even have ASLR enabled? He kills his model. I mean, there's clearly some kind of randomization happening, right? Because like we ran that one thing twice, and like it was mapped to different addresses, right? I don't know if this is like proper ASLR or anything, but like at least there's some kind of randomization happening in the thing that it's mapped to. Yeah. Okay, if we pgrep Colonq, cat proc sys kernel, yeah, we could do this style, or we could also just like do the actual like just substitution. VA space. It is 2. It is Jonathan 2. If we grab this, open proc this maps. No, it's still 5s, you see? So we've like this one, the other one that we ran, yeah, this is the way, as Sphero says. If we ran the other program, we ran it twice and the addresses changed. We ran the model and we ran it twice and the addresses remain the same. So perhaps there are like multiple flags, one that says it is position independent and put it in the high zone, and another flag that says actually do the randomization. Maybe this is a thing. I don't know. It's possible, I guess, that this is a piece of functionality, a piece of the pie, a piece of the puzzle. Some sections of Conky aren't PIC. Yeah, maybe so. I think, yeah, perhaps now it's per section. Ah, yes, now it's per section. So -PIE sets the whole executable to this, right? I wonder if there's a way for us to say it's -PIE in C and then disable randomization, like disable PIC, like in the actual code. Like, is this how do we do this? GCC disable position independent code, and then we have to look where that flag is per section. Sure. Sure. Do we know? Do we know? They're gonna tell us about ASLR in funny ways. They're gonna tell us GDB things. We even have the funny 5s address, so this is definitely what's happening here. It's a pickless pie. How do we disable that? Can I say -F no PIC? Where's if I say -F no PIC? Is this a thing? I guess maybe. Okay, cool. If I say test pi now, if I pgrep test pi, do the thing again. There is -no PIE. Yeah, I wonder if that just turns off this guy though. I don't know. We're trying to do like 2 separate things where it's still a thing. PIE, it's position independent, right? Basically what it means is that the code instead of referencing absolute addresses as it would normally, all the references to other symbols and things are relative, which means you can put the code wherever you want in memory. It'll still work, right? This is the basic idea, at least. The chat summary is so funny. Yeah. It was originally like supposed to be a parody of like the YouTube thing that they added. Like YouTube streams, they have this chat summary AI bullshit thing, right? But it's actually like kind of useful, I guess. Like people like it kind of goes hard a little bit. It does a decent job at summarizing the current context. Test pi. Is this still a, yeah, it's still position independent executable file. there's maybe some kind of flag here that tells us about this that we can investigate. Pickles mentioned. Hello, Hibako D again. Not well versed with binaries. Yeah, chat summary was immediately useful for me just joining with no context. Yeah. The quotes make it funnier. Pickle. Quote unquote pickle. Okay, if we open this map then, if we say open proc maps. Okay, this is 55CF. We're living in 55CF. That sure looks like it's randomized, probably. I feel like the base address is probably that 5555555, and then it adds like some random offset to this. I think this is probably how it goes. Okay, let's try it again though, and see if it changes. We're looking 55CF. Open proc maps. Okay, it's 55. So it does. Like this doesn't give me any feelings other than perhaps it did not actually do it. If I say -F no PIE, does this actually do anything like for invalid names? If I say foobar, if I say -F no foobar, okay, it actually, that is a real thing. Readelf, yeah, it's a double negative situation. Yeah. If I say -E, if we hit them with the readelf here, I can probably just say readelf -H. That's all we really care about. Okay, it's still this. Okay, we go again. We go again. We're gonna fucking do this now. pgrep test PIE. Will eShell actually do this? Symbols function definition is void pgrep. Okay, eShell will not do this. How do we make eShell do this? We do not have command substitution. How do we make it happen? We can do the xargs thing. eShell command substitution. Normally if I have to do something like this, I just drop into a subshell. But I can't use open with that because open is false. Open is false. Open is not a doesn't exist. Open is a Lisp function. So command substitution generally. You can use curly braces. We're being told not to be lulled into a false sense of security. I would never, Emacs. I would never allow you to lull me. I know you always have additional tricks up your sleeve. Okay, there we go. Now it's fun. This still looks like it's randomized, I think. Instructions to the chat summary GPT summarizer. The pickle is like Fight Club. You can't talk about the pickle. Please don't reference the pickle directly. What the fuck changed? Oh, I changed it to curly brackets. It uses curly brackets in eShell, of course, because eShell lets me do things like this. eShell, this is valid syntax. And in fact, I believe I could probably say a thing like this. Foo bar. Yes, we can in fact say that. So normal parentheses, this is a Lisp. Of course, this is a Lisp function application. What else could it be? You can also pipe to buffers in this, which I use on occasion. It's mostly useful by the fact that piping to a buffer will live update, right? So if you have something that like is long running that produces an output file, if you just pipe it naively, if I just say like, I don't know, long commands, is there an option to yes where it will space it out? No, it always just spams it. You can make it if you pipe something to a buffer, it'll update in real time. I wonder if this will actually crash my Emacs if I do this. Let's experiment, gamers. Let's have a little bit of an experiment here, I think. If I say what's the way I can do this nicely? If I say out.txt here, if I say yes out.txt, you'll notice it's updating live, and in fact produced it scrolls past live and produced 800,000 lines of this. Can you see? Like, it's if we do it again, right? it's kind of going too fast to observe, but it's cool in the sense that like normally something you would have to like tail for, right? Like it'll since this is technically piping to a buffer, not to actually directly to the file, it's going through Emacs. You can see live updates produced by the on the output, right? I use this quite a lot at work in the past, right? It's very convenient for like, it makes it so like if you're running like a bunch of different commands all the time, I can just like pipe them to different buffers and just like have those buffers on the top of the screen instead of like, and still like view them as if they're shell output, like kind of interactively almost, but like it's not, I don't know, it's handy in certain circumstances. rm out.txt. Anyway, we are still, yes, is such a funny command. Yeah. It's kind of great that it exists. Yeah, it really melts those boundaries. Yeah, for sure. We are still in the lurch with regard to our ASLR. How do we know? Elf linker ASLR enable. Can we find this out, man? Yes. Yeah. Yes, man. What is the, like, this is to support this, but presumably there is something that is actually telling us whether or not this is like can we say, like, let's look at the flags for these fuckers, shall we? If we look at, presumably the flags are different, right? If we go back home here, kill readelf -h test PIE -e test PIE. There should be like some kind of flag for these guys, right? All of these guys they're just normal read. Key to flags is this. And it's not really telling us anything interesting, I guess. There should be something different here that tells us about this, though. Like tells us like whether a section is can we see that somehow? Elf check whether section is position independent. What if a shared library is loading in? Oh, that's possible. That's maybe possible. I don't know though. We'd have to distinguish shared objects from position independent executables. There is no way to check it is a shared object, sure. I don't know. I'm gonna get some more water. I'll be back in a moment, computer. Let's move if we haven't moved in a minute. Nap time, thank you. Good night, niche penguin. Excuse me. Give me 30 seconds and I will return. Let's click this and then click this. Hello, I'm back. Hi, we're here. I feel that image. I feel that image. Goddamn, I love the aesthetic of this channel. Did he take the ASCII Yuri out of the rotation? I haven't been clicking it as often, but I guess this is just randomless. I feel like I typically just reach for the first one. I don't know. I don't know. The second one makes me sad sometimes to see it, because the artist of the second of that one, the artist of that one just kind of like disappeared out of nowhere, and no one has heard from them for like months, like a year almost. And I miss them a lot. It's yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate this, fellow worker John. We're trying to cultivate an aesthetic. I don't know, something kind of funny. We're trying to create something that's a little bit fun. I don't know. Let's pour some here. Okay. Well, the question remains. The question still stands. What the fuck is this? What's the deal with airline? What's the deal with this? What distinguishes one binary from the other binary? What is their distinction? Can we learn this distinction via either readelf or something different in the shared library chain? I mean, there is a different. The Rust binary does load. It loads libgcc, but I mean that doesn't feel like loading an additional library doesn't feel like it should make the address more stable, I guess, right? This like the Rust one is the one that doesn't change. I feel like if you're loading more, does the C one not load this? It does not. Let's check. Maybe it does with test pi. No, it does not. This is the only difference, and they are on different versions of libc. But they're on the same version of libc actually. Even this is the same too. And they're on the same interpreter path, same loader. The only difference is that this loads libgcc. So I kind of wouldn't expect this to do the thing. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Who can say? Like our Rust guy has like. Let's look at the headers. I could figure it out. You can send me the files. I mean, the files are easy to create. I'm just compiling a program with Rust C, right? Just a normal a program that does nothing with Rust C. Just this, and I'm compiling a similar program that loops forever and does nothing in C. And I am building the one in C with -pie on. And then I am noticing that one of them has ASLR and the other one does not. Comparing the linker invocation could help. Yes, this could be good. How do we print this? GCC print linker command. Is this a possibility for us? How do I get the GCC linker command? -v, sure. Let's not do the no PIE thing. Let's just say -v. The PIC is the difference between. The thing is, Rust by default generates this, right? And it just doesn't. It's generating that because the resulting elf is like a dyn, right? It's et_dyn. The problem is, and it's being loaded at like the place where we'd expect, right? It's in the high addresses off the 555s. The problem is in Rust, it's not being randomized. There's no ASLR happening. Configured with. Oh man, Nix is doing some fucked up shit here. What is this, Nix? Why do you replace the hash with E? There's something. No, there's some horrible Nix magic with this. I'm sure. I'm fucking sure. That's horrendous. Okay. It's doing some sed later on that replaces this or something. It's oh my god. Where's the linker? Where are we getting linker business here? What does the linking? What does the limp? There's liblto plugin.so happening here. This is just a bunch of options. Where is the actual guy happening? This is just dumping paths and things. Where is the actual linker commands? Can we find him? Imagine the length of each E is different. They should have just used namespaces. That is the encoding. That is I suspect this is not the case, but if it is horrendous. Like the hash except encoded as a number of E's. Damn. I mean, I like this doesn't invoke just LD, does it? This is gonna find us our LDs here. Dump specs link. Linker command. I mean, this is what we would expect, but this is just gonna tell us a bunch of. I mean, this looks vaguely like a linker command here. Every path is 1,000 years long. Yeah. Okay, this looks like a linker. Okay, here it is. This is the guy. It's collect 2. Okay, this makes sense. This makes sense here. And it's a lot of stuff, and it's especially long due to the Nix thing. We're saying -PIE. That makes sense. That makes sense. This is real. How do we print that in Rust? Rust C print linker commands. How do we do Rust C -V should print out linker output? Is this issue resolved? Is this issue resolved? Currently we don't print, and this is in 2016. Does this happen? It was stabilized as -- print link args. Okay, let's save this as link.txt, linkc.txt. We'll drop it here. Damn, Nix makes these things annoying to read. And then when we hit him with the Rust C, we hit him with the print link args. Okay, this maybe tells us the link args. It's and including our entire path. Link rust.txt. Let's remove all of the environment variables from this. Okay, here's CC at the start. Okay, here we go. Here is this guy. Does this guy do PIE? It does. What other options exist here? Hello, Kevlar Brescher. Thank you for the follow, my friend. There are a few things we say here. There's B dynamic happening here. Thank you, I3AJ4, also for the follow. If you're just arriving, we have a place where we hang out and talk about computers separate from this. You might look at that link and think that's going to be horrible. It's not. It's less horrible than you might think. I know I can't read your mind, but it might be less horrible than you think it is. Is this a VTuber model but code? It's a VTuber model that lives in my terminal. Yeah, it's real text actually. You can like copy and paste it. There's all kinds of funny effects you can do with it. If you look at the redeems section, you can go like this. Yeah, that's it. That's the deal. We do programming. That's our thing. We're currently trying to figure out how binaries work. So we're trying to learn about a certain thing that like you have an exe on Windows, right? How that exe actually gets run is kind of interesting, right? How like the code that's on your hard drive gets loaded into the computer's RAM and how it actually runs. There's a lot of complexity there. So we're kind of looking into some details of that process on Linux. We're trying to figure out why one binary that we compiled using one programming language is ending up in a different spot in RAM, in a different thing, in a different exe basically. This is the idea. The text in the pubnix link, yeah. So you did point out this WLB dynamic thing. This B dynamic thing is interesting, but we're still passing in -PIE here. Like what? We gotta move off of my face again. What is unrelated after Google? Yeah, let's look at linkc.txt then. It'd be really cool if I could remove all of these. Don't I have a thing that removes these? I think I do. What is that called? If I look in shell.el, what is this thing called? I have like a plugin that does Nix file name replacement. Hello, Finn is fine. Also, welcome in. Hello. I know Finn is fine streams. They're around on occasion. Can we shout out Finn is fine. And Mint Julep GLHF also welcome in. What is that thing called? Fuck. Is that in my init.el? What is it? It's called Nix something. There's some kind of Nix thing. What is that guy called? Fuck. The thing that replaces Nix path names. I usually have that. Is that like broken now? Init.el. Where does that guy live? If I go into init.el here and I Nix, if I search for Nix, there's bookmarks, history, browser, Lisp, sure, dispatcher, lang, archive, Nix support. Oh, here we have it. It's called Nix Prettify mode. And we're doing it only in eShell mode. Okay. So if I go here and I say Nix Prettify mode instead, okay, that'll at least shorten these to not have the fucking gigantic hashes. They're still gonna be pretty long. Yeah, it's Nix Prettify mode. You can enable this if you like. It replaces them with ... Of course, a lot of these things are going to be references to rust up toolchain bullshit. I tried using it. Yeah, it works for me usually. Hello, Iketsui1. Hello, hi. Welcome in. It's great to have you. You have been known to. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I saw you the other day. Finn is fine. I have a bad problem with chat. Like I go into chats and I'm like, oh, this person, like I can say hi, but it's like I don't know. I don't want to like, you know, turn it into a whole thing. So I'm just gonna I'll just lurk. I'm an incorrigible lurker. Okay. Hello, Kill53597 also. Hello. I welcome aboard. This is the time when everyone this is the second win sort of the stream usually, but this is the time when everyone on the West Coast gets off work. Is that anyone's situation right now? I know this tends to be the case, right? When we do the stream, it's always like it kind of goes when I start, and then the Europeans go to bed, and it's kind of quiet for a while, and that's kind of the first meet. That's kind of the initial meet. It's 1 a.m. here. I see. I've probably asked the same question and gotten the same answer. Lurking from EST. Welcome, Code Nightly. Yeah, this is how it goes. This is how it is. What is the distinction here then? Like, can we delete all of the path stuff here? I don't really care about the plugin bullshit. I think. I don't think we probably care about all the plugin stuff, and we probably also don't care about. It is saying this earlier. I'm a bad European. Yeah, I mean this also goes this way. We have quite a share of them. Don't mind me. I mean I won't certainly. I feel like this is almost running. It's like doubled up. It's like doubled up. There's test PI. No, it's only up here, I guess. Now here's the rest of the guys. What does this? I feel like this must have something that the other thing doesn't. There is this rel ro. What is this? Dash. We have WL rel ro, and then dash Z now. A bad European. Yes, there are a couple. I know Diablo Project is always up late around here. What is rel ro linker? Relocation read only. What does this mean? I mean this sure. Several other techniques exist other than position independent code. One technique called relocation read only. All ELF binaries, dynamically linked ELF binaries. So sure, global offset table, PLT. Gotcha. Sure, whatever. Rel RO. To prevent the above mentioned security weakness, we need to ensure that the linker resolves all dynamic, literally all night from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. I'm sorry. Hello, Gaviel also. Is there a paradigm where you always write low-level code stateless? I have that tendency. I mean, this is good in general, I think, right? Like like being careful about your state is like just generally good programming, I think, right? State, like I feel like when you're designing a large software project, state is like the source of basically all complexity, right? Like this is always the thing. Like how do you manage state, right? It should always be, I mean, you can't truly be stateless in the, you know, often, right? But like you need to have, right, like being like you can't avoid state, right? Fundamentally the computer is a state machine, right? It's a machine, like this is the computer, but like you have to be being very conscientious about your like where and when you are like mutating state. It can be helpful. So I think this is great. Yeah, pure function is a function that has no side effects and returns the same value for the same arguments. Yeah, I mean this is kind of a nice way to design programs, maybe some would say. Hello Xwidget1. The like some are of this opinion. I think I am of this opinion actually. But I think like have no meaning. They I mean they certainly have a meaning, right? Like sine is a pure function, right? Like cosine is a pure function. This has a meaning, right? It's only, I mean, I feel like it has a very obvious meaning. It has a meaning that's obvious even in the context of something like if you're writing your Java program or something like this, right? Like in the sense that if every the impetus behind using pure functions is the same impetus behind not having global variables, for example, right? It's the same motivation, right? Like people global variables, like people, this is something that people dislike because like it makes the state updates less obvious, right? If you have a bunch of global variables and a big pile of functions that all manipulate those global variables, right? This is a way you can write programs, right? In fact, I've certainly written a fair few programs this way. If I'm writing for something like the GBA, like God, I'm doing that. My program is a big pile of global variables. Continuous non-differentiable functions have no meaning. Oh, is this a different? Yeah, maybe this is the case. I don't even know what this. I don't know enough analysis to make statements about differentiability. I don't know about this. The variables are all global. I mean they're all global in the like. Well, it depends on what you mean, right? Like memory is global, certainly. Right. Well, even then, it's not real. I mean, we have virtual memory and things like this. Like our processes have different address spaces as we're looking at right now. Infinite sets have no meaning. What is this? This is fine. I'm trolling a bit. This is finitism or something. Norman J. Wildberger has appeared. Yeah. A stateless protocol does not require the server to retain information or status of each user. Yeah. Okay. Just in general, right? Like this. Like yeah. I don't know. Well, like there's a lot of different threads of this conversation happening at the same time right now. What I'll say is that regardless of buzzwords and memes and bullshit, like being very careful about where your program changes state that it relies on can help you think about the program more clearly, right? I think basically everyone does this, right? This is like, and it's easy to recognize. If you can do something in a way that like involves less state, that's often better, right? But sometimes it's worse, right? Sometimes there are trade-offs that have to be made, right? Fundamentally, it comes down to the same trade-off it comes down to two things, right? The big trade-off in computer programming is always space versus time, right? Like this comes up so many times, constantly, again and again and again and again. You can use space to save time, or you can use more time to save space, right? This is kind of like the ultimate eternal trade-off, right? These are your two basic resources on the computer, right? Time and space, and you can trade, like, so for example, what's an example of a time space trade-off, right? Caching, easy example, right? Caching, you're using space to save time, right? Use space to waste time. Yeah. There's some systems where maybe this is the approach, but like caching is like the most pure example of all, right? Of this trade-off. You can choose to cache. I mean, stack versus heap isn't really this, right? Stack versus heap has other, like, it's not like, it's more of an architectural thing almost a lot of the time, right? Like it's like this is related to patterns of like this is a separate issue, I think. But like so say you have an expensive computation, or it's moderately expensive, right? You can choose to either save the results of that computation in a cache, right, which uses more space, but it saves you the time on recomputation, right? This is not always the right decision, right? It could be the wrong decision because the space trade-off makes it more complex. But another thing that people often don't consider about the space-time trade-off sometimes is that if you cache something, you have additional state, right? You are taking on both a burden of additional space. You are taking on a burden of additional space, but you are also taking on a burden of additional cognitive overhead, right? And this gets into a second little quip that people say a lot. What is the thing they say? There are two hard problems in computer science: naming things, cache invalidation, and off by one errors, right? Is this the question? It's caching and naming things. The idea of, I mean, so this is one kind of caching, Florgal. I don't mean that kind of caching, right? There's the CPU cache, but there are many other useful kinds of caches, right? Say you have some expensive like math operation, right? Say you're computing like you're computing like a Fourier transform or something over a bunch of samples or some you have some expensive math operation, right? Any expensive thing, and you have an HTTP request, right? It's expensive in time. You could either save the result of that request, or you could how do you say, you could just remake that request every time in the future, right? And doing that is a space versus time trade-off, and also it's a state trade-off. You are introducing additional state, right? So these things are like, I don't know, there's like fundamentally what like pure functional programming is kind of a lot of the time is erring on the side of the time trade-off, right? Like not practically, but like in sort of a weird metaphorical sense, right? You're erring on the side of saving less, right? Caching less, right? Like it's this kind of thing. And of course, they're like writing your programs following certain patterns in functional programming enables you to do certain kind of very, very obvious safe caching for free. Like there's like memoization stuff. I don't know. It gets, of course, there's endless complexity with anything, but I think this is how a funny way to think about it. Hey Colonq, hey Geyser. Did you ask Electroslag regarding your game graphics? I have not spoken with Electroslag really, other than rating them the other day and watching them occasionally. They seem very cool, but I have yet to really interact with them in any real way. I'm sure we will in the future though. This is a small world after all. Okay. Is rel-ro what we actually, I almost feel like rel-ro is something kind of distinct from, it feels maybe a little bit distinct from the PIE stuff here. Our goal is to make a C program that goes 5555555 style. This is our main objective. I'm showing you to someone I met. The reaction is like showing Doritos to a Victorian era child. I see. This is I suppose. Okay, we got where is Rust? Like the C thing does not really have that many options being passed in. Mostly it's paths. Like basically this is just like paths and then saying haha PIE, right? There's not really much else that's happening here. So it must be something that's happening in addition, right? This is saying dash dynamic linker, sure, and all this is just normal stuff, I think. Like there's nothing in particular here that's saying haha do ASLR, right? So presumably there's something in the Rust that is telling us haha don't do ASLR. Colonq S, yes. So this rel-ro thing is maybe worth experimenting with. We can consider this. There's this dash GC sections, which is kind of, I don't know what that is. Linker GC sections. Can we see this guy? What's his function? This is just garbage collection. This is removing unreferenced sections. The kernel itself, and you can, yeah. But like we're wondering what is different between these two binaries, because there's something that's different in these two ELF files that is causing one to be randomized and one not to be randomized, right? Part of the ELF header. Do we know where it is? Top 2 in my recap. I'm clonking so hard this year. I see. I appreciate this, guys. Or I appreciate the support, my friend. It's always been it's great to have you. It's great to fucking have you. The what else do we got here? I mean, this is again mostly paths. There's this looks what is this B static thing? I mean, you checked B dynamic before XOR Xavier, and this is just telling us to there's a bunch of rlibs following this, so maybe this is just saying like, okay, pull these things in statically. This is just a bunch of AR files, maybe. Basically, it's a bunch of static things. How's Elf going on? Kind of lurking a little bit while working through 2022. It's going, we're having at least I don't know. I'm having a fuck ton of fun. Like this is like I don't know. This is maybe one of my more freakish tendencies, but I am like I did a lot of this kind of mucking around at work for a long time, and it was always my favorite part of the thing. Like this is like kind of peak, right? Just like digging in and trying to find out why the thing is the way that it is like insanely good. I don't know. It's so good. The okay, can we find, this is just again a bunch of rlib kind of shenanigans. What do we actually say? We turn the dynamic libraries back on. All this stuff is statically linked Rust libraries. Then we have some dynamically linked C libraries: libgcc _s, lutil, lrt, lpthread, lm, ldl. This is like libc stuff thread. This is the standard stuff. The L files do not enable disable it. Yeah, I assume it's something like it's attached to like segments or something. Like there's something that's like, it's like telling particular things not to be randomized, that like a certain section is not position independent or something like this. We say --eh frame header. What does this mean? Linker frame hdr. Can we find the actual? We should probably just check man pages for this. Link options. This just tells us about this. Yeah, there's position independence, and like I think what's happening here is that the Rust file is like shaped as if it's position independent, but the actual code within is not. Something like this, like so it can't actually put those spots in. Can we say LD frame hdr? Sure. This is just some create John section. Hello, WolfLink93. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Sure, understandable. No exec stack. What is this guy? No exec stack. Marks the object as not requiring executable stack. Okay, fair. This makes sense. Open man using the Emacs man mode. Yeah, we do have some of that nonsense configured. I don't use like a lot of the eShell power user features, but I do like that kind of thing. Big fan of that. What buffer is that? Is that a plugin or what? This is just built-in Emacs man. This okay. Okay, sure. There's more linker paths, GC sections. I mean, really, the only difference I'm observing is the rel ro deal. If we let's hit him with the rel ro in C world. Use VTuber man. What is VTuber man? Huh? Let's go to our funny little world of vterm. I see. I try not to use vterm so much, I guess. I'm not a huge vterm head. I use it for when I really need to, but I don't like going to the console very much. Okay, let's not log that because I can't even see what's happening. Okay. We have this guy now. If we hit him with the test PIE then, and then hit him with the open pgrep test PIE maps, it's still randomized, right? Yeah. It is. It's still randomized. Fuck. So rel ro is not it. Like, what is it? Eat these days? Yeah. So I actually use the eat integration as well. I think we have that in this setting, right? I actually am using each eShell mode. I'm using it mostly for better, like, you know, just command output. I do have a big complaint about it right now though, because it eats my pin entry. It eats pin entry and various password entry prompts, which I'm not super satisfied with. I found, like, at present, the only way I can actually, like, if I'm like SSHing into a machine, it's really annoying. Like, say I'm gonna like SSH into Shiro or something, right? If I say this, right, on this machine I don't even have password entry, so it's fine. But like I have to like open it in a vterm, run the SSH, and then run it over here where it's already like the agent already has the password. It's really weird. It's specifically eat. If I don't have the eat miner mode enabled, it doesn't do it. So I think there's something strange with the pin entry configuration happening there. I gotta sort that out at some point. But like that's you know, problems for the future. Also, it's technically kind of whack in a sense that it saves all of your passwords to the lossage. Emacs has this thing called lossage where you can print all key presses. I think that's, if I say show, where is it? Is it just lossage? View lossage, right? You can see every key press and what command is being run on that key press, right? You can even see the lossage happening. It's saying self insert command when I type L or O or S, etc. Right? This is everything I press, and it goes back a certain amount. And this will pick up your passwords and eat, which is kind of weird. Whereas like the built-in Emacs password thing, probably I don't think it does. I love watching other Emacsers work. Oh, please don't worry. This is very on par, fellow worker John. Like there's no the goal here is to like have a good time and to learn something. So like the thing we're trying to learn is like, you know, it's all part of the same picture, right? It's not like we have Jira tickets to solve here. We got a built-in keylogger. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's useful sometimes. It's if you want to know what a key, it's often useful if you press a key, or like if like a mode tells you to press a key binding and you want to know what actually ran, it will tell you what function is bound to the key. So this is quite handy. There's gotta be there has to be some difference. It's kind of hard to tell because like the Rust linker is just invoking C. It's just invoking libc without the CRT on. And I guess like we kind of want to know almost at an earlier stage, right? Like what made these object files even. Keyfreak is quite nice for this too. Make a list data tally of callables for you. Yeah. How to compile without the CRT on Windows post on the handmade forums. Crazy thread where John Zig shows up in the thread. I see. CRT this is C runtime, right? Like CRT 0.0, this kind of deal. We can probably spy it in here actually. No, maybe not. Maybe it's LRT. Yeah, it's down here. We can see him in shared form, LRT. And this is mostly for like Windows CRT. I see. I'm always cagey about what this actually does. This is like, I know it does more. The C++ one does quite a lot, but this like CRT 0 just does like, is it like initialization of like what is the actual deal? I know it calls main, right? And it provides underscore starts, right? The if I check Wikipedia, it'll tell us what it does. Excellent. The most basic parts depends on a lot of things. Sure. Sure. Using C++ global constructors. Okay, sure, it runs global constructors. That makes sense. That's what I thought for C++. Do we know what John Guy actually does? Here is basic guy here. This is just call main. All right. Sure. 10 days after Zig was announced, does not have a different CRT itself. It gets you to main. Yeah. The how to remove Windows CRT for Zig. I see. Anyway, well, it's neither here nor there. Like what is this? I mean, I wonder if it's something from the like this is not actually linking the RS file. There's previous like we have something else going on here, right? There's previous symbols happening here. I wonder if we can see how those are produced. Maybe they're just produced raw by like not so good or something. Yeah, I couldn't say. I mean, this is often statically linked in, right? So this probably depends a lot on you can just make a custom CRT probably, right? If you want to, like, it's just code in your binary. Maybe this is what the topic is about. This is curious to me. The fact that, like, where does it actually come from? This maybe here is where he lives. Maybe this is the nature. Copy a lot of SDL's implementation. Yeah. Where does, like, if this is something, this would indicate okay, let's elf, how does PIE work? We have elf pi. Okay, we have Stack Overflow question. This is the premier Stack Exchange reading stream on twitch.tv if you didn't know. A position independent executable is a program that would be able to execute regardless of which memory address it's loaded into. Sure. ASLR pretty much states that in order to keep it, I don't know if that's what it states, but there's randomization happening. Implementing ASLR is possible regardless of our code. If our code is a PIE, if it is a PIE, all jumps, calls, and offsets are relative, hence we have no problem. If it's not, code somehow gets modified and addresses are edited regardless of what code. I can sort of buy this in the sense of you can probably do like some kind of load time relocation, right? You have relocation information, but maybe not, right? If ASLR is possible to implement within codes that aren't PIE and are executables and not shared, okay, we have caps lock and then we have caps lock bold. We're doubling up here. I know how relocation works within relocatable objects. How is it done? ELF format should hold no section that states where within the code sections are functions so the kernel could modify it, right? ASLR should be a kernel functionality, so how on earth could, for example, an executable containing, for example, these instructions? Okay, this is... My last and least significant question is regarding ELF and PIE. Is there some special way to detect an ELF executable as PIE? Okay, sure. Mishmash of confusion and misunderstanding. A PIE binary cannot be loaded into memory at arbitrary addresses, as its PT load segments will have alignment requirements. Sure. Hello, Exoflexor. It can be loaded. Sure. I also could not parse this. This is fine. ASLR predates this. And initially just randomized stack key. Okay, this makes sense also. Hello, Mars06. Hello. It's going pretty well. Padoru, everyone. Yes, we have these also courtesy of must_broke_ in the chat room. They are not animated, but we do have both Padoru and mod Padoru. You've got a grizzled C programmer, so you can trust the answer. Yeah. We got a real salty C dog. Okay, sure. This makes sense. You can also support, so okay, this makes sense. Okay, if your executable code is not PIE, if your binary is not PIE, you can still randomize where the stack, the heap, and shared libraries get mapped to your address space. This makes sense, right? Sure, right? But once you have PIE main binary, right, you can randomize that too, right? Because it basically in the same way that you're randomizing shared libraries, right? We saw happening earlier with the C guy. With the Rust guy, you mean. The C guy has been randomizing even its executable code the whole time. We have not managed to produce a C binary. Oh, you mean with the non-PIE C? Yeah. You're right. This is true. The non-PIE C binary had this. Okay, sure. Sure, all calls are relative. Makes sense. PIE binary requires relocation, just like a shared library. Virtual tables in PIE, sure. It's a shared library. Has ELF file type set to etdyn. Non-PIE binary will have etexec. If you run file a.out on a PIE executable, you'll see that it's a shared library. Okay, so this is all well and good, but it doesn't change the fact that somehow, okay, it reaffirms our understanding. But it doesn't change the fact that we have a Rust binary that is etdyn where it is not being ASLR'd, right? Where the code is being placed in the same place every execution. Static PIE linked executable, ELF by example. Fully statically linked, okay, sure. This is just a funny special case because it's, yeah, F no pi. Hello Briamoy also. We were already trying some things along these lines. We tried, we can try it. Let's go. Let's go for our thing here. Dash F no PIE. Is this like, I wonder what this does. If I say file test pi, right? If I say it does claim to be this readelf -h, it is dyne, right? If we run this, then if we say test pi, is it really as simple as this? If we go to eShell2, then no, it's 562b. If I kill rerun, it's 5. No, it's still being randomized. We still have randomization. What if we link in multiple stage? What if we hit them with some funny possibilities here, gamers? What, like, can I say like testpi.o gcc testpi.o -pie-o testpi? Is this a possibility? Can we hit them with this? Like, does this make a difference? It probably doesn't. I wouldn't expect it to, but I guess it's possible that it does. This is still dyne. /testpi. Open this guy. 55e6. 5. Yeah. No difference. Of course, as expected. Hello, Netrunner VT. Good night. Please, thank you for stopping in. It's kind of you. I hope you rest easy. Okay. What else? Rust binary is PIE but no ASLR. Maybe we just start Googling exactly what's happening. Like, we know the Rust is PIE, but is it PIC? This is the okay, so let's make it clear what the distinction is, right? PIE is a binary that it's basically just a shared object, right? It's just a shared object. There's no you know, it's distinct. Its elf type is ET_dyne rather than ET_exec. I would assume what this means is that all of the code is PIC also, but perhaps this is untrue, right? Probably O0. I mean, this should be independent of this, right? We can try in a bit though. Like I would assume that to have a PIE, all the code has to be PIC. Like, I mean, clearly it isn't. It's clearly labeled, I don't know, without PIC and put it in a PIE. I mean, let's try. Let's try that. Let's try this without any stuff here, right? This is just a normal C object file. And then if we say -PIE, now it goes into test PIE. Right? This also works. I would assume that the code can't be position independent then, right? Like, you can't just relocate it, right? You have to like doing this. Ugh. I mean, like, I wouldn't expect this to be different because before we were already saying -no PIE with our first thing, right? Like if we run this now and we go back to our eShell, right? And we open the guy, right? It's still changing, right? This is, yeah, it's 5.7, it's 5.6. They've taken us for absolute fools. Like, how is that code moving around? What's the deal with that? Like, how is that code moving around? If I C compile object file no PIC. What does compiling this actually do? Hello, Rocco Gaming V. Another month of living the dream. 2 roads, diversion of wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. We're keeping it frosty here. Hello, Rocco Gaming V. Thank you for the resub. It's too kind of you. The hi, thank you. FPIC errors. Okay, here this seems like this high effort Stack Exchange answer may tell us information. There are two concepts one should not confuse: relocatable binaries, position independent code. Okay, what's the goal here? The goal is, okay, we have a trivial Rust binary and a trivial C binary. We are trying to figure out why each loads maps to its why it's putting certain things where in virtual memory. We have gotten into the point where they both are putting things on like high addresses, like in addresses that are kind of close to each other, by generating position relocatable binaries, PIE binaries. Rust does this by default. C needs a flag for this. What we don't know is that Rust seemingly does not do ASLR within this, at least in terms of the actual executable code. The actual executable code for Rust is always being mapped at the same address every execution, whereas for C with -PIE, the code is being mapped to a different address every time. We are trying to determine why that is happening and what like evidence of that exists in the ELF file. What makes the ELF files different such that this happens? So this is and also just like learn a bunch about this, right? Like learn a little bit more about how this all works and fits together and how it happens. And the eventual goal of this is the eventual, like the idea here, Asriel.io, I think you might have missed the bit where the little bit of it was I was yesterday, basically I watched some people play Elden Ring and I was like, damn, I want to reverse engineer a funny little thing that automates this on Elden Ring, this little game mode, this bingo lockout thing. And then I was like, how would I even do that? That would be annoying. I don't have the right tools for this thing. And then I was like, oh, I should build a thing that's kind of like Cheat Engine, but for Linux and Emacs. I should build a thing that lets me read process memory. Then I was like, how do you read process memory? Well, you look at proc, then the PID mem and proc PID maps. And then we started looking at proc PID maps for the model renderer, and we noticed that the code was always getting mapped to like this funny address that started with all fives and not changing on restart. And now we're like trying to figure out why that is and like where the fucking fives come from. I think I'm convinced that the fives themselves come from the kernel, and we can maybe find them. But like, yeah, Cheat Engine was one of the first nerdy tools I ever used. Endless fun for a little gamer kitty. Yeah. I really this is the thing, and like the ultimate eventual goal is having a nice thing that we can scan proc mem for and like look for a running process and like look at its memory and maybe also like do some funny like pretty printing stuff on the memory, like have some funny nice hex editor things like being able to like read a struct, right? Or I don't know, but like for now we're just trying to understand. Okay. Processor architectures have two kinds of addressing, absolute and relative. Okay, we understand this. We understand absolute versus relative addressing. We understand this also. We understand this also. We understand the trade-offs between these things. We understand various things. Relocatable binaries. When programs use absolute addresses, they make very strong assumptions about the layout of the address space. Naturally, right? If you call a function, you need to know, with an absolute address, you need to know exactly where it is, right? The operating system might not be able to fulfill all these assumptions. Most operating systems can use a trick. The binaries are enriched with additional metadata. The operating system uses this to alter the binary during runtime. This is relocation, right? This is you load the thing and you look up symbols in the relocation table and you relocate, right? Makes sense. We understand this thing. The metadata describe the positions of instructions in the binary, which use absolute positioning. Sure. This makes sense. Some use tricks. They need not process they pre-process them. Sure. Pre-binding, pre-link, etc. This makes sense. PIC can produce code PIC is producing code that uses only relative addressing. This makes sense. Then you can put it in any memory location even without modification. And this is useful to not have to relocate things. And I can, like, you can see this being useful immediately for shared libraries, right? Because to do relocation basically means your ELF file, right, there's a big table in your ELF file called the relocation table, and it maps offsets within the code Like it actually tells you like, okay, which instruction has an address as part of the instruction in your code, and it maps it, like allows you to replace those things. Basically, it allows you to relocate them. Right. This is the sort of linking that we had to do. This is a relevant thing in linking in general. It's the sort of linking we had to do in the GBA stuff. It's like the basic operation of linking is this relocation, right? Because like consider this. Say you compile two C files separately, right? Say I have foo.c and bar.c, and they don't know about each other at all. Well, like sort of by default, like you can't make them not collide in what addresses they give the functions inside, because like they don't know about each other, right? So you inherently need a way to like reposition code, right? Compiled code. So this is what this relocation stuff does. So you can use it both for like actually like combining .o files into an executable. You can also use it in loading to reposition code in your virtual address space. I think this is the case, right? That there are two uses of relocation. Maybe Wikipedia will tell us a little more clearly about this. If I say relocation computing, if we go computing style, if we stylize a little bit, can we see what this happens? Yeah, the relocation is typically done by the linker at link time, but it can also be done at load time by a relocating loader. Okay, so this makes sense, right? We have an understanding of relocation, right? It's a very basic operation that happens often at link time, often enough that like we have to fucking do it, right? Like we have to care about this on the GBA. Or it can happen at runtime in order for the right. So this is likely what's happening here, right? This is likely what's happening in our little example here when we do this compilation. We are compiling test PIE.o. The value of the main function that lives inside of test PIE.o is probably not position independent code. I don't think it shouldn't be, right? We are not compiling position independent here. Then when we link this guy, when we hit them with the GCC this guy and we say -PIE, what that's doing is it's saying the executable is relocatable, right? It's saying it's dying, which means that it can get put wherever, right? But when the loader actually putting it wherever is not just copying the code, it has to do this relocation to tell it where it is, because the code is not position independent. This is my current hypothesis, at least, right? So then why does position independent code matter, right? If you can just put code wherever you want by relocating, why does PIC matter then? PIC matters because relocation requires additional metadata, right? It requires that table that tells you like, okay, where are all the absolute jumps so I can replace them. It requires the ELF file, right? PIC is useful because it doesn't require any additional metadata. You can just copy the code around wherever you want, right? This is very handy, right? And this is handy, I assume, for shared libraries, right? A shared library you just have in memory, right? And you just want to map that memory into like the other process's address space, right? Like being very primitive. Like you just want to take a page and just say, okay, this page also exists inside of this process, right? You're not actually copying anything. You're not actually using any additional memory, right? It's super, super cheap, right? So this is a strong, otherwise, right? If you didn't have PIC for a shared library, you'd have to keep the relocation table in memory for every shared library. And then every time you load a program that uses, say, libc, you're going to have to, and it dynamically links libc, you have to like go over the whole relocation table for libc and copy all of the new libc with modified values into your new address space potentially, right? So this makes sense, right? We have an understanding of how this works, right? There are two ways that code can live at different addresses here, right? The relocation at load time and PIC. Right? PIC has there are trade-offs of these things, right? The PIC code is maybe slower, but it's way faster to load into a new address spot, right? Hello, Gahuppy, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. And are they going to tell us about it? They're going to say, when is PIC code needed? Some embedded systems can run binaries directly from file system, whatever. You can use special plugin system, shell code. Yeah, that's one way to say special plugin system, shell code. Yeah. Operating system doesn't support this. It can cache common memory pages between running programs. When binaries are changed during relocation, this cache. Yeah, this is basically the shared object case that we're discussing here. I assume this is the thing. John Shell. Yes, John hacking is the plugin system. Okay, they're gonna tell us about this. Okay, they're not gonna tell us what we want to fucking know though, which is why it does not work. Why does it not go? We've returned from Taco. Welcome back, Hillary HN. This is excellent. Can I see Rust code is not ASLR? Let's Google this. They're gonna tell us about exploit mitigations. They're telling us Rust does already support full ASLR, full RELRO via linkargs-pie-wl-z RELRO-z now. Cool. The problem is, that's not happening. That's not actually happening. If we look at linkrust.txt, like we are saying -pie-wl-z RELRO-z now here. But it is not actually occurring, right? We can verify this, right? If I say /testrs and I go to eShell 2, right? And I open testrs. We have, oh, it's testrs, excuse me. Wait, is it happening? Huh? It is. Have all of our assumptions been built upon sand? Are our assumptions built upon sand, computer? Have we built a house upon sand? So this Rust program does do this. If I Rust see this, I mean, all we're saying is this guy. We are saying linker features equals minus LLD, but we say that all the time. That's just to make it work on Nix. That's just using a different linker. If I run this again, like, I think our house is built upon sand. We have to kill and restart this. Yeah, this is ASLRing. So okay, this begs another question. There's still a curious question that remains. Why is Colonq not doing this? Why is Colonq John 555 forever then? What is the project you are doing? Hello, Gahuppy. Well, we have a bunch of projects going on. Today, we're kind of just exploring a little bit. We just kind of fuck around a lot. That's kind of our main thing around here. We're exploring how we were considering building a thing that like monitors memory, kind of like reads and scans memory to look for patterns, like kind of like how Cheat Engine works on Windows. Just idly, I was thinking about this. So we ended up exploring. We're exploring like a lot about like how code gets mapped into a process's memory, and differences between different things, different args perhaps. Yeah. How do we build Colonq? Colonq is a release build. Maybe optimization in Rust disables PIC because it's slower. Can I say -03 here? If I say -release, maybe like what's the Rust C optimization enable? What is the? Let's just say man C. Let's not be. No, there's no man pages. I guess for no, there's no 03. We cannot go 03 style. It's not recognized. 3. Rust C maximize -C opt level equals 3. Thank you. That makes sense. -C opt level equals 3. Yeah, okay. Let's say testrs 3. Okay. If we hit them with the /testrs 3. Hello, teacher. Also, thank you for the follow. If you're arriving, I'll do the thing again. If you're arriving, we have a place. It's kind of good. We talk about programming a lot over there. It's pretty solid, I would say. You should check it out if you want to keep up with the activities. -O is equivalent to 2. I see. Is this still changing? It's still changing, rearranging. Yes, this doesn't change anything. Do we have some kind of fucked up option happening on Colonq? We need to like make a minimal example that works the way that Colonq does. Let's go into the renderer. What does launch.sh do? It just runs run.sh, and run.sh just runs cargo run release. Okay, now we got to start looking at this binary. Where can I see it? See what? What are you looking to see? Hello teacher again. Maybe cargo. I mean, cargo run should just run the binary. This should be the same. We can explore all the same, but like, yeah, it would be very weird. Let's look at this binary. If we hit them with the readelf-h targets release Colonq, this is also it's John Dine, that place. Oh, you mean what like this thing here? This is proc, then the PID, then map. Every process on your system, you can look at metadata. If you're on Linux, every process on your system, you can look at its metadata by looking under /proc, and then the ID of the process, right? You can look under the ID of the process, and then okay, we gotta get one that is owned by us. We gotta get one that's owned by us. I'll go to sleep. Good night, Diablo Project. Thank you. Thank you. If I look at proc this guy, you'll see there are various files here, right? And there's one file called maps, and maps is a text file that kind of describes what's going on. Yeah, please sleep well, Diablo Project. It's a pleasure. Yeah. So for any process, you can look at this, and then and this tells you like what different regions of memory are, right? So it's telling us, for example, that the region of memory in the process's virtual address space from 55 bunch of fives 4,000 hex to 555A 8,000 hex is read only. It's private. It starts at an offset 0 of a file. It has some flags probably, and it's from this file. Why proced is called yeah. It is proced. The more like MX I love FFmpeg. Thank you, robot. Extremely cool. So okay, where we were looking at the guy. Let's look at the full thing. These don't tell us anything particularly interesting. Like, I wonder, like, what makes this binary different? What changes its nature? Yeah, and we're observing that Rust-C does it by default, but like, it doesn't seem to do this by default when building with like this thing that, I mean, maybe the difference is that it's built with cargo at all. Can we build like a tiny little binary with cargo? Like let's actually go into, let's cd temp makes your cargo tests. Hello again, Crazy Kitty numbers form. Can we shout out Crazy Kitty? DYK, this one here. Cargo test. If I say cargo inits, cargo does weird stuff, but it should be enabled by default. Yeah. If we hit main.rs here, and this is just loop, it's just loop forever. It's the same program. If we say cargo build, it's also a really, oh, we have the classic. If we hit them with the home source colonq.cargo.-r, okay, we have the thing here, right? If we run this guy, target debug cargo test, it loops forever, right? If we hit them with the eShell2, the classic over here in eShell2 land, if we open cargo test, the addresses appear to be randomized to me, right? What am I doing here? They certainly appear to be randomized. Okay. If we build release and we run target release cargo test, when this, they still appear to be randomized. This makes no difference. This makes no difference on the thing. So what the fuck? What is different about Colonq? What is different about Colonq? Colonq does link against some libraries. It uses SDL. Maybe SDL does this. I know SDL sometimes has its own business going on there. Maybe let's let's see. Let's try and make the minimal example that causes this weird thing to happen. Let's go the course. Okay. Rust SDL2. I'll just like print the version or something to make sure something is happening here. We can just initialize this. Amanda OF Toadstool. Hello, can you help me? Welcome in, Amanda OF Toadstool. I can help you potentially. I don't know very much about the world, but maybe we can do something. Hi. The can we go to here? Can we go to here? Is there like a convenient thing we can do to like say version or something? Is there like there's like an SDL. This is the context type here. Do you do something related to version? I feel like there should be a way we can get. It's about cell phones. I see. What is the cell phones? What's going on with this? SDL2 version. I see. What allows us to actually get the code of? Okay, sure. This is a thing. We could say maybe something like, way to check if SDL was compiled with this or not. Yeah, maybe I wouldn't expect this to like. If it's a shared object, it has to be, right? A shared object, the code has to be position independent, right? And this is just using the system SDL, which in this case is the SDL that's available in the Nix flake that we're about to create. But let's say a little bit something like print line version using an aux cable to connect my phone to my computer speakers. I see. SDL2 version revision. I don't know. We'll do this thing here and then loop forever, right? So we can observe the thing. And we'll hit them with a cargo build. Oh, of course, this is YAML or TOML or whatever. Did you disable PIE for backtracing maybe? Maybe there's like some debug flag. So okay, we can't find SDL. We got to copy a flake over. What flake gives us SDL easily? Do we have? We need like a standard flake template here. Try -G. Maybe this does it. Maybe -G does the thing. We can see that as well. Where's a common flake.nix? Common flake.nix. Here it is. Here's one that we want often. When I connect, I hear no sound. I see. This is a question. It's just like a. And your computer speakers have like an aux input, or are you sure it's an input, or it could be an output, right? I don't. This can sometimes be a consideration. Okay, if we hit them with the Nix develop path .-c cargo build instead, z pre-link arg no PIE. SDL2.dev. It'll work regardless here. Is it doesn't need the headers. Dev I believe is the include file, so that's relevant for C, but like this case it doesn't use the C headers, I think. So it should just be to get the library. It needs the funny.so file, and also apparently one gigabyte of dependencies. But this is how it goes. Allows the use of stack tracing. I'm pretty basically Rust still. Yeah. It is like something. This same thing like was confusing me the other day until I thought about it. The dev deal. I was like, why is everything online telling me I want OpenSSL.dev, but I actually don't need this? It's because Rust doesn't use the headers. I think this is the usual distinction, at least. The dev packages are headers. The other one is, yeah. Hello, Salad Forest. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. We shout out Salad Forest. You love bugs. Bugs are pretty solid, I would say. Bugs are quite good. Anyways, as I use them, yeah. With Nix, it doesn't matter because you don't have anything installed globally, so it doesn't matter so much. I don't tend to reach for more than what I need. I love eating spiders. I'm almost done with my bugs OBS game. I see. Very nice. Very nice. You loved it. You love to hear it. I hope you're doing well, Salad Forest. For the Raiders, if you don't know me, I'm L Colonq. I'm a little guy. Do you see my comment? Yes, I did. I asked you a question, I think, Amanda OF Toadstool. It's do you know, like, where you said you're plugging in the aux cord to your phone into the speakers. Do you know if the speakers have like aux input like this, or is it just output, right? Like I don't I know sometimes like some computer speakers will have an input, right? They'll have just this as they'll have an aux output rather, right? So you can plug headphones in or something. It's a headphone jack. Yeah. This might not take input then. I don't over this. It might just be like if you plug headphones into the speakers, can you hear this? Can you hear through the headphones? In that case, you probably can't just plug your phone directly into them, I would imagine. Hello, Mike Mayer also. Thank you. Welcome in. And Kinski Unplugged, welcome in also. We have been playing with we're trying to find out why a certain Rust program is not enjoying the benefits of address space layout randomization. We are trying to determine this. Also, for some reason, this is installing 1 gigabyte. Because it is fetching libpulse audio. Am I out of space on my hard drive? No, we still have 60 gigabytes left. So it is not this. It is instead some kind of hell situation. Why it is going at 0.1 megabyte per 5 seconds. And tech support the letter. This is how we do it. It's sort of a variety. We kind of embrace variety gaming. I need 1 terabyte of swap. Do you really? I kind of feel these days like I want 0 gigabytes of swap a lot of the time. I want the killer to start operating immediately. I want the killer to act with extreme prejudice. Can you configure this on? Okay, I have had a very bad out of memory experience on Linux in general, right? I feel like the main reason why I reboot my computer these days is going and when I go it is not graceful. It is my whole computer fucking locks up and I have to hold down the power button to turn it off, right? Can I configure the killer to just as soon as there's less than 1 gigabyte left, just start aggressively p-killing shit? Is that a thing you can do? Linux killer arch wiki. Can you get this? Improving performance. System d swap. Killer. Avoids out-of-memory conditions. This is just linking to the Wikipedia page for out-of-memory. And I feel like as soon as I start hitting swap in the first place, we're churning. Hello, Mistress Kel. Also, welcome in, Kel. Hello. I used it in the car yesterday. I plugged everything in to make sure nothing was paused or muted when I switched to aux. I used it in the car before and everything worked fine. I see. So you know it's a phone issue then. So the phone used to work in your car, but it doesn't work now. I'm afraid I don't know, actually. This seems like it could be a number of things. It could be you could probably try a different chord, right? A different chord is worth trying, but but I think they're saying, Code Void, that the it worked in the car before, but it works in the car no longer. Yeah, I would try a different chord, and if that's not the case, it could possibly be the port itself on the phone. I think those things are pretty fragile sometimes. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Why is this so fucking slow now? Why is downloading libpulse audio extremely slow? Are we being rate limited by NixOS? Has NixOS caused us some amount of some level of grief? Sucks about Auxible, so many points for wear and tear. Yeah. Okay, we'll just let that go, I guess, for now. We can let SDL. I didn't expect this to take. I would expect this to be pretty quick here. Services.early option. Oh, okay, this is good. Can we go to NixOS to NixOS package search and options? Early Okay, this is a separate package. Hell yeah. Early ArchWiki. Maybe this has info about this. I did clean. I have to try it when it's I have to try it when I'm in the car next. I see. Is this going to tell us about early Early yes, they have simple user space killer implementation written in C. Prefer daemon to sysrec because with killer you cannot prioritize the. Okay, sure. I used early before upgrading my RAM. Okay. This maybe is good. There are various user space UMDs. Is it possible we're just not running one at all? And that we should be pressing the funny Alt-Sysrec F thing to try and manually kill. We have UMD from Facebook Incubator. I see. Send it, please. What are you saying? Code void 0x25. I am unsure of your attempted communications. Thanks for the help, everyone. Of course. I hope everything works out well, Amanda OF Toadstool. Is it Amanda of Toadstool? This is quite good. There's something very appealing about a toadstool. This is like a little mushroom that you might find walking through the woods. This is really good. Okay. I think we're gonna have to go early style soon. And I'm just gonna set it to 1 GB below my limit, and we're gonna go hog wild on that. Kill Firefox, kill Rust Analyzer, kill everything. 12-hour stream real? I don't know about that, LG. I don't know about this. Hello, LG. Welcome back. The way you read my name is how you pronounce it. Oh, it's OF Toadstool. I see. I understand now. Okay, this is still taking 1 aeon. For some reason, downloading libpulse audio. I've been here since minute 1. I know you have. Thank you. I appreciate this. It's kind of you. We're trying to. It's the word. It's the word of. I see. Okay, it's of capitalization style. Hello, kill _ K moons. Also, thank you for the follow. Can I VIP your? You can do this. This is available. I feel like there's something. Has our disk simply become very slow? Is that what's happening here? Has our disk suddenly become very slow? Yeah, it's pulling in libpulse audio, fellow worker John, which I assume it uses SDL uses. I think our disk has become very slow or something like this. Maybe the disk does not want to be as full as this. I don't know what's going on with that. We can't even kill this process. Takeda loses VIP rip. The slow motion disk rebel. Like, I feel like that's kind of what's very strange. Very strange. Why does it not go? I wish for it to go and to continue, but instead it attempts to go and stops. Can I? Is it possible for me to save? Oh, no, it's fine. It's the sort of thing it is. Hibako D is easy come, easy go. And Takeda, also the person who lost it, is sort of a very enigmatic character who comes with the seasons. They tend to arrive around spring and they leave kind of in the autumn. And they're gone for the winter. I don't know why it's like this, but it's been like this last year at least, and it seems like this again. Time to move to the next distro. Okay, like if I just write a file, if I say test.txt. I save this. It does save, right? I don't know what's going on here though. There's something sinister is afoot. Say I'll safeguard it over the winter. Hello, Hellscape again. 123. Hellscape 123 even. There's something very sinister afoot. File descriptors maybe. We have been. Emacs Linux. Can I feel. How do I kill that? How do I kill this easily? How do we kill? Do we have to kill 9? Like we can go kill 9 on it, I guess. Okay, now it works seemingly. Now it's just going. That was very weird. What the fuck? Time for me to leave my bane is spung. I don't know what this is. This your brain is sponge? You have very creative spelling sometimes, Coach. No, I don't mean to offend, but it's very unique. Debug. Cargo test. If we LDD this guy now, you can see it's full SDL ass program. And if we read elf-e this guy, you'll notice that it should still be dying. Yes. Should have English. I mean, this makes it's how it goes. It's how it goes. If we run cargo test now, it'll print the SDL version, so we are correctly loading SDL. If we go to eShell 2. And we open this guy in maps. 557. 557. Like these are different. This is change. It's change. It's still random. So SDL is not the culprit. SDL is not the culprit. Other options to consider. Can we build? Can we see the linker options? For Colonq, for the model renderer. Does this guy have special linker options? If I say cargo build dash release, because we are building release, right? We're saying cargo run dash release, yeah. Can we Rust? We already established it's dash print link args, right? Dash print link args. It's probably on build. It's probably actually on build commands. No. Interesting. Oh, this is a Rust C option. How do I pass a Rust C option through cargo? Is this possible to do actually? Is this actually possible for us to do? Cargo pass option to Rust C. I would sort of how to pass Rust C flags to cargo. Sure, whatever. Rust flags environment. So we can just set Rust flags, I guess. You could also add them in cargo config. Let's hit him with the Rust flags equals this guy. Plan on reading a state of OOB from memory to save it to disk to create saves. That's what you, this is not really related to OOB. I mean, everything is sort of related in the sense that I feel like I need to understand this. There are much simpler ways to read a state from memory and write it to disk. Like in OOB, I'll probably just have a big array or a big struct, and I'll just read those bytes and put them on disk or put them in the browser local storage, which will be similar, but it will not be as hard as this. This stuff is kind of just for our own understanding and education and delight, right? It's kind of a delight sort of scenario, right? I'm feeling like, I don't know. It's delightful, isn't it? Right? It's fun to learn how this works. It's its own reward, and also for potential reverse engineering reasons. Okay, apparently changing that Rust flags causes full recompile, and full recompile causes hell. And that's happening because this is overriding the Rust flags that are in cargo config.toml. So if I, which makes sense why they would invalidate based on that, but we do need help. We do need to put it here. Okay, if we hit him with the cargo build release now, this should at least work. Unrecognized option print link args. Oh, these need to be separate options, of course, because they're John space separated. They're gonna tell us the link args for everything, every dependency that we run here. Hopefully, only the last one is important because, like, we care about our guy. We care mainly about our guy here. Let's continue then. Let's see. Does it go? Will it go? Maybe it shall go. We're just waiting now for everything to link. Okay, we'll get there. Hello Basie, thank you for the resub. Also, this is appreciated. We only care about the last one. We'll get the last one and we'll see what it does. Are we observing any strange options so far? We're observing -01 and --strip debug, which makes sense given that this is a release build. We're observing nothing else that seems shocking so far. Things you can do while compiling Rust, yeah, write a novel. I mean, this is a full recompile with all dependencies. We're not even building our code yet. This is just library code. Now it's building our code, which does admittedly take a while because there is an annoying amount of it at the moment. Blow on the CPU to cool down at least some of the threads. just before stream this morning, I turned my computer on, like the laptop for stream, and the fan started running. I started my model, everything started up, and I heard this like whining noise, and I was like, oh my god, it's fucking over. What like is one of these days I'm gonna turn the computer on and it's not gonna work. I know it's gonna happen, right? So I need to either like move to the new machine, the second new on stream machine first, or like have other contingency plans. I feel like right now, if we're linking it statically, by the way, it will not be statically. This is the same as it is in Rust, and it's not static. I think the Rust default is that all C libraries are linked dynamically, and all Rust libraries are linked statically. Yeah, it is still a 2-computer stream, so I could still stream. I just wouldn't have like this machine, right? That you're seeing. I think if it happened and I wasn't prepared, what I would do now is I wanted to play Bloodborne really bad for like 2 weeks now, and I finally like set up the PS4 like right next to me here, and it's like plugged in so I can swap it out of my main monitor. So it would be like one cable swap to move this to the capture card. So if there was a disaster like 10 minutes before stream when the thing wouldn't boot, I would just do impromptu Bloodborne, I think. SDL2 static PIC specifically. I see. But either way, this is the same. Like, all we're trying to do is replicate the build from. We're trying to replicate a failure that, like, not a failure. We're trying to replicate something that we know happens for the other project. So like this, like making it be the same thing as it is over there shouldn't hurt anything, at least. Okay, we built the thing. We did I just clear the output? I did. Oh, this is the wrong file even also. eShell, where's cargo tests? Bring me cargo tests, please. Oh my god. Where's Colonq? Where's fuck? The one we wanted to change was in Colonq. Where's John Guy? Move to the Bahamas and start a new family? Yeah. Where's main.rs here? Make a new line. Build this thing. Print my linker options, please. Show me the linker options. And don't let me foolishly delete them this time. Invest in rack mount / jet engine. I kind of do want, like, I've heard that server racks are like insanely loud though. Probably depends a lot on what you actually have on them, of course, but like it is tempting because I do the space that I live in, right? There's kind of like a pretty large storage space behind me, and I've considered like offloading some of the servers. Like right now, all the servers like surround me. I have like a little cocoon that I live in, and that has like all of the machines and hardware just around me, filled with Noctua and not too loud. I see. This might be worth doing that. Like I'm already like considering like offloading some of the existing stuff that I don't need immediate access to the back room, and like if I could like get it in a more compact form factor, that'd be kind of cool. Okay, let's say this is link colonq.txt. Are there linker options here that seem dubious to us compared to the usual? No, it's the typical stuff. It's the relro. It's the relro. It's the PIE. It has the -01 for sure. It has strip debug. It has no default libs. But it seems like largely the same flags as otherwise. I don't know here, gamers. It seems like very similar flags. So what is causing this to happen? Very, very strange. Like it must like Like are we what does our cargo.toml say? Are we like, we're not doing anything strange here. It's just relatively normal stuff, I think, right? Like it's just we have a bunch of dependencies. We are saying cogen units equals 1 here. Yeah, we're sure it's not SDL2 because I built a separate project that links the same SDL2 Rust library, and it still has randomization on. Is this what is maybe it's CodeGen Units 1 doing this? This is perhaps a possibility. Let's go. You didn't. No, it's not statically linked. It's just it's just the same as this. It just has SDL2 as a Rust dependency. So like, what if we go over to cargo.toml in the other guy? What if we go over to main.rs in cargo test? We go to cargo.toml here. What does this CodeGen Units thing do? Is this the origin of our woes? Yeah, this setting is true, right? And that happens like that's behaving the way that we think it should. X widget 1. The problem is, yeah, we cap that's turned on. The value is 2. The problem is it's not happening for one process in particular that we think it should, right? This is kind of the interesting thing. Oh, of course, this needs to be nix develop path.-c. Of course. Okay. Now this guy here, if we run /target release cargo test, right? It's linked to SDL, right? It's doing SDL things. If we go eShell2 style, we pgrep this, open it up. It's 555 F2. Kill, restart. Right? It's randomized. So it's not that either. Very strange. I think probably the thing to do is to cut, like, okay, I'm gonna find this bullshit. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the Colonq project and like copy it, and I'm just gonna gradually winnow it down and remove things until it's no longer thus. Until it is no longer thus. But like until then, I think I'm gonna go get some food and stuff. Thank you everybody for the stream. This has been pleasant. I know a bit strange. Maybe the first ever Twitch proc PID maps based stream on twitch.tv, but like we are exploring alternative forms of content or something. Yuck, that's a gross word to say. Thank you Jake Out for the follow also. As always, if you like this, if you're like, damn, this guy is cool, I want to be his friend, you can go here. We can be friends online and have fun together. We can go hang out and talk about computers and stuff. It'll be great fun, right? You can be part of the quote unquote merry band that we are forming up. Hello Vicente Dial and Carl. Also vegan mode. Yes, we have newspaper. We generate a newspaper every stream of headlines that people submit. This will be published in the Discord also. I feel I've been thoroughly influenced. I'm going to hurl. Is that what they say? Who is live who we can raid today? Who is around and we can say hello to? Who can we say hi to? Are there people around? Are there people around? I know there are green people around. I think there's Nova Liminal and Big Book of Bug and LLLL is around. I know actually, you know who we have never raided? We have never raided Giga. Giga is not usually live at this hour. Giga is live. We could raid over into Giga. I think we should do that. We should. We don't know this person, so let's just be polite. We hit him. We raid him with the Joel. We raid him. We hit him with the Joel. Perhaps let's raid over in that direction. Indeed. Let's go say hi over there. But until then, Discord IRC, we'll be talking about Advent of Code over in this place. We're gonna hang out. You know how we do it, computer. We do you understand the thing. You understand the thing. Bedtime for this boy. Good night. It was great to have you, fellow worker John. Thank you for hanging around. It's been a pleasure. Raid message Joel. We hit him with the Joel. This is our method. Okay. But until then, I'll see you Friday. We'll back on Friday. More activities. XO, hugs, kisses, etc. Good vibes, good feelings, good positive sentiments, fond, warm regards. Okay, bye for real.